a este workshop sobre The Non-Existence and Nature of God, Metaphysical, Epistemological and Logical Debates. Quiero decir unas palabras breves de introducción para explicar el sentido de este workshop y lo que vamos a estar haciendo en estas 2 jornadas. Este encuentro se inscribe dentro de un proyecto de investigación financiado por la John Templeton Foundation, Supporting Constructive Research on the Existence of God in Spanish-Speaking Latin America. Como el objetivo central de este proyecto marco ha sido financiar el trabajo de investigadores en Latinoamérica para que puedan desarrollar sus investigaciones en temas de filosofía de la religión, en particular en cuestiones que tienen que ver con teología natural, entonces con cuestiones acerca de la existencia de Dios, la argumentación racional para la existencia de Dios, o eventualmente para la no existencia de Dios, y también cuestiones que tienen que ver con su naturaleza. Como resultado de este proyecto marco, se han financiado 9 proyectos de investigación que han financiado trabajos de investigadores de Argentina, Uruguay, Chile, México, que son los que se van a presentar en estos 2 días que tenemos de jornada. Entonces, ustedes van a poder escuchar en estas dos días del workshop presentaciones que tienen que ver con, por ejemplo, cuál deba ser la forma en que debamos evaluar racionalmente la justificación a favor o en contra de la existencia de Dios, qué impacto tenga la evidencia de ciencia natural para estas cuestiones. También vamos a estar considerando distintos problemas acerca de la naturaleza de Dios. Por ejemplo, vamos a abrir esta presentación con una discusión acerca del carácter personal de Dios desde un punto de vista filosófico, y así con las sucesivas presentaciones. Dado que el objetivo de este proyecto es financiar investigaciones que tengan como resultado la publicación de papers en inglés, entonces este workshop va a ser realizado completamente en inglés. Así es que, bueno, estas son como las últimas palabras en español que vamos a estar diciendo. Las presentaciones van a ser en inglés, por supuesto las preguntas que hagan pueden hacerse también en español. No hay ningún inconveniente con eso, pero vamos a conducir el workshop en inglés precisamente para estar facilitando la preparación y el afinamiento de esos trabajos. Bien, entonces, en primer lugar, vamos a iniciar esta sesión con la presentación de Francisco Reilly, de la Facultad de Humanidades y Educación de la Universidad de Montevideo. Es el decano, de hecho, de esa facultad. Y su ponencia tiene el título Creation and Divine Personhood.
Bien. No sé si me arrimo ahí o
sí,
cómo.
Colócate aquí porque es importante que estés con el micrófono para que estés escuchando.
Quizás si no rompo nada para poder. Ahí está. Bueno. Quizás 2 palabras en español antes de empezar en el contexto, para marcar un poco en el contexto del proyecto. Nosotros trabajamos bajo la pregunta ¿Is God a person? Y tuvimos la suerte de poder contar con... tuvimos parte del seminario contó de cada 15 días nos encontrábamos a discutir distintos papers durante el primer año, y en el segundo año cada uno de los que participó en el proyecto presentó sus propuestas de análisis y demás. Y bueno, nada, contar, digo, si bien yo soy el único que viene a representar el proyecto, dentro del proyecto participó Juan Francisco Frank, Miguel Pastorino, Agustín Echavarría de Navarra, Scott Harward de Australia, Charles Tagliaferro, que está en Olaf, en Estados Unidos, James Arcadi y Enrique Romerales, bueno, y Georg Gasser, y bueno, todos esos capítulos, esas participaciones se publicarían, esperamos, a fin de año en un libro en español, digamos, buscando también enriquecer el diálogo en el mundo hispánico, ¿no? Con el plachet de José Tomás fuimos por ese lado. Bueno, paso al inglés. So, is God a person? It is a commonplace in classical theism that God is a person, which would imply divine attributes that constitute personhood, i.e., intellect and individuality. In this sense, most thinkers in the Christian tradition conform, in one way or another, to the Boethians' definition of personhood. Person is the individual substance of a rational nature. Persona es nature rationalis individua substantia. In the last century, however, this notion has been used more in a practical philosophy than in a metaphysical perspective, and the idea of divine personhood has lost its significance. Ben Page recently has sketched a remarkable account on the situation in contemporary philosophy of religion, distinguishing three main positions. First, God is a person, so God is personal. Second, God is non-personal, so God is non-person. And third, God is a personal non-person. First, those who support that, sorry, I will try to be clear there. Those who support God is non-personal, so God is not a person, tend to deny that God is a person either by upholding a pantheistic or panentheistic position, or by understanding God simply as a principle. Graham Oppy, for example, claims that it seems rather implausible to suppose that it is a part of the very concept of monotheism that God is personal in nature. End of quote. Second, a variety of renowned authors in the field, such as Alvin Plantinga, Richard Swinburne, Tim Molson, Brian Leftow, Jeffrey Brower, Eleanor Stamp, and Alexander Pruss, supports that God is a person and God is personal. For like a commonplace in this idea, for instance, Richard Swinburne, in his well-known book, The Currents of Theism, affirms that God is, quote, a person without a body, a spirit, who is eternal, free, able to do anything, knows everything, is perfectly good, is the proper object of human worship. Sorry, I will. Sorry. I want to know my time. God is a person without a body, a spirit, who is eternal, free, able to do anything, knows everything, is perfectly good, is the proper object of human worship and obedience, the creator and sustainer of the universe. End of the quote. These authors understand divine personhood from a Boethian perspective, which means that God has intellect and will. Finally, there is a third group of authors who uphold that God is personal but not a person. What does this mean to affirm that the existence of a personal God who is not a person? Some of these authors considers a person to be primarily an embodied consciousness, having a life in a living within a community, implying that being a person is being open to changes. But since God is beyond time and space, it is impossible for him to change and hence be a person. Nevertheless, God has intelligence and will, so he has some attributes that are characteristic of a person, a feature that leads these authors to call him personal. Brian Davis, for instance, supports personal non-person and affirms that this is the true position of a classical theism, meaning that God as a personal non-person is affirmed would have been common among medieval philosophers such as Augustine, Avicenna, Maimonides, or Aquinas. By contrast, Davis affirms that God is a personal, and a person is an innovation due to the theistic personalism. And he has a usual quote about John Biddle, a trial against John Biddle, who is accused of heresy because he says that God is a person. So from these sources, Davis concludes that classical theism cannot support divine personhood. From a philosophical perspective, there seems to be more evidence for the assumption of divine personhood than of a personal God. In fact, I could find no personal non-person supporter who explains the idea of a personal God in a way that departs from the idea of personhood being attributed to God. I will support the idea of divine personhood not as an innovation of the theistic personalism, but as a classical theism perspective. For that, I will begin with a reframe of the basic definition of personhood and offering a support why God should be a person. Then I will consider why the idea of creation, it gives another light to the comprehension of God as a person. God, personhood, and perfection. The concept of personhood has different sources, but in the classical theism is primarily a theological notion. In this way, it's important that, for example, Aquinas never used the term person in his treatise on human nature in the Summa Theologia to a human being. Never appears the idea of personhood attributed to the humans. Only in the Summa Theologia speaks about God. So it is well known that Boëthius established the medieval notion of persona, with Aquinas offering a profound analysis of this notion during the 13th century. For Aquinas, as a good Aristotelian, the principle of individuality in material beings is materia signata quantitate, matter signed by quantity. This is also the case of human beings, where the principle of individuality comes from the body. In the case of immaterial beings, however, individuality is expressed only by their essence. But there is a special way in which the individuality of rational beings is shaped because a rational being has a command over her own action. Aquinas explains Boëthius' definition in this way. Hence, quote, to indicate that it is in a special manner an individual in the genus of substance, it is stated that it is an individual substance. And to indicate that it is in a special manner an individual of a rational nature, it is of a rational nature. Accordingly, by describing it is a substance, we exclude accidents from the notion of person, for no accident can be a person. And by adding individual, we exclude genera and species in the genus of substance. Since they cannot be called persons, and by adding of rational nature, we exclude inanimate bodies, plants, and dumb animals, which are not persons. End of quote. Individuality, thus, is constituted in created material beings by their materiality. But in the case of persons, individuality goes beyond material individuality. Persons are not reducible to their nature. Instead, the distinctiveness of rationality allows to distinguish between the person's nature and the person's self. A person is open to reality, being able to distinguish between an outside and an inside, which basically means that a person has freedom. As Robert Spenman remarks, that is the reason why we speak of someone instead of something. To subsist in a rational nature means to possess the most perfect way to subsistence. Some authors who are against the view that God possesses personhood raise the objection that some of the attributes of personhood found in human person are not suitable to God. It is true that personhood cannot be attributed to human beings and to God in the same way, because human beings are embodied beings, and in this sense, their individuality has two sources, rationality and corporality, which interact to shape a human person's life. Rationality entails self-consciousness, but an embodied self-consciousness has a source of individuality, the material individuality that's situated in space and time. and therefore provides another dimension to who one is. This material or embodied situation, however, is not required for every person, since nothing in Boethius' definition speaks against attributing the personhood to God or to any other non-material being. Moreover, as Aquinas remarks, quote, person means that which is most perfect in the whole of nature, namely, what subsists in rational nature. Now, since every kind of perfection should be attributed to God because his nature contains every perfection, it is fitting that the word person should be used of God. Being a person does not mean, that does not set a limit to the divine nature, but on the contrary, it refers to the most perfect way of being. Aquinas suggests that our access to the divine derives from our knowledge of natural things. In this sense, the perfections that we find in creatures should be understood as are received from God as from their source. And since person is the most perfect way of being among creatures, God should be called person. That means that personhood best expresses the divine likeness in creature. In order to understand this likeness, however, we need to recall the doctrine of analogical predication. That is why Aquinas, after affirming that God should be called a person, clarifies this expression, saying that it should not be used as it is applied to creatures, but in a more excellent way. All names applied to God are understood in an eminent way, and this is the basis of analogical predication. Quote, whatever is said of God and creatures is said according to some relationship of the creature to God as to its principle and cause, wherein all perfection of things preexist excellently. End of quotes. This would be the first perspective according to which we can speak of God as a person. It implies a consideration of a metaphysical notion of personhood, and its attribution to God implies a consideration of the degrees of perfection in being. There is, however, another way to draw the same conclusion from the idea of God as the creator of the world. At first sight, we cannot say that there is a necessary relationship between the notion of personhood and the idea of creation. From a philosophical perspective, the idea of creation does not seem to suggest divine personhood, but divine power. From the perspective, for instance, of Aquinas' second way, the idea of creation underlines that all created being depends on their cause, which means that God, as the absolute being, is the source of every being. In the analytical theology perspective also, presented, for example, by Philip Quinn, they affirm the same idea about creation. His works, his especially interest in the idea of creation, conservation, and secondary causes. In his first papers, he affirms, for instance, that the creation is a continuous creation, and the distinction between the conservation and creation is merely verbal. So, his theory of creation and conservation goes as follows. For all x, if x is contingent and x is a persistent thing, then God continuously creates x. On the other hand, for all x, if x is contingent and x is a persistent thing, then God continuously conserves x. Later, Quinn makes some remarks about the singularity of divine action, not only about the nature of the action, but also about the nature of God. First, about God, he says, God is not a contingent individual. God's volition do not occur in the time, if, as many theists suppose, God is timelessly eternal. Then, about the metaphysical causation, he remarks some of its adjectives, that is totally, the creation is totally, exclusivity, activity, immediacy, and necessity. And for each of these attributes of the metaphysical cause, he makes some remarks that I will jump over. While this first Queen's arguments about conservation remarks the idea of the divine power, Cavanbig and McCann argues from the nature of self-subsistence and the impossibility of it in any of the created beings. In the general lines, they sustain the traditional account on creation and conservation. Both authors, from different perspectives, presents a general notion where properly the continuous creation and continuous conservation are expressions of the same divine action. So, all this presentation of the idea of creation focus mainly on the explanation of the radical question, why being rather than nothing? However, we can turn the subject around and focus now on what is the most proper way in which God calls the world. What would be the nature of the divine action? This would be another way in which the notion of creation can be illuminated in a dialogue with other divine attributes. If creation is a divine action, how is God acting when he creates? He could be considered to act by nature or by will. On one hand, an agent that acts by nature is an unconscious agent. This means that the agent cannot change its actions but by itself. On the other hand, the voluntary agent is aware of her own ends and can change it. Natural agents, according to Aquinas, tend to their ends as things that are moved and directed by an intelligent and voluntary agent, even as an arrow flies towards a certain mark through the aim of the archer. And add this. In this sense, philosophers say that the work of nature is the work of an intelligence. End of quote. Acknowledging that which is by another is always preceded by that which is of itself. Aquinas concludes that the first director to an end must direct by his will, and thus God brought creatures into being by his will and not naturally. End of quote. This argument strengthens the claim about divine personhood. God, as the perfect being and cause of all beings, should not only be understood as the source of being, but also as the source of the intelligibility of the word, because voluntary agency is prior to natural agency. Natural movements show, according to Aquinas, some intellectual movement or intentionality that is not established by the natural being itself. So natural movements require an intelligent agent. It requires that an intelligent agent preceding them. Therefore, for Aquinas, an intelligent agent must come before natural agency. Personhood thus exists in the world not as an imperfection of the natural movement, but as a more perfect form of agency. Since the divine creative action is not a form of natural agency, but a free action of the divine will. In this sense, Aquinas' position helps to understand a hierarchical way of relationship between nature and personhood, where the personhood seems to be a more primordial notion. So, as a way of conclusion of this draft of the paper, I will say that some objections of divine personhood reveal a misunderstanding of the definition of the classical definition of personhood. Most of the developed developments of the theory of personhood in the 20th and 21st century have been used almost exclusively on studies about personal identity and human action. Thus, scholars mark different human uniqueness features as essential attributes of personhood, transforming human personhood into the only kind of personhood, or into the archetype of personhood. Consequently, the essence of personhood conforms particularly to the human embodied dimension, neglecting the traditional essential features of personhood, most importantly, individuality via rationality. Following the Boethian definition, however, rational individuality is the distinctive feature of personhood, which may or may not be embodied. The materiality that is proper of human rationality certainly raises questions about the specific condition of rationality in humans, but objections springing from these considerations fails in that they understand personhood from an anthropomorphic point of view. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francisco. We have now time for discussion, questions, commentaries. Ignacio.
¿En inglés?
Como prefieras.
Hagamos español.
Sí.
Dijiste ahí hacia el final que los que hablan de un Dios apersonal, o un Dios no persona, o un Dios personal pero no persona, la objeción que vos les das es que son muy antropomórficos en su noción de persona, ¿no? Pero Boecio, se me ocurre, obtuvo su noción de persona antropomórficamente y la adecuó a la realidad divina.
¿Ya?
Se me ocurre.
Diría ni, o sea, todo argumento, no sé si ahí se escucha, pero bueno, que entiendo que toda deducción de noción partimos de aquello más conocido para nosotros hasta aquello más conocible, sí. Entonces, obviamente, digo, si usamos persona, prosopón, máscara, representación, etcétera, sí. Nosotros es imposible que no partamos de algo que tenemos experiencia, pero si bien la deducción de la noción de persona parte de una experiencia de la persona humana, yo creo que incluso en el caso de Boecio hay una conciencia que es una noción metafísica. Quiere decir que es una noción que exige no recaer sobre una naturaleza, necesariamente sobre su naturaleza material, ¿no? Como objeto de estudio metafísico, es aquello que no es ni en el ser ni en la definición algo material. Puede ser material, pero no es ni en el ser ni en la definición algo material. Y creo que esa es la perspectiva en la cual, si bien la deducción, o sea, si bien cuando uno lee el Tratado de Boecio ve como parte de una experiencia vital, el concepto en sí mismo va adquiriendo una independencia de la realización material. Para ser concreto, por ejemplo, Simon Hewitt, que defiende el panteísmo, utiliza la noción de persona para mostrar que es imposible que Dios sea persona, por eso Dios es...
¿Qué noción de persona?
Bueno, ahí está. Entonces, esa noción de persona es la que no... lo que no quiero decir, a ver, para que no se... quizás... Con esto no quiere decir que la noción de persona humana no sea una noción de persona. Lo que hay que entender es que cuando yo trato de comprender mejor la noción de persona humana, tengo que considerar la singularidad de que la persona humana es material. Y hay una particularidad en la cual la realización de la persona humana se da en el cuerpo. Pero tengo que darme cuenta que eso forma parte del aspecto de individualidad de ese caso concreto de la persona, que es la persona que se da en un cuerpo, que es el hombre. Entonces, lo que ha sucedido en la discusión es que el concepto de persona se considera solamente como aquello que se da en un cuerpo. Entonces, cuando paso al otro lado, de hecho lo que pasa en muchos casos es, como dice Philip Quinn, hay algunos filósofos que sostienen que Dios es persona, pero niegan, por ejemplo, la eternidad de Dios. O digo, todas las teologías donde caen
Porque
atributos.
es una persona.
Porque es una persona. Entonces, con no quiero renunciar a que sea una persona, parecía que necesariamente entonces Dios no es eterno. ¿Por qué? Porque tiene que tener sentimientos, porque tiene que cambiar, porque esas no son condiciones necesarias del ser personal. Ahora, no quiere decir que yo no pueda deducir, es como decir, bueno, la noción de acto y potencia son nociones metafísicas separadas. Ahora, la noción de acto y potencia se da en... Sí. O de inteligencia, no sé. No sé si...
Sí.
Clemente.
Sí. Me interesa la última parte, que es el tema de la personalidad de la filosofía estrictamente filosófica, ¿no? Y ahí efectivamente se interés, porque en el fondo, si entiendo bien, tú estás diciendo personalidad implica fundamentalmente dos cosas, individualidad y racionalidad. Por una parte, para tener racionalidad, parece ser que un argumento como el de la segunda vía no te basta inmediatamente, es algo más cargado. Santo Tomás parece que depende más, sobre todo, de la cuarta vía para llegar a los atributos de la personalidad, o quizá la quinta vía te podría suplir a lo mejor esta idea de un Dios providente que te indica que está causando por voluntad. Entonces es una pregunta interesante, en fondo, que es ¿qué se requeriría para que Dios sea persona directamente filosófica? Y también está la dificultad con la individualidad de la persona, porque mismo Santo Tomás reconoce que Dios es un nombre común, y que de hecho podemos argumentar que debería haber un único Dios individual, pero el acceso que tenemos a Dios desde la filosofía es como el resultado de una demostración que no es como el tipo de acceso que tú tienes al individuo personal, y ese sentido es como un conocimiento impersonal de un Dios que reconocemos que es personal, pero sigue habiendo una limitación de esa dimensión personal de Dios en la perspectiva puramente natural.
Sí, a ver, yo puse el énfasis esto de la segunda vía porque yo creo que ahí daba, o sea, por lo menos yo voy a hablar de mi experiencia en la investigación, ¿no? Es decir, a priori uno pareciera afirmar que, bueno, Dios es creador, entonces Dios es persona, y eso parece que es una cosa así, pero si uno, por eso en realidad hay una cita que me salté específicamente de Tomás, que es después digo, es en una objeción donde pareciera que creación, y Tomás dice explícitamente que la creación habla específicamente del poder de la omnipotencia divina como atributo. No habla ni de la persona, ni de la mente, ni de la inteligencia, sino de la omnipotencia divina. Entonces yo podría afirmar que Dios crea el mundo, pero no necesariamente inmediatamente deduzco eso. Por eso me detengo en la última parte para decir que eso lo hace en el de potencia, donde dice, bueno, Dios podría ser dos tipos de gente, o sea, como el Dios aristotélico, que, bueno, yo tengo una discusión que para mí el Dios aristotélico es una persona imperfecta, pero es persona, pero bueno, eso lo dejamos en una nota al pie para otra discusión en un café. Pero dice, Dios podría ser un agente natural o un agente intelectual, o sea, un agente personal. Y la deducción es también por el lado del grado de perfección. ¿Qué es más perfecto?
Que eso te implica algo como la cuarta vía.
Claro, entonces ahí saltás a la cuarta y después está la quinta. O sea, la quinta providencia, etc. ¿no? Entonces, en el fondo ahí hay una conexión en la cual el nombre de persona, de esto estuve discutiendo con un teólogo, decir si era un atributo, ¿no? Bueno, para resolver, decir, el nombre de persona que predicamos de Dios, tenemos un acceso parcial, estoy contigo, filosóficamente decimos, bueno, es alguien inteligente, es alguien que cuida el mundo, es alguien que tiene esto. Lo que sí es interesante, y que Tomás lo dice, en la Suma Teológica aparece, por lo menos lo estuve buscando para esa ponencia, 16 veces, es que cada vez que en el ser contra, por ejemplo, del artículo de las vías, dice, Dios habla, o sea, ex persona Dei, literalmente dice, ex persona Dei, la escritura dice, ego sum quis. Y hay 5 o 6 set contra, o sea, son 15 veces que Tomás, cuando habla de la escritura, habla de Dios como una manifestación personal. O sea, Dios se expresa como persona por medio de la escritura, que es lo relacional de Dios con el mundo. Entonces, la revelación es el vínculo. O sea, para aquellos que dicen, bueno, no, pero si Dios es persona, tiene que tener una comunidad con la que se... Bueno, está la idea de que... O sea, a ver, acá hay dos discusiones distintas, ¿no? Una es con los que afirman que Dios no es ni persona ni personal. Y otra cosa es la discusión con Brian Davis y los que sostienen que,
Claro.
por ejemplo, el teísmo clásico nunca afirmó que Dios sea persona, lo cual es, no sé, es un poco
claro,
absurdo, ¿no?
Claro.
Digo, por lo menos para mí, ¿no? Pero lo que también hay que tener en cuenta son los límites, ¿no? Hay un acceso filosófico que nos quedamos ahí, que es lo que usa Davis para decir, no puedes decir que sea persona, porque entonces dirías que Dios es una persona en tres personas. Eso es lo que dice. Entonces, pero yo no dije que es una persona, de hecho, a propósito dice, a person, es un indefinido. Digo, en español no tenemos el indefinido. Dios es persona en un sentido indefinido, no sabemos cuántos, ¿no? Sin duda que estás ahí jugando con una noción límite entre el orden de la teología natural y la teología revelada. Eso hay que también ser consciente. Pero tenés bastantes argumentos por esa situación dialógica para ver cómo la filosofía natural que se hace a la luz o en diálogo con una teología es más prudente en la forma de comprender eso. Y por otro lado, a partir de la noción de perfección, yo puedo entender que una persona me hace ruido, porque no sería perfectamente persona.
Nosotros cuando hemos visto los neoplatónicos el problema que les pasaba, digamos.
Claro, el tema del uno, y el uno te termina cayendo,
Claro.
o ves toda la teología de los filósofos modernos, que terminan cayendo en un cierto no toda, bueno, alguna filosofía termina cayendo en un cierto necesitarismo, y yo que en mi tesis doctoral trabajé con los árabes, a los árabes les pasa exactamente lo mismo.
Dependen de los neoplatónicos.
Y claro, entonces, ¿qué tienen que crear? Los árabes, por ejemplo, Avicena, que es el que yo estudié más, crea la angeliología para poder explicar la providencia divina. Entonces necesito inteligencias intermedias para poder explicar que Dios cuida el mundo, pero se mantiene inmaculado en su unidad única. Entonces yo siempre digo, bueno, tenés la Trinidad y bueno, ya no te importa tanto la unidad, pero te importa en parte, pero se te cae. Pero hay un juicio ahí prudente en el sentido de Dios es persona. Y entonces internamente hay un paper que tenemos que presentó Juan Francisco y Scott, que juega un poco con el tema de hasta qué punto, bueno, la noción que plantea Swinburne, hasta qué punto la noción de persona exige un comunitarismo, más allá de la teoría trinitaria de Swinburne específico, pero lo que nos interesó cuando discutíamos eso es cómo la noción de Trinidad pareciera poder seguirse de que Dios sea persona. Porque si Dios es persona, no puede ser un tipo solo, porque es esencial a la persona lo relacional, y esas son algunas objeciones que toman algunos de eso. O sea, Hewitt dice, la persona es relacional, entonces si Dios es uno y persona, es una persona imperfecta, luego Dios no es persona. O sea, pero hizo... O crea necesariamente, y entonces creo que hay eso.
Tenemos una pregunta del chat. Pregunta-comentario que lo hace Víctor Rivera. De Dios no se puede predicar ninguna naturaleza positiva, lo que sino más bien condiciones negativas, lo que no puede ser. Bueno, tiene que ver la pregunta con estas cosas de teología negativa. ¿Cómo eso incide para el caso de la persona? Si atribuimos a Dios el carácter personal, ¿eso es una predicación negativa en algún sentido?
Yo creo que, a ver, justo a mí que me hagan esa pregunta, que soy un defensor de la apofática, es como que me la dejen picando en el área, pero después Víctor te pasa una comisión, ¿no? Pero yo creo que, a ver, un poco lo quise plantear ahí, ¿no? Es decir, y que creo que es parte de la discusión. Nunca voy a predicar de Dios el concepto de la misma manera en la cual yo tengo la experiencia de ese concepto en el mundo natural. Pero de vuelta, yo creo que ahí hay una... Yo creo que hay una falsa oposición entre teología positiva y negativa. Vamos a decirlo así. O sea, yo soy un defensor de la constitución tripartita de la teología. O sea, positiva, negativa y superlativa, pero que en realidad tienen que ser entendidas como dialécticas, en las cuales una ilumina a la otra. Entonces yo puedo afirmar que Dios es persona y que no es la persona de la cual yo tengo experiencia en la forma más perfecta del mundo natural. pero puedo entender que hay atributos de ahí que son tan perfectos que vienen de una perfección la cual representa. Entonces, en un cierto sentido es cierto que aquello que predicamos de Dios lo predicamos, podríamos decir, de una manera imperfecta en el modo en que nosotros lo predicamos, pero me parece un equívoco identificar a la teología negativa con un camino hacia el escepticismo, por decirlo de alguna manera. Sino que me parece más bien que es un camino a la búsqueda sin término, que le gusta usar a los popperianos, pero que a mí me recomiendo leer con esto termino siempre mi curso de teología natural, la cita de Hilario de Poitiers que utiliza Tomás de Aquino, creo que es en el capítulo 4, ¿no? Que dice, bueno, quien se lanza al infinito sería absurdo que busque abarcarlo todo, pero la búsqueda del infinito es una tarea, o sea, que Dios es una tarea que siempre nos da ganancia, por decirlo de una manera, aunque no sea la mejor palabra para eso. Yo creo que ahí hay una metodología. Yo, en el paper que presenté en el workshop que tuvimos en septiembre, yo creo que hay que volver a Eriúgena. Eriúgena es un autor que la gente oculta por miedo, porque es muy oscuro, pero Eriúgena...
medio panteísta, ¿no?
Yo creo que no, yo creo que es mal entendido, digo, pero es panteísta desde el siglo... Lo declaran panteísta en el siglo XIII, cuando empezaron a tener problemas con los panteístas, pero los monjes, todos los monjes leían a... La tradición monástica es eriugeniana, ¿no? Pero yo creo que él plantea 5 formas de ser y no ser, e incluso para una tradición más analítica sería más comprensible rescatar eso para poder entender las formas de relación, que no son contradictorias, ¿no? Pero bueno, me parece que ahí hay un trabajo que hacer para entender esa forma.
¿Tenemos más preguntas? Ignacio.
Yo
también tengo una adicional, pero...
No, pero dos.
A ver, no, voy a hacer la mía y después la tuya, que estaba en la lista.
También es muy anecdótico.
A ver, tú en un punto dijiste que la vida de persona, si no te copié bien, no es reducible a su naturaleza o a la naturaleza. Quería pedirte que explicaras un poco más sobre eso, porque, claro, en toda esta discusión está esta idea de la distinción entre, claro, naturaleza o esencia y suppositum. De hecho, cuando Recio hace da esa definición, habla de substancia sive subsistentia, porque está pretendiendo traducir el griego hipóstasis al hacerlo. Siquiera hay una distinción ahí que tiene eso.
Sí, y me hace acordar a mis cursos de temas de metafísica. Yo en mi facultad tuve 6 semestres de metafísica, entonces tenía la distinción entre sustancia, hipóstasis y res natura. O sea, perdón, me hizo acordar a mí uno del lapsus, un aire de mis clases. A ver, yo lo que ahí me parece que... Yo soy un defensor vamos a decir, soy un defensor del teísmo clásico y creo que hay una mala interpretación de las nociones clásicas. Por eso mi intención es revitalizar nociones clásicas, ¿no? Es decir, para usarlo de alguna manera cuando uno lee... Perdón, voy a ir un segundo y vuelvo, ¿no? Pero decir, por ejemplo, cuando uno lee la crítica de la escuela española, digo, de Ortega o de Julián Marías a la noción de sustancia aristotélica, uno se da cuenta que si estudiar Aristóteles, eso no tiene nada que ver con la sustancia aristotélica. Y me parece que pasa lo mismo con la noción tanto de individualidad como de persona. Para el autor contemporáneo, dice, bueno, la noción de Recio es como si fuera, no sé, una noción no viva, ¿no? Como estática. Y me parece que justamente cuando uno reflexiona sobre la noción es una noción súper dinámica y súper activa. Entonces yo creo que la cuestión es que si justamente hay como un juego, cuando digo que no es reductible a su naturaleza, lo que quiero decir es que quizás la naturaleza del orden del ser racional es que puede oponerse a su... O sea, que la descripción de su naturaleza no es suficiente para describirla. Nadie estaría conforme... O sea, nadie está conforme con animal racional si no lo explico, como ser humano. Porque es mucho más, y sobre todo cuando uno malinterpreta la noción de racional como lo computacional, por ejemplo, ¿no? O sea, ¿cómo decirlo? Entonces me parece que la idea es un poco esto, ¿no? Es decir, ahí me parece, por ejemplo, Spemann, que tiene una visión un poco más fenomenológica de la noción de persona, tiene esa idea de, bueno, la persona es aquel que tiene un dentro y un fuera, la persona es alguien que se apropia, ¿no? La naturaleza no lo ordena, sino que, digo, más allá del orden moral, ¿no? Pero metafísicamente es alguien que ordena su naturaleza, ¿no? Pero no sé si compliqué o...
No. Ignacio, tú querías hacer una...
Sí. Así al pasar dijiste que Tomás no usa la palabra persona cuando habla del ser humano.
En el Tratado del Hombre de la SUB.
En el Tratado del Hombre de la SUB. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué se te ocurre? En otros lados sí lo hace.
Tendría que buscarlo.
Porque yo creo que lo emplea exclusivamente en la Trinidad. Yo no sé si
el concepto de persona me parece que justamente, no sé, o sea, es un tema que habría que... el dato lo encontré hace poco.
Ah, mira.
Y no lo pude explorar.
Muy anecdótica también.
No, pero no lo pude explorar todavía. Pero cuando termine de estudiar donde leí y que hace todo un análisis de la noción de persona en Tomás, te lo cuento. Pero sí lo usa exclusivamente para la Trinidad. A ver, en realidad, en el contexto en el que lo estoy leyendo, lo que tratan de plantear estos autores son autores que están defendiendo más bien que la noción de persona, es todo lo opuesto a lo que sostiene acá. Lo que sostiene Hewitt y compañía, es exclusivamente una noción teológica y que casi que se lo atribuimos al ser humano a posteriori. Sobre todo por esta idea de que la noción de persona no era una noción precristiana. O sea, que con individualidad era suficiente. Que no hay un énfasis en el ser racional como una característica específica de la singularidad del hombre. Eso es lo que te puedo decir a priori del contexto. Pero... Sí.
¿Puedo hacer una nueva pregunta anecdótica? Si no hay más. Y acá me voy muy de cualquiera, ¿no? Salgo con cualquiera. ¿Hay alguna discusión de personas no humanas y no divinas?
Y no angélicas.
Y no angélicas, en este contexto.
A ver, hay una discusión de la cual...
O sea, ¿existe la discusión? Sí. Pero
sí.
digo,
¿Qué tú dices, alienígenas?
No, me imagino que la discusión es, por ejemplo, Nueva
Nueva
Zelanda reconoció uno de sus ríos principales como persona.
Claro. Bueno, Argentina...
No me acuerdo de nuestra constitución.
Argentina reconoció un chimpancé, en Argentina se reconoció a un orangután. Sujeto de persona. Yo creo que esas son inferencias.
O sea, esa discusión existe, y lo
Sí.
que digo, ¿tiene alguna relevancia en algún autor que conozcas a esta discusión sobre Dios?
No.
¿Lo traen a cuento o algo?
No he leído ninguna cuestión al respecto. Te puedo deducir, o sea, yo creo que yo entiendo que esto lleva a eso.
Claro.
Para mí, es decir, no, porque es como una devaluación, digo, término muy argentino, perdón, pero es una devaluación de la noción de persona. Pero esto está siendo grabado y las preguntas
sí, todo.
Saludos a compatriotas.
Sí, Luca, por favor, creo que habría que... Está silenciado, ¿no?
Hola, buenas tardes. ¿Se me escucha?
No se te escucha bien, Luca.
Acá están apagados.
A ver.
Veamos ahora si se me escucha.
Espera un poquitito, Luca.
Ok.
A ver ahora.
Hola.
Ahora sí te escuchamos perfecto.
¿Se me escucha?
Sí.
No, nada, era solo una cosa siempre anecdótica, ¿no? Estabas viendo ahí en el chat el tema importante, digamos, Guardini quizá puede ser un buen referente sobre el tema de la distinción entre naturaleza y persona, aunque él, bueno, en su clase de ética efectivamente la adapta más al ser humano, ¿no? Entonces el ser humano no tiene naturaleza, pero sí tiene persona, con todo lo que tiene que ver a partir de una mirada fenomenológica sobre la persona. Y sobre era solo una anécdota, sobre este último punto que se está diciendo con respecto a la noción de persona aplicada a otros seres. Hay un teólogo que se llama Eugene Warman, que escribe un libro que se llama, la traducción en castellano sería sobre la inmortalidad de los animales, donde dice efectivamente a partir de una perspectiva teológica, retomando la teología cristiana, pero digamos, extendiéndola un poco, de que efectivamente los animales también tienen alma, son personas y entonces merecerían también la inmortalidad tanto como los seres humanos, irían en un paraíso, etcétera, etcétera. Ha sido bien, digamos, tomada en cuenta esta por el teólogo Camossi, ahí en Estados Unidos, etcétera, pelearon bastante sobre el tema y también Singer dijo un poco la suya, pero bueno, a partir de una perspectiva más como teológica.
¿Y quiero que dijo Singer que eran inmortales también o qué?
No, que no era un tema relevante, porque al final era o sea, tener la capacidad de sentir era lo único que le interesaba a Peter Singer, pero bueno, en ámbito teológico hubo también este debate y efectivamente Drew Warman a partir de Génesis y todo esto, digamos, infiere la inmortalidad del alma de los animales diciendo que son personas. Era solo una anécdota.
Bien, vamos a quedar en este punto. Agradecemos al profesor Abril por su... A continuación tendremos la presentación de Gonzalo Recio de la Pontificia Universidad Católica Argentina. Gonzalo, tú vas a ocupar PowerPoint, así que adelante, por favor. Su presentación tiene el título Does Teleology Entail Intelligence?
Ahí,
Esos segundos en que apretás el botón y se prende. Y produce nervios.
Vos no te preocupes. A ver si puedo buscarme para...
Muy bien. Arguments for the existence of God can be, and usually are, extremely complex. I think that most of us, if we remember the first time Anselm's ontological argument was presented to us, can recall the utter perplexity which the argument produced. And maybe, as it is in my case, still experience the alternating feelings of awe and disbelief which the famous argument carries with it. While it may seem simple to the beginner, Aristotle's arguments for the first and mover in his physics and metaphysics are certainly among the most difficult texts in Western philosophy. It is said that Avicenna read the Metaphysics 40 times and still declared to be unable to fully understand it. One does not usually encounter non-philosophers discussing the merits of Gaulino's objections to Anselm or Aristotle's position in Metaphysics Lambda. Those are rarely good material for online battles and caustic Twitter threads. This is, however, not the case for all types of argument about the subject. It is not unusual to find non-philosophers discussing the merits of a broad type of arguments, which I will unoriginally call teleological arguments for the existence of God. This is not surprising. There is, of course, the fact that the existence or non-existence of God is a question relevant to every man. In this respect, as Aristotle said, we are all philosophers. But there is also the fact that these arguments are usually grounded on a very natural intuition, which is that behind ordered things, there is an order in mind. This intuition is, I think, at the base of the multitude of various arguments, which we call, in one way or another, teleological. Aquinas's being endowed with knowledge and intelligence, Paley's designer, be his genetic coder, and the tuner for the proponents of a finely tuned cosmos. This presence of this type of arguments in the public discourse is probably also behind the attention it has gotten from those who deny God's existence and argue against it. Even more, since one of the most striking examples of extraordinary complex order and teleology, which every man can experience, is in the realm of living beings, the battle is frequently fought there. In this regard, the attack is focused on teleological arguments that are based on the other within, and teleology within and among living beings. Darwin's theory or set of theories are presented many times as the main weapon against Aquinas' fifth way, Paley's natural theology, and all of those who propose a divine explanation for the observed order and goal-seeking entities which we encounter. The reason for this is clear. Evolutionary biology presents at first sight an explanans aimed at the same explanandum that those theistic arguments claim to give an answer to. In this attack, the various theistic arguments are all lumped together as slightly different versions of the same tune. If the evolutionary hypothesis is successful, then there is no room for the other arguments, since they have been rendered unnecessary. One of the strategies from the theistic side has been to accept this dichotomy and propose the inadequacy of evolutionary biology or any other potential naturalistic explanations to account for at least some of the observed phenomena in nature. Although they present some differences with the natural theologians a la Paley, maybe important difference, contemporary defenders of intelligent design, for example, are, in my opinion, among those who have taken this path. There is, however, another possibility. Thomistic defenders of Aquinas' teleological argument have stressed, and by this I mean the fifth way, have stressed a distinction which is, I think, justified between the types of teleology each of these arguments point to and which are at the core of the very thing that is being explained. And I quote the great philosopher Ignacio Silva. We can distinguish between extrinsically imposed purpose and design and intrinsic teleology in nature. And this corresponds roughly with what 17th to 19th century scholars understood design to be, and to what a medieval scholar working within an Aristotelian framework, Thomas Aquinas, understood of the teleological tendencies in nature. And Alistair McGrath comments, teleology must be distinguished from design. Design is to be understood as conscious intent and artifice applied externally to the order of nature. Teleology can be interpreted simply as evidence of function or purpose within nature. The core of this, the core of the distinction aims at indicating that while many proponents of teleological arguments have in mind a nature which is akin to a mechanism on which a design goal-seeking structure is imposed, Aquinas is thinking in other terms, grounded in a hylomorphic understanding of nature. While some limit themselves to pointing the difference, which is indeed an important one, others propose that this Aristotelian understanding of nature puts Aquinas' arguments beyond the Darwinian reach and present both arguments as non-competing explanations, or potentially non-competing explanations. Now, in the rest of this talk, I would like to argue that this is not the case, and that while those that make the distinction make a valid point, evolutionary biology as an explanatory system presents a fundamental challenge to Aquinas' fifth way. Moreover, I would like to argue that if Aquinas' argument fails in the battleground of biological entities, then it has no more grounds to fight on, since the very notion of teleology ceases to be relevant when we refer to non-biological entities or sub-biological entities. So let us read Aquinas' text in the Summa Theologiae. We see that things which lack intelligence, such as natural bodies, act for an end, and this is evident from their acting always or nearly always in the same way, so as to obtain the best result. Hence, it is plain that not fortuitously, but due to intention, do they achieve their end. Now, whatever lacks intelligence cannot move towards an end unless it be directed by some being endowed with knowledge and intelligence, as the arrow is shot to its mark by the archer. Therefore, some intelligent being exists by whom all natural things, are directed to their end, and this being we call God. Aquinas is first stating that there are beings which have no intelligence, and this is obviously true. These beings, he says, act for an end. This directedness is demonstrated from the fact that they act more or less in the same manner in a regular way, thus showing that there is in them an intention. It should be noted that the term intentio does not by itself imply necessarily to Aquinas intelligence or conscious predetermination, but merely describes the sort of tension or outstretching the natural bodies show towards a certain action or state. Finally, the end towards which the natural body tends coincides with the best result. Optimum is the term used by Aquinas. So in an Aristotelian framework, there are questions to be answered on two levels. First, why do natural bodies behave in a regular manner, always or almost always moving towards the same results, as if there is in them an intentio? Aquinas' answer is no doubt Aristotelian, because of their form. The formal aspect of the natural body is the source for its every activity, and while the form remains, the behavior of the body and the body itself as such will remain. Why do all dolphins behave more or less the same, develop in more or less the same way, etc.? Because they all share the same formal component, let's say, the same form. Helomorphism is the answer to regularity and stability. But this is not all. The main question Aquinas wants to answer is not why natural bodies manifest intentio, but why the end result of that ontological tension is constituted by the best result for the being itself. The question is not why dolphins consistently develop in a certain way, for example, but why is it the case that it is good for the dolphins to develop in that way? The first question is fully answered by pointing to the helomorphic constitution of the dolphin, while the second is not, as Francisco said, it is not the natural being that which puts the form in itself. It is a given for it, or him. In principle, while the dolphin will necessarily behave according to the intentiones proper to its own form, it is by no means necessary that the outcome will be beneficial to the dolphin. And yet we find that it usually is. The convenience between the achieved outcome or end goal and the very being that is achieving it claims for an intelligence that couples them at the very nucleus of the being's helomorphic constitution. While it is not my purpose to make a defense of Darwinian natural selection, it is true that this coupling is at the core of the explanatory proposal that is Darwinian evolution. Natural selection explains why dolphins develop in such a way that they can swim, hunt, breathe, and mate, instead of going on a death-seeking adventure searching for predators. Why do animals not behave like the dodo in the Ice Age movies and play the game of extinction by mindlessly throwing themselves over a cliff? On the first level, the answer is Aristotelian. Its form is directed to a different end goal. On the second, according to contemporary biology, it's Darwinian, since form is passed from parents to offspring, such a suicidal brand of dodo would be left behind in the game of evolution. Thus, I think that, and this may be a very, I think that if, and this may be a very big if, Darwinian evolution is successful, then Aquinas' argument is left with no explanatory room at the biological level. This means that Aquinas' argument, while different regarding the type of teleology it is assuming, still shares with natural theologians the explanatory level at which it is playing, and thus it is open to attacks from non-theological explanations such as the Darwinian proposal. A possible answer to these objections would be to retreat to a more secure position and claim that while at the biological level, teleological tendencies can be explained without recourse to an intelligent creator, there is always the lower level entities which still show intentiones in the sense Aquinas refers to. Indeed, while the game of evolution is filled with chance and contingency, it is played within a field with very strict and fixed rules. Non-living entities truly show clear tendencies towards end results in a regular manner. While we are not always sure how our dogs will behave when around people, even if properly trained, we are completely sure that water will quench our thirst when we drink it and not set us on fire. Non-living entities certainly show the presence of teleology. However, I would like to point again to the two-level distinction I made earlier. On the first level, one can ask, why does water behave like it does? The answer, as before, is Aristotelian because of its form. Modern chemistry and physics might have deeper answers than that simple statement, but those answers would be explications of the Aristotelian one. On the second level, one could ask, why do the end goals achieved by water constitute a good result for water itself? This question is, in my opinion, in one important way, meaningless. Whatever end result is achieved by water, one cannot say that it constitutes a good result for water in any sense that is relevant to our argument. One could say that to achieve that end result constitutes the good of the water in the sense that some potentiality present in the water is actualized. Maybe in some important sense, this is true. That answer, while it is that way, that answer is by itself avoiding the problem that Aquinas' argument is trying to address, because the relation between the form and the end goal / best result will in that case be a necessary one. Whatever the formal aspect of the non-living entity, it will throw the entity towards the end goal / best result, which corresponds and actualizes it in a necessary way. It cannot happen any other way, and what cannot happen in any other way needs no explanation. We can look at this from another point of view. We are perfectly capable of imagining how an animal whose formal constitution drives it towards something which is not good for it looks like. We can imagine it. That capability allowed, for example, the script writers of the Ice Age movies to cruelly mock the poor dodo. This is because it is in principle possible to have an end goal which is at the same time not good for the animal. For example, we can train dogs to do things which are detrimental to itself. And some years ago, I learned that there are some races of dogs which are incapable of giving birth to their own puppies. They have been, the artificial selection has deformed them in such a way that they will die, the females will die. They still get pregnant because the sexual drive is still there, but the end goal achieved there is obviously detrimental to it. There are certainly substances in the Aristotelian sense still. That it does not happen, that this does not happen, or that it almost never happens, is, as I said, what needs to be answered. However, how would we describe a non-living entity whose behavior does not match its form? We cannot, because it is impossible. So even if we assume that the end goal of water is also what is best for the water, and I don't think this is true in the sense relevant here, even if we accept that, at the non-living domain, those two levels identify with each other, and therefore render any ulterior question meaningless. To conclude, I propose that Aquinas' fifth way is an argument which competes at the biological level with naturalistic arguments such as Darwinian evolution in a similar way than those of modern natural theologians do, even if some important distinctions should be made between them regarding the metaphysical framework within which they are developed. Also, that while there is certainly teleology in non-biological entities, the nature of teleology at that level lacks some essential aspects which are necessary for Aquinas' argument to take off. Finally, I don't think that this bears any relevance as to the success of other truly metaphysical arguments for the existence of God, particularly within a Thomistic framework. In this sense, I think that my criticism does not touch the relevance of Aquinas' core metaphysical tenets, even those related to the providential governance or government of the world. Given the existence, if we, via other arguments, arrive at the existence of a creator with personal attributes, such as the ones referred to in Francisco's talk, we arrive to the existence of such a God, then all things, natural bodies, but also non-natural bodies, and the fact that Aquinas, in the explanandum is, or the explananda are natural bodies, I think is like a sign of the natural level at which the argument is pointing. I mean, why doesn't Aquinas ask why artificial beings which have a secondary, let's say, teleology, the cause for that ordination is not a problem for Aquinas, because of course we know why they are ordered, or they have a tendency. So also non-natural bodies have a deep, and indeed the deepest, metaphysical dependence with respect to God. Thus, of course, that the forms will also have its ultimate source in God himself, and therefore one can affirm that every teleological tendency in every being, even if in artificial beings, is indeed thought and wanted by a being with knowledge and intelligence, creator. This, however, will be the finish line of our meditation and not our starting point. Thank you.
Bien, tenemos tiempo entonces para preguntas que, repito, pueden formularlas en español o en inglés, como prefieran.
Nos olvidamos de la quinta vía.
Ignacio.
Creo, diría sí, me parece que sí, excepto que uno encuentre algún dominio, digamos, de teleología, en el cual no pueda haber una explicación, digamos, digamos así, el coupling entre the best result y las tendencias íncitas al ser, no pueden ser explicadas naturalísticamente. Quizá, no sé, quizá la tendencia de la inteligencia hacia la verdad, quizá allá puede haber algo así. Pero me parece que Santo Tomás está pensando en algo, digamos, mucho más amplio,
Sí,
natural bodies.
Cuando habla de natural bodies, Tomás no habla solamente de seres animados, ¿no?
Claro,
Sí,
claro, no.
Muy bien, delfines y agua, ejemplos. Pero Tomás no tiene problema en encontrar explicaciones naturalistas
No.
de por qué algo húmedo moja.
Claro.
Y porque está compuesto de los 4 elementos y uno de ellos es agua y predomina el agua.
Sí.
Es una explicación naturalista y ahí está la explicación de por qué algo húmedo moja.
Sí.
Y no le ve el problema que vos le estás viendo.
Me parece que no, me parece que para Santo Tomás decir que el agua tiene un bien es algo, en todo caso, se puede predicar analógicamente, pero es algo perfectamente legítimo de decir. Me parece que más allá de indicar X X end goal achieved, digamos, como un perfeccionamiento de potencialidades, ¿sí? Más allá de eso no se puede ir. Y creo que eso no es problema, eso no pide explicación. O sea, justamente, me parece que se agota el problema cuando uno dice moja porque lo que sea, digamos, porque está constituido de tal manera. Y el problema está agotado ahí, digamos. O sea, la relación causal que hay entre forma y fin agota el problema. Una vez que uno entiende eso, en el caso de los no vivientes, estoy hablando subvivientes, una vez que uno entiende eso, no hay más problema para resolver. Es como, digamos, es una versión minimalista de la teleología que no resulta, a mi modo de ver, problemática. En el caso de los seres vivientes, sí hay, digamos, un segundo nivel donde es, bueno, pero esto es perspectivo del animal en un sentido más fuerte. Que el delfín busque peces en lugar de buscar tiburones, o orcas, no sé quiénes se comen a los delfines. Que busque peces que tienen el tamaño, ¿no?, adecuado para su boca y su sistema. Y creo que eso es lo problemático, y eso es lo que pide respuesta. Porque la forma no se la dio el delfín así. Y entonces ahí hay algo que no queda explicado por la relación causal que hay entre forma y fin, porque hay que explicar algo más, que es por qué ese fin es bueno. Es bueno en el sentido que le permite, en el caso del delfín, desarrollarse, digamos. Y me parece que, o sea, creo que tenés razón en el sentido de que para Santo Tomás el problema es más general. Yo no veo cómo vos tenés este segundo nivel en los no vivientes. No veo cómo vos tenés este segundo nivel. El segundo nivel sería por qué el fin al que se arriba, digamos, es bueno en un sentido, llamémosle problemático, para el agua, por ejemplo. En cambio, es problemático en el sentido que presenta un problema, una pregunta a responder, en el caso de los seres vivientes. No sé si me
Lo que tú planteabas es que la biología evolucionaria planteaba un desafío para la quinta vía.
Me parece que plantea un desafío para la quinta vía a nivel de los living natural bodies. Me parece que el argumento de Santo Tomás es más general y apunta a todos los natural bodies. Creo que el hecho de que Santo Tomás apunte a los cuerpos naturales indica que hay algo, digamos, que me hace pausar al momento de decir que es un argumento metafísico. Porque ¿por qué no todos los cuerpos?
Pero yo quería preguntarte sobre eso. O sea, claramente...
Son todos los cuerpos.
Son todos los cuerpos, que no son artificiales.
A ver, pero hay... Bueno.
No, pero ahí está física 1, 2, ahora no me acuerdo qué es, la distinción de cuáles son los principios del cambio, que son dos, naturales o violentos. Y los naturales son cualquier cosa, todos, no hay, o sea, si son artificiales en última instancia,
bueno,
hay un ente natural que es la base, ¿no? El ejemplo que pone de la cama,
claro,
de madera,
exacto,
que brota, ¿no?
Claro.
Y bueno, ¿cuál es el agente de cambio original?
En la cama hay algo más que madera.
Sí,
¿no?
sí.
Hay algo más, ¿sí? Hay un ser accidental, ¿no? Hay algo más. Eso en términos metafísicos pide una explicación, ¿no? Que en definitiva, o sea, la cama es creada en cuanto
pero para
a madera.
Tomás, el agua es un agente natural.
Claro, sí, por eso. Pero, digo, madera,
sí.
no se me ocurre que
Árbol,
podía construir con agua.
No,
pero,
hielo.
Bueno,
no sé nada.
Pero no solo la madera pide una explicación metafísica, sino también la cama en cuanto, aún en su ser accidental, eso también es creado. ¿Sí? Ahora, el orden, la teleología extrínseca, digamos, o design, digamos, la distinción, por ejemplo, como lo dice McGrath, o secundaria, digamos, eso no pide una explicación para Santo Tomás. Eso no pide una explicación, porque vos ya tenés una inteligencia que explica, ¿sí?, la direccionalidad de ese ser. Y en ese sentido, el hecho de que se limite al nivel natural y lo artificial no le presenta, la teleología extrínseca, ¿sí? No le presenta un problema, creo que es señal de qué tipo de problema está teniendo en la cabeza Santo Tomás. Que me parece que es esto, ¿no? Es decir, no tanto por qué hay una direccionalidad en los seres naturales, que eso lo explica la constitución lemórfica, sino por qué los fines alcanzados son buenos para el ser natural. Y eso, a mi modo de ver, es relevante en los seres vivos. Porque no veo que haya un sentido problemático en los no vivientes.
No, yo estaba pensando lo siguiente. Claro, si vamos a medir lo que estaba pensando Santo Tomás de Aquino con la situación contemporánea de la ciencia, ¿qué pasa con los argumentos de fine-tuning, por ejemplo? Que no tienen que ver con nada biológica, o sea, con evolución biológica. O claro, uno puede montar argumentos evolucionarios una vez que tú tienes criaturas capaces de replicarse y de tener variaciones azarosas que son heredables, donde puedes hacer funcionar la maquinaria de la explicación darwiniana, pero tú no puedes ocupar esa explicación darwiniana para explicar el surgimiento de criaturas de ese estilo. Simplemente la vida no se explica por mecánica evolucionaria. Entonces, bueno, eso es lo que te preguntaba. Cuando tú dices que hay un problema para la quinta vía por biología evolucionaria, en fin, no también deberíamos aplicar o considerar estos otros aspectos.
Creo que un argumento, creo que estas objeciones no veo, no pienso en principio que sean relevantes contra un argumento, por ejemplo, como el del fine-tuning. Pero me parece que la quinta vía es un argumento distinto de un argumento fine-tuning, digamos, y en ese sentido el hincapié que algunos hacen en la teleología en la cual está pensando Santo Tomás es la que lleva, digamos así, al propio cuerpo natural, al propio ente natural, hacia su propio bien. En el argumento de fine-tuning, eso no es lo que están pensando, porque, digamos, no sé mucho en física, ¿no? Pero no alcanza una perfección las partículas iniciales.
A ver, pero estamos pensando en cierta perfección del universo, de que es mejor en principio, en fin, teleológicamente o valorativamente mejor un universo en donde hay vida y vida consciente a uno en donde no la hay. Y ahí sí tú ves una cierta alternación. Pero yo no veo que Santo Tomás de Aquino esté pensando en términos distintos. ¿Sí? Cuando se piensa en el bien, por ejemplo, del agua, la idea es la ordenación del agua a el bien común del universo como reflejo de la gloria de Dios. O sea, no veo que tú estés pensando en el bien del agua, que es su movimiento natural al centro del universo, sino que es la ordenación global del universo que tiene esta característica.
Santo Tomás tiene ahora quizás alguno de ustedes sabe explicar en qué parte, que hace referencia, por ejemplo, al equilibrio entre las potencias activas del fuego y otros, ¿no? Como que hay una suerte de equilibrio.
Sí.
¿Por qué el fuego no quema todo? Digamos, y por qué hay una suerte de... sin embargo, digamos así, ¿qué quiere decir? Que lo conduce hacia el mejor resultado. Bueno, ¿qué quiere decir eso? Porque uno puede decir, bueno, en el fondo Santo Tomás no está pensando en el mejor resultado para el agua, sino para todo el cosmos. En ese sentido sería un argumento cercano al, digamos, fine-tuning, digamos, ¿no? Sería algo así. Me parece, si el mejor resultado para Santo Tomás es eso, o al menos en algunos casos, me parece, no sé, me parece, tengo que pensarlo, pero creo que estás trastocando la idea de teleología intrínseca y una direccionalidad hacia el bien. Porque sería una suerte de direccionalidad hacia un bien que es completamente irrelevante para el ente direccionado, digamos.
Bueno, antes de dar la palabra a Francisco, una cosita. O sea, yo más bien la impresión que tengo es que cuando Santo Tomás de Aquino hace la quinta vía, la premisa central de la quinta vía, es trivial en el estado de la concepción del mundo, entonces, porque los movimientos de cualquier cosa se explica últimamente por tendencias de movimiento intrínseco que dependen de su forma, que constitutivamente están tendidos a un fin. Lo raro, lo extraño es que tú encuentres cruces de estas cadenas causales que siempre están movidas por fin y que dan lugar a eventos azarosos, pero claro, si tú de entrada estás suponiendo que cualquier forma está siempre explicada últimamente por finalidades, es trivial lo que está diciendo Santo Tomás de Aquino. Ahora, cuando tú traspasas eso a una perspectiva moderna, donde sucede al revés, digamos, en que lo excepcional es que tú tengas procesos que estén guiados por una intención, el asunto cambia radicalmente, pero...
Estoy de acuerdo en que es trivial, y por eso pienso que no es lo problemático, y que lo problemático no es que los seres estén arrojados hacia fines, sino que esos fines sean buenos para ellos. Y eso no es trivial, porque eso no debe pasar, en el sentido no es necesario que suceda. Lo otro es trivial, estoy de acuerdo.
Francisco.
Sí, mi única, quizás pues también me puedo haber perdido en el medio de... dos cosas. Una es, no sé qué lugar le das vos a la frustración de la tendencia en la comprensión de esto. Y después, me parece que el concepto de bueno es un problema, porque si lo entendemos meramente, o sea, si lo entendemos de una perspectiva moderna, es decir, como diciendo, bueno, tiene que ser lo perfecto en el sentido contemporáneo del término, y no como la actualización de una potencia en función a una tendencia que no necesariamente sea bueno para el sujeto. O sea, no sé si, digo, pero me parece que, perdón, estoy tratando de entenderla, me cuesta entender un poco la objeción, quizás porque tengo una visión trivial de los entes inanimados, más que no naturales, diría, ¿no? O sea, los entes inanimados, que tienen solamente una forma y en el fondo, en una física aristotélica, tenderían a su lugar natural y poco más.
Sí.
No hay otra tendencia. Después la interacción,
Sí.
La interacción, pero tiene que ver con dónde ubicarse en el lugar natural. O sea, mojo la tierra para ir más para... O sea, no sé.
Son como epifenómenos
que tienen que ver con la tendencia natural, pero no pareciera que tenga que ver con una búsqueda de la perfección, ¿no? Es decir, se mueven y en ese sentido me parece que eso no quita que no tenga una finalidad en el orden básico. No sé. O sea, me parece más complejo la frustración de la tendencia en los entes animados. O sea, el típico ejemplo, el árbol que se estira buscando la luz y se termina cayendo.
Sí.
Entonces decís, bueno, buscaba su bien, pero finalmente fue su condena.
Claro. La propia direccionalidad hacia su fin, que es bueno,
que es bueno, que digo yo, se frustra, ¿no? O sea, la frustración de la tendencia me parece como incluso más que tiene su solución, que tiene que ver con la contingencia del orden natural, me parece, pero no sé, perdón, es un... pero no sé si para vos eso tiene relevancia.
No la veo, pero no digo que no la tenga.
No.
No la veo, pero no digo que no la tenga. Eso es todo lo que puedo decir. No, lo que quiere decir es, pienso que es algo relevante para la cuestión, no tengo que pensar.
Clemente.
Sí. Yo le digo algunas veces que hay autores tomistas que abiertamente llaman a la quinta vía la vía parasitaria, en el sentido de que piensan que de alguna u otra manera el argumento depende de los otros para terminar de funcionar, ¿no? Y efectivamente quizá el solo tema del orden, si no lo conectas más fuerte con una metafísica de la creación, no te termina de llevar a orden. Entonces, en ese sentido, uno podría remontar la quinta vía por... Primero, si a lo mejor no sigue teniendo peso de importancia como algo que aporta algo dentro ya de un marco teísta, en el sentido que a veces la quinta vía puede tener interés para que se vuelva más urgente necesidad de un Dios providente, por ejemplo, no de un Dios puramente impersonal, ¿no? A través del orden, o bien como punto de acceso a la otra consideración, porque, por ejemplo, el mismo problema del orden que tú estás planteando, claro, tú dices una parte la resuelvo apelando a formas aristotélicas, pero ¿hasta qué punto esa metafísica de formas aristotélicas teleológicas se sostiene si tú no das un último anclaje a Dios, ¿no? O no estás en una perspectiva en la cual el fundamento último del universo es Dios, ¿no? No sé si...
Yo puedo complementar esa pregunta,
Sí.
porque, o sea, la una de Clemente, porque también la tenía en mente, esta idea de que algunos autores hablan de una teleología inmanente, algo así como, en que no tenemos que postular un creador externo, sino que la misma naturaleza intrínsecamente está tendida hacia la producción de fines o algo así. Y Philip Goff, por ejemplo.
Sí. Creo que efectivamente, digamos, si uno se mantiene al nivel ilemórfico, digamos, hay preguntas que quedan irresueltas a nivel metafísico. Me parece que quizá las otras vías son la respuesta a esas preguntas, pero no la quinta.
No la quinta por sí sola.
Por sí sola. Me parece que en todo caso, digamos, el poder probatorio, digamos, lo aporta el otro argumento que, digamos, no voy a decir a 12 porque es feo, ¿no? pero con el cual cases a la quinta vía, ¿no? Pero me parece que la carga la llevará, no sé, la primera vía, ¿no? La carga está ahí, la carga probatoria. Y esto puede, una vez que uno arriba, digamos, a una conclusión como esa, me parece que se le ilumina, digamos, también todo el orden natural.
Claro.
Pero también como se ilumina, no sé, las contingencias de la propia vida, digamos, ¿no? Donde puedo ver la mano providente en mi propia vida, a pesar de que no podría usar mi vida y las contingencias de mi vida como elemento probatorio de que hay una inteligencia que gobierna mi vida. No estoy diciendo que sean lo mismo, pero en ese sentido creo que una vez que uno mira desde esa altura metafísica, también el orden natural aparece como gobernado providencialmente. Pero como dice al final, eso es como un punto de llegada, no un punto de partida. Entonces, digamos,
entonces nos cargamos la quinta vía. Porque no es demostrativa.
No, pero que experiencialmente...
Tal como dice Ignacio,
creo que
la quinta vía no funciona sino con las otras. Entonces no funciona.
Pero que,
bueno, claro,
experiencialmente, el punto es que sí, quizá termine mejor cuando lo casas con otra vía, pero muchas veces como la puerta de acceso al argumento va por ahí. De hecho, muchas veces no es como que ya, por otro lado me dijeron que era Dios y ahí sí viene otra vía, sino que mucha gente es desde esa experiencia que hay un orden y un sentido en lo que está viendo a su alrededor, etcétera, llega esa idea de que tiene que haber Dios y queda más implícitamente no desarrollado ese otro paso más metafísico que tiene que haber detrás para que el argumento sea demostrativo. Porque creo que no por nada, Santo Tomás dice que la primera vía es la más manifiesta, pero hay otros textos los que dice que la quinta es la más eficaz.
Es que me parece que sí, con esto. Sí, creo que bueno, no sé, tiempo.
Estamos bien.
Creo que la experiencia, digamos, como dije, creo que la experiencia de direccionalidad, de armonía entre los seres vivos y entre seres vivos, creo que todo eso invita a consideraciones teológicas, digamos. Y por eso, como dije, digamos, es uno de los categorías de argumento más
populares,
más discutidos, digamos, entre los legos, digamos, así como se llama. Sin embargo, bueno, porque el argumento es, creo que cuando uno aprieta, uno necesita algo más. Y eso puede ser alguna de las otras vías o algún otro argumento, desde el cual sí, luego volver a mirar el gobierno providente, Dios como causa última de las formas, etcétera, etcétera. Eso no significa que quizás no haya otros argumentos teleológicos. Me parece que que parte de la teología intrínseca, digamos así.
Porque todavía está abierto si la teología evolucionaria efectivamente logra explicarlo todo o se vuelve
Claro, yo lo que quiero recalcar no es que el argumento en sí funciona o no es me cargo la quinta vía, sino ¿a qué nivel está jugando la quinta vía?
Claro, es que si compite
o no compite.
Pero, Tomás, ¿te parece que buscaba dar una explicación biológica al nivel de la de Darwin? Bueno, claramente no, porque están haciendo cosas distintas.
Me parece que...
Sí, la diferencia.
Y esto es una hipótesis. Me parece que para Santo Tomás, creo que Santo Tomás nunca pensó que las formas podían ser ellas mismas resultado de un, llamémosle, un proceso natural.
Sí, sí lo propuso.
¿Dónde?
¿Sí? Un comentario a las sentencias por obra de San Agustín,
Sí.
que San Agustín habla que forma salen de forma, es el único de los padres. Dice, bueno, tenemos dos modelos de cómo surgen las formas, las especies.
Sí.
Y Tomás, o que sé, queda bastante convencido con el San Agustín, pero también se rige por con el argumento de San Agustín, pero también se rige por el principio del acuerdo de los padres. ¿Sí?
De la estabilidad, digamos. ¿No?
Claro, uno de los principios de teología es el acuerdo de los padres de
Sí. No, digo de la estabilidad de las.
La eternidad de la forma.
Claro.
La eternidad no,
El fijismo.
el fijismo, exacto.
exacto.
El fijismo de la mayoría de los padres a comentar el examen. Entonces tiene esa idea de que formas salgan de formas. No con selección natural, no con cambios azarosos, mutaciones, lo que quieras, evidentemente. Pero está en el bagaje metafísico de Tomás
Esa posibilidad.
esa posibilidad.
Porque habría como una relectura, o sea, habría como dos lecturas. O sea, lo que entiendo es que un poco recogiendo lo que planteaba, que a mí siempre me hacía esta distinción entre como la visión más mecanicista y naturalista, y pareciera que si reduzco a las formas individuales, o sea, el fijismo, las formas individuales inmutables, cada forma tiene que ser una explicación per se de su finalidad, etc. Ahora, si tenemos una visión teleológica global, de corte más platónico, si querés, digo, global, y que hay un alma del mundo.
Claro, la armonía.
La armonía, digo, un alma del mundo en sentido amplio, ¿no? No quiere decir que haya ahí la teleología, o sea, ahí la visión teleológica no necesariamente es mecanicista, o sea, no sé, es un poco la intuición esta, es decir, tenés la teoría evolutiva, tenés el fine tuning y demás, y decís, bueno, eso te habla de una naturaleza a nivel global o no. O sea, digo...
Sí, creo que en la medida en la que uno interprete la quinta vía, que yo pienso no es lo que dice, pero es verdad que en otros textos Santo Tomás sugiere cosas así. Creo que en la medida en la que uno interprete la quinta vía como un argumento que al menos toma en cuenta la armonía cósmica, digamos, y creo que el propio Aristóteles también es a veces ambivalente en ese sentido, ¿no? Todo el texto de la lluvia. Creo que en la medida en la que la quinta vía sea un argumento que apunta a ese tipo digamos, de armonía, creo que mi crítica no vale. Digamos, si Santo Tomás está pensando en eso, creo que mi crítica no vale. Ahora, si Santo Tomás está pensando en eso, creo que la idea de teleología intrínseca queda debilitada, porque es una suerte de teleología que conduce al ente a algo que es irrelevante en términos perspectivos para el propio ente, porque incluso puede ser que se destruya el ente en ese proceso hacia el cual está dirigido. No sé, estoy pensando en el agua y cómo el agua juega en la fotosíntesis, deja de existir.
Sí. Sería el problema del mal o de la...
Sí, pero es una suerte de mal íncito en la propia, en el propio orden.
Sino lo que él plantea de que el orden natural tiene la necesidad de, o sea, digo, la gacela necesariamente va a ser comida para el orden.
Pero la gacela no se pone delante.
No, es violento para, o sea, siempre es violento para la gacela hacer comida y es natural al león comerla, pero...
Exacto. Pero en el agua no sería así, sería como natural al agua, si fuera una cuestión de orden cósmico, prestarse a que...
Bueno, igual sufre una violencia. Digo, porque no sé, pero...
Como la mantis religiosa.
Violencia al agua. Bueno, señores, vamos a quedar aquí.
Bueno, gracias.
Y tenemos ahora un café.
Bien.
Y vamos a retomar nuevamente a las 12. Entonces.
Bien.
de Leandro de Brasi, del Departamento de Filosofía de la Universidad de la Frontera, y Jack Warman, también de ese mismo departamento, Scientism and the Value of Scientific Evidence for Religious Belief. ¿Vas a leer, Jack, no es cierto?
Sí, no tengo que decir.
Adelante.
Okay. Thank you everyone for coming along. I have a tendency to rush when I speak in public. So if you hear me accelerate, just wave at me, throw a cup. I'm trying to slow down for my own good. So this paper is Scientism and the Value of Scientific Evidence for Religious Belief. We're going to try to present a new argument against a certain application of scientism to religious belief. So a defense of a certain kind of practice in religious life. The application of evidential scientism, as we call it, is the view that it ought to be the case that if one holds religious beliefs, any kind of everyday religious belief, then those beliefs are based on the best scientific evidence. We'll talk about why that's a view worth criticizing in a minute. Evidential scientism follows from the following premises, which, taken in isolation, seem kind of plausible. One, contemporary empirical science is the gold standard for evidence. Two, it ought to be the case that if one believes that P, then one's belief is based on the best available evidence. Sounds like a plausible epistemic norm, prima facie. And three, and this just follows from 1 and 2, it ought to be the case that if one believes that P, then one's belief is based on the scientific evidence. So it's a valid inference, whether it's sound or not, we'll see. Obviously, spoiler alert, I don't think it's sound. So in this presentation, we're going to present an original argument against applying this kind of thinking, this kind of argument to religious belief. We'll argue that it's not the case, that it ought to be the case, that if one holds religious beliefs, then they ought to be based on the best scientific evidence. Our argument combines recent work on epistemic partiality and close personal relationships with insights from analytic theology on the personal nature of believers' relationships with God. Because philosophers of religion have tended to focus on questions of whether it's reasonable to believe that God exists, or whether it's reasonable to hold certain beliefs about God's nature. I mean, in particular, epistemologists of religion, of course. This morning we've already heard there's a whole world of philosophy of religion that doesn't involve those questions. We need not answer these questions the same way. For believers who take themselves to have a personal relationship with God, it might be inappropriate for them to base their beliefs about God's nature on scientific evidence. In particular, it's precisely because these believers are in a personal relationship with God that it's sometimes inappropriate for them to form their beliefs about God's nature on the basis of scientific evidence. For instance, if the believer holds the belief that God loves them because of their relationship with God, then it would be permissible for them not to seek scientific evidence in support of this claim, regardless of the probative value that that evidence might or might not have. So we will argue. So what's scientism? Why do we care about it? Many readers will be familiar with the term scientism. In the last decade or so, a handful of prominent public intellectuals and science communicators have been criticized on the grounds that certain of their proclamations betray a scientistic outlook. These are proclamations that provoke accusations of scientism. They tend to be criticisms of religion and sometimes philosophy based on the failure of these disciplines to stand up to scientific scrutiny. The tenor of the retort is that these criticisms are, in one way or another, over-reliant on the undeniable virtues, under-reliant on the undeniable virtues of scientific method. But familiar as we may be with the term scientism, it's not clear exactly what it refers to. There's no one banner under which all those accused of scientism march. There's no single methodological doctrine or ethical code to which they all subscribe. We're talking again about a public phenomenon, something that happens in the streets, rather than something that happens necessarily in the philosophy department. It's important to bear that in mind. But the arguments we're criticizing are ones you're more likely to see on Twitter than published in religious studies. So before proceeding, we'll just outline a little more clearly what we mean by scientism. Susan Hack in 2012 actually helpfully provides a list of signs of scientism. these aren't like necessary conditions or sufficient conditions for scientism. Well, they may be sufficient, and there may be others, but they give us a good guide. They're a field guide, if you like. To give I have them all written down here, but I'll just give you a little taster menu. Using the words science, scientifically, scientist, honorifically, as generic terms of epistemic praise. You can imagine that in headlines in newspapers. Adopting the manners and trappings and technical terminology of the sciences, regardless of their real usefulness. A preoccupation with demarcation, with drawing a sharp line between genuine science, in scare quotes, and pseudo-scientific imposters. Looking to the sciences for answers to questions beyond the scope of the sciences. This is a sign of scientism too. And the one that interests us most, denying or denigrating the legitimacy or the worth of other kinds of inquiry besides the scientific, especially this bit interests us, or the value of human activities other than inquiry, such as poetry or art. As I said, these 6 signs of scientism are not supposed to be understood as a list of necessary and sufficient conditions for scientism, although we suspect that having one of these features is sufficient to make one vulnerable to accusations of the same. And certainly scientism is said to be widespread in society nowadays. It's often explicitly adopted, though, and not explicitly argued for or defended. There are some best-selling works of late that seem to advocate for a scientific worldview, such as those by Dawkins and Harris, and famous atheists, who don't get discussed much at all in philosophy departments, if I'm not mistaken, which is interesting, because those are people who in the last few years have popularized, if not atheism, then discussions of atheism, more than, regrettably, many philosophers have done. Some prominent science, so I think it'd be fun to have an amusing example of scientism, and then a bit of light relief before I get back to the paper. Some prominent scientists have argued that the empirical sciences are sufficiently well equipped for answering ethical questions. Massimo Pigliucci offers the example of a prominent study in American psychologists, in which it's argued that the scientific evidence supports the hypothesis that a ratio of 2.9013 positive to negative experiences was necessary for human flourishing. I just gave you a little positive experience. These claims were rebutted in a subsequent article. The strongest objections, I mean, it's easy to see there are many objections that can be made to that thesis, but the strongest ones emphasize the methodological weakness of applying the mathematics of fluid dynamics to questions of human flourishing. There are also legitimate philosophical objections that can be made to a theory of well-being that describes well-being as a function of positive experiences. This hopefully serves as an amusing but informative illustration of scientism in practice. Having said that, we'll be taking issue with a particular version of scientism that naturally follows from Hack 6 sign, that denying or denigrating the legitimacy or the worth of other kinds of inquiry besides the scientific. We'll discuss this and how it's applied to religious belief in the following section. So the most prominent, the themes that those works I mentioned, that, for instance, The End of Faith by Sam Harris, or The God Delusion by Richard Dawkins, or God Is Not Great by Christopher Hitchens, the themes that unite these works, among other things, is the notion that evidence, in particular, the scientific evidence, excludes religious belief on the pain of epistemic impropriety. And that religious believers are therefore, in some way, blameworthy for their religious beliefs. Or at least that it could be said they've made a mistake. Whether they're blameworthy for it, I suppose, is another question. And as I mentioned earlier, it's important to note that these criticisms are not typically made within the philosophy and theology departments of research universities. Rather, they're made by public intellectuals and science communicators through more accessible media, such as TV documentaries, podcasts, books aimed at general readership. Even though some of these figures do have backgrounds in the academy, their comments about religion are not intended for an academic audience. Richard Dawkins, at one point, he's a very respectable biologist, but he's not working in his capacity as a biologist when he writes The God Delusion. Well, it's not clear to us whether this fact that they're writing for the political audience should require methodological changes on our part. Like, should we be scrutinizing them in the philosophy department since they're just public works? But I think we should take them as at face value unless we have a good reason not to, because they make these arguments in public and people accept them in public. People are persuaded by them in public. So we have a duty to take them. And given their ubiquity and the influence they seem to have, it's worth taking them seriously. So what exactly is the logic of the application of evidential scientism to religious belief then? On my view, or our view, the position is a conjunction of a handful of premises, some of which are less controversial than others, some of which I've already mentioned. First, that contemporary empirical science is the gold standard for evidence. The second is this epistemic norm, which sounds fairly harmless on the surface, but of course is open to scrutiny. It ought to be the case that if one believes that P, then one's belief is based on the best available evidence. Third, I already mentioned this follows from the first two. It ought to be the case then that if one believes that P, one's belief is based on the best scientific evidence. Applying this to religious belief, we can just add two more premises. It ought to be the case that if one holds religious beliefs, then those beliefs are based on the best available evidence. And if the best available evidence is the scientific evidence, according to the scientific output, then it follows that religious beliefs ought to be based on the best available scientific evidence. Again, I'm talking about religious beliefs of the people, of the granny who goes to church every Sunday, of the kids who meet for after-school Christian club. I'm not talking about theologians or priests or philosophers, although they may also take part in those activities. The first premise is a very strong claim about the probative value of a certain kind of evidence. The thought is that scientific evidence is the best kind of evidence with respect to its probative value. It's a very general claim, something like, for any inquiry whether P, scientific evidence is most likely to get you to the correct answer when compared with other kinds of evidence, such as testimony or introspection. This may be true for certain subject matter. If you want to find out how quickly the ice caps are melting or how to create sustainable energy from nuclear fusion, the scientific method will probably serve you better than introspection, casual observation, or informal deliberation ever could. But of course, this is hugely problematic as well. It's a clear demarcation. I'll talk more about that in the following section. The second premise, which closely resembles an evidentialist norm proposed by Coyne and Feldman, is better understood as a kind of epistemic norm about inquiry, what Friedman has called it a zetetic norm. I think that's how you pronounce it. As such, it tells us how we ought to conduct our inquiries, but it doesn't necessarily tell us what epistemic or normative status the resulting beliefs will have. Adherence to this norm might be sufficient for justified belief within an evidentialist framework, but it might not be sufficient for justified belief within a virtual epistemological framework. Nevertheless, it's appealing to the extent that it captures the prima facie notion, that plausible notion that optimizing the reasons we have for our beliefs is a good thing, and that only epistemic reasons are suitable for that task. The third premise that I've already mentioned several times now just follows from those two, and I won't discuss it any further. The fourth and fifth premises are just the application of what came before to a particular case, namely religious belief. There's no need for further discussion. Now, in this section, we're going to, first of all, discuss the very easy rebuttals to some of the claims that I just mentioned. Because, I mean, I'm sure as you heard me mention them, you're thinking, yes, and, because they're clearly fallacious, some of the reasoning there. So we'll just mention what we think are the obvious, but perhaps less interesting problems with that view, and then go on to something which we think scientism and its application to religious belief reveals. So the first problem is that it's just not the case that science is the gold standard for evidence. I'm sure you're all thinking this already. We can just deny the generality of the claim that contemporary empirical science provides the best evidence. Of course, it might be useful for finding out about how quickly the ice caps are melting or how to create sustainable energy through nuclear fusion. But if I want to know whether I prefer beer or wine, you could conduct a scientific test on me. I don't know, put thingies on my brain and force feed me wine and beer. You could just ask me, and I could tell you. I can know just through introspection. I don't even need wine or beer in front of me to know. I can just remember. I prefer beer. When the conference is over. The scientists might be able to tell me all this stuff, but hardly, we'd be hard pressed to say that the scientific evidence was the best evidence. when it comes to things like that, like my tastes. We could say the same thing about personal relationships. I'll come back to that in a bit. An anthropologist or a psychologist might be able to tell you who your best friends are or who you really love, but there are other ways to find out that don't require scientists to get involved, which might be better. More importantly, though, scientific evidence is not the best evidence for religious beliefs, or rather, we shouldn't take that for granted, and those who criticize religious beliefs because they fail to live up to the standards of evidentialism certainly should not, instead of on the pain of begging the question. Not to mention centuries of theology and philosophy, religious life itself appears to offer all manner of putative evidential resources to believers: introspection, divine revelation, testimony in the form of holy texts, for example, and so on. Admittedly, natural theology of a certain kind may seem to be vulnerable to this point, at least if natural theology is understood as entailing a commitment to a broadly naturalistic empirical outlook. Roughly, natural theology is the view that good arguments about the existence and nature of God can and should be made on the basis of reason and ordinary experience. Think of arguments such as the fine-tuning argument that's been mentioned already today. I don't need to give a description of it because it's already been mentioned. Natural theology is by no means a uniquely Christian tradition either. This sort of approach has been endorsed within Christianity, but also Islam, Judaism, and Hinduism at different times in their histories. It hasn't always taken off. At certain points in those religions, they've also employed a kind of outlook that could be described as a natural theology. So in any case, scientism faces a challenge from the get-go from philosophers of religion. Because according to Reformed epistemology, the support of scientific evidence is simply unnecessary for the epistemic rationality of religious belief. If the Reformed epistemologists are right, then it follows that even if science is the gold standard for evidence sometimes, it's not always, and crucially, it's not when it comes to the central claims of religion. As Plantinga has argued, we can't decisively answer the de jure questions about what it is rational to believe until we've decisively answered the de re question about whether God exists. Right, now let's move on. In any case, I suppose, we're just going to move on and assume that God does exist, and assume that what believers say about their relationships can be trusted. Because if we're interested in the de re question and what difference it makes to the de jure question, it's legitimate to assume that God exists, and then from there to establish what else could be known, if that's the case. So there's another problem which you will have immediately bristled at when you heard it, which is the norm that I stated, the epistemic norm that I mentioned, is far too demanding. It's clearly impracticable in everyday life. The scientific outlook is far too demanding. And this is evidence that it's not the case, that it ought to be the case, that if one believes a P, then one's belief is based on the best available evidence. If this norm were true, then a great deal of our beliefs would violate it, not just religious beliefs. We can adapt a point made by Peter van Inwagen in a reflection on William Clifford's The Ethics of Belief, namely that if it is always wrong, it is wrong always, everywhere, and for anyone to believe anything on the basis of unscientific evidence, that's my adaptation, then we should expect proponents of scientism to make, or at least be willing to endorse, similar criticisms of all manner of beliefs or schools of thought. In other words, if we adopt the norms of scientism and implement them fully, wholeheartedly, then we'll be forced to reduce our confidence drastically in all manner of our beliefs, very many of them. But it is also true that there are kind of arguments that ought doesn't imply can, and I guess you could try and find that way out of the over-demandingness of this norm by saying, well, sure, we couldn't actually live up to that norm, but it can be kind of robustly action guiding. So like, to the extent that I can, to the extent that it fits with my other goals and commitments, I should try to find the best available evidence always. It's kind of interesting psychologically that this appeals to some people. It chimes with the notion that it doesn't follow from the notion that supererogatory epistemic conduct is good, but it kind of chimes with it. It sounds nice, the thought that like the ideal is unattainable, but can guide our epistemic behavior. But that's not sufficient on our view to motivate the stronger norm that we should always have the best possible evidence for all of our beliefs. In any case, we're specifically interested in moving beyond questions about whether God exists to everyday matters about ordinary believers' beliefs about God. And then following section then will proceed to a different way of thinking about scientism and its discontents. Namely, that it fails to appreciate the nature of everyday belief. And I might add the nature of everyday believers' interactions with God, or at least what they take to have with God. Crucially, some aspects of religious life have been overlooked in contemporary dates about the epistemology of religious beliefs. As I said before, they focus on questions of existence and rationality. But that's not what interests us here. A great deal of religious believers believe that they have a personal relationship with God. And plausibly, we think, this actually makes a difference to what they believe about God. Not just in terms of content, but in terms of method and how they form those beliefs. Taking this seriously, we think, grants us a new perspective on the epistemology of religious belief. They got us as in the philosophers, not us as in me and Leandro. Ultimately, we'll argue that it's inappropriate for religious people to take themselves, pardon me. Ultimately, I'll argue that it's inappropriate for religious people who take themselves to have a personal relationship with God to base some of their religious beliefs on scientific evidence. To give an example, again, another spoiler. If a religious person believes that God has their best interests in mind when he answers questions or apparently declines to answer their prayer, we'll argue that it would be inappropriate for them to then seek scientific evidence in support of this claim. Again, we're talking about ordinary believers in the street. We're talking about, well, we'll get some examples in a minute. We're not talking about we're not talking about the academy. We're talking about what should your granny believe? What should your cousin believe who lives in the country and goes to church every week to pray for a good week out on the fields? Let's listen to some testimony. These are supposed to be amusing as well. I'll add another positive experience to the one you've already had in my talk. This is attributed to Peggy, and it's from Frozen Bader's 2010 book on religious life in America. And we think it represents a fairly common view about how God interacts with the world and with believers. This is Peggy. He flushed my toilet one time. I was living overseas and I didn't have a garbage disposal or a sink. My bathroom was where I'd wash my dishes, and I had left some food, some rice, in a Tupperware container too long in the fridge, so I had to throw it out. I was going to flush it. Well, it had become kind of hard and compacted in the shape of the dish, and it got clogged in the toilet. And I filled the bowl to the rim with water, and it just sat there. Nothing happened. I didn't know what I was going to do. I was so embarrassed. I didn't want to call the janitor and have to explain to him a stupid American had blocked her toilet with rice. So I just prayed. And as soon as I prayed, it just went. The toilet flushed. There are lots of ways we might respond to such testimony. I heard a couple of chuckles there. Even some believers might recoil at the thought that God works in such earthly ways. A scientific response to this avowal of divine intervention would be to point out that the laws of physics will not allow special divine intervention in such cases. Flushing of a toilet can only have a physical or sort of mechanical cause. There's simply no room in the scientific worldview for the possibility that a supernatural God intervened on the natural world and flushed the blocked toilet. In order to understand what's going wrong when we apply this kind of norm, this way of thinking, to religious belief, we need to pay closer attention to the nature of religious life. The particular feature of religious life that's relevant to this argument is the second personal nature of the relationship between the religious believer and God. In short, there are good reasons to believe that the nature of the relationship between believers and God is personal, and that this makes a difference to what believers should believe, or how they should form and maintain their beliefs. So in a way, we're arguing in weak defense of Peggy. So many religious believers, especially Christians, I say especially because that's who formed our case study rather than because they in particular have this kind of relationship. Many religious believers, especially Christians, think that they have a personal relationship with God. But do they do or not is a different question. Maybe they do. We're just not talking about that. There is some sociological evidence which supports this point. In America's Four Gods, the book I mentioned earlier, a study of beliefs about God in the United States, it's claimed that 55% of Americans believe that God 55% of Americans believe that God is highly engaged with them personally and the world more generally. Although within this group, there's disagreement about how judgmental God is. But the differences of agreement are about smaller scale things than about the very nature of the relationship. Their disagreements about God's personality in an everyday sense of the word. Like, is God judging me or is God like me? That's the level that ordinary believers engage with God at. Because again, I repeat, we have to take our mind out of the philosophy classroom. What do they think? Some people think God is judgmental, some people think he's nice. But 55% of them think that God is either judgmental or nice, and he's interacting with them every day, personally. We might speculate that those who believe that God is highly engaged and highly judgmental conceive of their relationship with God as more like a child-parent relationship than a friendship. And that those who conceive of God as highly engaged but less judgmental and more caring think of their relationship with God as more like a friendship. But in any case, they think they've got a personal relationship with God. There's some biblical evidence to support this notion too, just in case you think I've gone too far into pointing at everyday believers and making big conclusions from what they say. When Jesus bids farewell to the disciples in the Gospel according to John, he addresses them as friends with the words, "This is my commandment, that you love one another as I have loved you. No one has greater love than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. You are my friends if you do what I command you. I do not call you servants any longer, because the servant does not know what the master is doing. But I have called you friends, because I have made known to you everything that I've heard from my Father." Now, whether this is evidence that believers actually enjoy a genuine personal relationship or friendship with God may be debated. But it certainly lends credence to the suggestion that the notion that Christian life involves friendship with God is not a radical departure from orthodoxy. Returning to the main point, how should believers form and maintain their beliefs about God, if not on the basis of scientific evidence? Well, let's look closer at this relationship of friendship and ask, how should we form and maintain beliefs about our friends? And some recent work in social epistemology, not that recent anymore, it was recent when I started my PhD. Sarah Stroud and also Simon Keller have argued that being good friends requires one to occasionally set aside the norms of epistemic propriety and to respond to other considerations in the way that you form and maintain your beliefs about your friends. So Stroud, for instance, writes, "Friendship positively demands epistemic bias, understood as an epistemically unjustified departure from objectivity. Friendship requires epistemic irrationality." We're actually not going to rely on a position that strong in what we argue. To give an example of the sorts of positions we're talking about, Simon Keller defends what seems to be a softer position, that when good friends form beliefs about each other, they sometimes respond to considerations which have to do with their friends' needs and interests, and not with the truth. And this is what makes it normative, not just descriptive, that's what makes them good friends. We owe our friends, Stroud writes, something other than an impartial and disinterested review of the evidence where they are concerned. So consider how you would respond to a rumor about a friend's misconduct. If a third party told you that a friend had acted badly, and you had no reason to doubt this third party report, should you believe that your friend acted badly? Epistemic propriety seems to demand that you do. I mean, there's cases and cases, obviously, but if you don't have a good reason to reject someone's testimony, then you should believe it, is the thought. But of course, friendship's demands seem to put us in the other way. A good friend doesn't believe harmful reports about another friend unless the evidence is overwhelming. At least you would expect your friends to withhold judgment until they've heard from you. A few options are open. They can speak to the friend first. They can look for themselves, or they can just ignore the request, or rather ignore the rumor. What could justify such a radical position? Well, Stroud and Keller opt for a kind of phenomenological approach. They just describe lots of cases of where it seems we have a demand for epistemic partiality and friendship and extrapolate from those. But there's another approach drawn from what Marisic and White have argued about how beliefs can wrong other people. So Marisic and White have argued that your beliefs can wrong another person and your judgments about them when you fall short of the regard, when they fall short of the regard that the other person is entitled to expect from you. And their insight is based on the Strawsonian notion that in personal relationships, we are entitled to be treated from a certain kind of participant stance, the perspective that sees us as a fellow agent, and not from an objective stance, which sees us as like an object in the world, like a teapot or a cow. When you fail to treat someone's entitlement to be treated from this perspective, you wrong them. So the aspect of epistemic partiality that interests us is that which occurs at the level of evidence gathering. I think I have to skip ahead because I've not got a huge amount of time left. Okay. When deliberating about when we deliberate about how to go about inquiring whether P, we have choices to make about what kinds of evidence we look for and the way we gather it. Let's return to friendship with non-divine persons before we get back to the main point. A plausible extension of the notion that we should treat our friends with a kind of positive bias is that we shouldn't gather scientific evidence about our friends. Or more, to put it like a little less weirdly, we shouldn't conduct kind of empirical experiments about our friends. We shouldn't go looking for clues and try to find things out around their back. We have ways of dealing with our friends that involve talking, asking, things like that. How come? Well, what evidence you gather and how you gather it are shaped not only by your needs, but also by your resources, including your time. Oh, hang on, I've just missed a line. In practice, the epistemic norms of inquiry and those concerning evidence gathering in particular are influenced by practical considerations as well as epistemic norms, as well as epistemic ones. What evidence you gather and how you gather it is shaped not only by your needs, but also by your resources, including time, equipment, expertise. Imagine that you want to find out whether your shirt is made of cotton before you put it in the laundry. You could simply read the label, or you could examine the physical structure of the fibers through a microscope. Both approaches would get you an answer. The second approach might have a higher probative value, but obviously it's unacceptable for mundane practical reasons. A well-structured inquiry about the material of your shirt wouldn't involve the use of microscopes. Not if you only needed to check what setting to put the washing machine on. It's enough to look at the label. Now, that's to show that practical considerations make a difference to the norms of inquiry. But if that's the case, then perhaps we can apply that reasoning to friendship as well. Practical considerations about how my inquiry will affect my friend should shape how I inquire about my friend. Let's consider some examples, or just one example. Suppose you wonder whether your friend intends to break up with their romantic partner in the aftermath of a serious argument that they've told you about. There are several ways you could gather evidence that's relevant to your inquiry. You can find out about their intentions by making observations about their behavior, and then using the insights of behavioral psychology, determine whether they do in fact have the intentions to break up with their partner. This might get you a very accurate answer about your friend's intentions. After all, it can be hard to know our intentions by introspection, and people are sometimes uncomfortable with sharing these kinds of plans. But there is something very strange about forming your beliefs about your friends in this way. If your friend formed the belief out of you in that way, if your friend found out that you'd found out about their belief in this way, they would be offended, and it makes sense. What would they say? They would say, why didn't you just ask me? The point? In friendship, this kind of scientific empirical inquiry, however great its probative value, is sometimes inappropriate. The norms of inquiry, when applied to a certain subject matter, namely in this case, my friend's intentions, dictate that I should use a certain kind of method, namely asking and not investigating their psychology. Now, finally getting back to the main point. This will be brief. How do we apply this to religious belief? But the reflections outlined in the previous section put pressure on the notion that, put pressure on the premise presented in this section 2, that it ought to be the case that if one believes that P, then one's belief is based on the best available evidence. But having particularly to do with not the epistemic side of that premise, but the attribution, the application of it generally to situations like a friendship. Now, to close, I'll explain what this means for religious belief and how it allows us to push back against the application of evidential scientism to religious belief. After all, we've not shown explicitly what epistemic partiality has to do with the believer's relationship with God and their beliefs about their interactions with God. Let's turn to that now. So, as I've said, some religious believers hold that they are in a personal relationship with God. This relationship is sometimes characterized as a friendship. Other times it's characterized as a parent-child relationship, where God takes the parent role. But in any case, it seems that for some believers, there is a moral requirement to treat God with epistemic partiality, from the ethics of friendship, as we've discussed. As argued in previous sections, there are good philosophical reasons for thinking that our epistemic behavior, how we form and maintain our beliefs, can harm and benefit our friends. And if that's the case, then given the ethical requirement to treat our friends with epistemic partiality, we should treat, or at least believers should treat God with epistemic partiality, this kind of positive bias. So in practice, let's return to the blocked toilet, to Peggy's blocked toilet. What would this look like in practice? Earlier, we considered the curious case of the blocked toilet. In short, Peggy blocked the toilet and then prayed for God to unblock it. The toilet suddenly flushed. And the person who prayed to God for help explained this sudden unblocking as a miraculous divine intervention to save her from an embarrassing quandary, having to explain to the janitor that she had been putting her rubbish in the toilet instead of in the bin while she lived abroad. We were interested in the question of whether it's acceptable from an epistemological point of view for the person to believe this account of events. Now, again, for that person to believe it, we might think she's crazy. Other believers might recoil, but it's all right that she believes it. After all, from the scientific outlook, so the thought goes it's not. The laws of physics are inviolable. There must be a better explanation of the unexpected flushing of the toilet than her praying for it. And on this view, the person, Peggy, who believes that the God flushed a toilet is deserving of blame, of criticism, because they hold a belief that's not based on the best epistemic evidence, best available evidence. But the concept of epistemic partiality allows us to understand a little better why it might be wrong for the scientific-minded critic to criticize the believer for giving God the credit for unblocking the toilet and ignoring the scientific evidence, or not even bothering to think about it in that way. More to the point. Even for us outsiders, believers and non-believers alike, it's what she says seems unreasonable. It makes sense from her perspective. From her point of view, it's obvious that God flushed a toilet in response to her prayer. And more to the point, given her relationship with God, it would be wrong for her to consider alternative scientific explanations. She may be quite mistaken, but failing to scrutinize her interaction with God with scientific rigor is not a good enough reason to criticize her in this case. After all, when you ask a friend to do a favor and what you wanted gets done, you'd be wronging them if you looked for other, less benevolent explanations of their behavior, or if you questioned whether they really answered your request, and it was not just lucky that their intentions coincided with yours. So to close, what we've tried to do is use the scientism as a foil to shine a light on an aspect of religious life, which is interesting from an epistemological perspective, namely that the relationship that a believer shares with God makes a difference to how we should judge their beliefs. And with that, I stopped.
Bien, preguntas, comentarios. Gonzalo.
So the last sentence you just said, how we should judge their beliefs. Judge them regarding what their rationality, what sense judging them? You know, I mean, Dawkins would say this is irrationality at its most.
Yeah.
But someone would say judge them morally. It's bad to believe this, or in what sense judge them?
Yeah, I suppose it's true that someone with committed to a kind of scientific outlook might respond by saying, like, no, Jack, Leandro, that's not a criticism of my view. That is my view. Their friendship is, or their supposed relationship with God is shaping how they form their beliefs, and that's bad. What we've tried to stress, and perhaps it needed more emphasis, is that perfectly legitimate inquiries, like legitimate from an epistemic standpoint, involve these kinds of considerations. There's nothing wrong with ignoring the best possible evidence, if it's true that scientific evidence is the best possible evidence, when there are other ways of finding things out that don't require you to, say, insult your friends by, you know, rummaging through their rubbish or connecting them to kind of different, I don't know, probes and things like that, viewing their face with a thermal camera. Other ways to find out.
Emilio está primero, después... Perdona, Costo, no sé si Leandro, tú querías agregar algo.
¿Se escucha?
Sí,
Can you hear me? Yeah, no, I think it's a perfectly good answer by Jack. Yeah, maybe we needed to make more explicit the fact that we take it that this friendship, this personal relationship with God makes it epistemically rational for people not to take into account the scientific evidence. But what Jack said is completely right, in my point of view, at least.
Can I just add a quick comment? The idea is just well, another way to think of it, or I think to add to what we said before, is that we're trying to resist this notion that optimizing your epistemic output is the right thing to do. As a more general thought, in which this narrower thought that and friendship makes a difference lies.
Emilio.
Instead of saying that ordinary religious beliefs need not be based on the best available evidence, would you go one step further and say that they need to confront radical counter-evidence?
What do you mean by? Could you give me an example?
So
just so I make
it's
sure.
it's a Kierkegaardian point. God's command to Abraham to sacrifice Isaac is totally absurd from every point of view. So it seems to be that the genuine act of faith requires a conflict with evidence, not only
Yeah, that's interesting. I still haven't made up.
So you can say that they need not be based on the best available evidence, or you could be more radical and say that
I see.
they need to be in conflict with factual evidence too, in order to be genuinely religious.
Yeah, I mean that's a more radical view than I would like to endorse just off the bat, right? But it would be interesting. My methodology has been what seems all right in a normal friendship, and how can we map that onto religious life? Although there's obvious differences between my friendship with my mates who I play football with and the believer's friendship with God. But I mean, there could be cases, I suppose, in friendship where, in ordinary friendship, in earthly friendship, where what it takes for you to be a good friend requires you to really ignore the evidence. It kind of depends on your view of friendship. If you're Aristotelian about friendship, then that's probably not a worry, because if someone's accused of something terrible, and there's tons of evidence that they did it, Aristotle's going to say, well, that's not a very good friendship. That's not one worth defending. But on a more kind of perhaps more modern and more amoral view of friendship, you'd say, well, bad people can be friends with bad people. Name your, who's a good example? Putin and Maduro have been talking on the phone a lot lately. They can be good friends to one another whilst being terrible. I hope that's not too controversial an example. And so we could say, well, actually, for Putin to be a good friend to Maduro, he has to ignore a lot of evidence. I mean, you might say that he just doesn't care about the moral considerations. So in applying that to a religious case, I'm just not sure. It's an interesting possibility.
I'm thinking, for example, that you're totally lost in an expedition in the Andes. And you believe, nevertheless, that you will survive. that requires that you have every reason not to believe that you will be saved. Like, you have no resource to escape a situation you're totally alone. And only when that is the case, then your belief becomes religious. Otherwise, the opposite would be to confuse optimism with religious belief.
Yeah.
So I think.
No, it's interesting. I don't know. I don't have a good response off the top of my head. Apart from, I'm just not sure whether I want to go that far. I think it depends on other parts of your other parts of one's theology. Let's say, whether that's an acceptable conclusion. Some kind of moderate Christian might think. A moderate liberal Christian would probably say that's too strong. The conservative would just say.
Eso lo vas a presentar mañana, Miro, ¿no es cierto? Sí, esta mañana ustedes vamos a poder discutir sobre.
Thank you. I'm sorry to give an unsatisfactory answer.
Ignacio.
Can I just add something to
Okay.
that? Yeah, I mean, I couldn't hear the question properly, but I think this might be sort of related to the issue, and there is evidence, at least in America, where surveys are conducted, that religious people distrust science, and they think that science and religion conflict, and I think our view, given this friendship consideration, can explain that. I mean, and that's a point, I think, in favor of our view that in principle it could explain that distrust in science. And another thing is that also there is some empirical evidence that religious beliefs, just like sometimes don't respond to scientific evidence, sometimes they do. And again, our view can explain such a thing, given that it might be that the relationship with God is not there, the personal relationship with God is not there in the cases where those beliefs respond to science. And finally, I think one more thing is that many religious believers, and I think this is the point that more directly addresses the question, think that their beliefs are rational, and again, we have the means to explain. I mean, obviously, you would need to conduct some empirical evidence to see whether it is because they have a personal relationship, or whether those people that think that their beliefs are rational do have a personal relationship with God. But at least you could think that this sort of move can explain the fact that something that their religious beliefs are rational.
Ignacio.
Well, Leandro's comment made me think of something. I'm going to do two questions, very brief. One on the first thing that Leandro said. Sorry, I'm going to do this so they can just hear me. And that you also said, you both referred to American surveys. Religiosity in the US is very peculiar. And I'm not sure it's representative for the rest of the world's religiosity. I don't mean only Christian. Yeah, religiosity in Mexico is very different, and in Brazil is very different from Mexico as well. And you go to India and it's very different than in the US. So why always referring to American surveys? It's something that bugs me a bit. Yeah, it bugs me. So that's one thing. That's just anecdotal. The second question refers to the first question asked, and I wonder. So you stressed the friendship with God, right? I wonder whether somebody committed to scientism of some sort would say, well, that's a very nice analysis of friendship. But in human friendship, a friend knows without scientific evidence, but simply by looking at it, that the friend is there, right? So I don't have the question of the existence, right? So if you apply the same analysis to God, well, that basis is not there,
right?
Because you just don't have that.
Disanalogy.
Which, yeah, there's a little bit of a disanalogy, and someone like Dawkins could say, well, what was the question of this? The name of the guy from the movie A Beautiful Mind, Nash, right? Nash had a wonderful friendship with this other guy, and it was just in his head.
Yeah,
he didn't exist, right? The guy was completely delusional, Nash, and created his mind, created a friend, and he had a wonderful friendship with this other character, and the character had his own personality and made jokes and this and that, but it was all in his mind. So somebody like Dawkins could say, well, there you have the true analogy between a friendship of a delusional guy with the religious mind, the religious person with friend who is a friend with God. Does that make any sense?
No, absolutely.
There you go.
So why American surveys? Two reasons, one more boring than the other, both quite boring. First is that there's much more research available on American believers, partly because they seem to be deeply religious and happy to talk about it. And we found another, I suppose, slightly more methodological in a less mundane sense, is that let's suppose, as is likely to be, probably the case, like this is a distinctly American phenomenon, this like super personal relationship with God, but in this very like earthly friendship sense. Well, then what we're saying is only any good to them. And it doesn't help a Christian in Nigeria or whatever. It doesn't help a Muslim in Beirut. And that's just a consequence of the view we have.
And that's fine.
Yeah, I agree that it's unfortunate that we're talking about just American research, or research about Americans. I mean, I'm not sure how to go further than that, apart from just we would need to do more research about how many people hold this kind of view about their relationship with God. As for the disanalogy, yeah, I mean, the cheap and dirty answer is to say those Christians, or at least some of those American Christians, because as you pointed out, we're talking mostly about them. They don't have any doubts, probably. I mean, I'd have to check whether they actually think that. But the kind of slightly intellectual doubts about whether God exists are probably not doubts that worry people who think they literally talk to God every day. It's true that if you have doubts about whether God exists, no, I don't know if it's true. It's plausible, I think, that people who genuinely worry that God doesn't exist don't have the same kind of relationship with him. Weird. And those, again, our argument would not be of much use to those people. Whether religious believers are just like Nash, that remains to be settled. I cannot qualify. I'm not qualified to answer that question myself, but I mean, it'd be a good comeback if it turns out God doesn't exist. That would ruin our argument. Or perhaps not. Perhaps there's like an internal rationality, like an internalist framework. I don't know. In short, that's my best effort at pausing.
Yeah, I think you can think of maybe because Ignacio, the point was you could see your friend right in front of you, but just think of a pen pal or something like that. You know? And I think then this analogy is not that big. God obviously doesn't communicate by letters, but you know, people do believe that he communicates in other ways, and like a pen pal does. And it would be great to hear from you if you know of any evidence regarding your first point, the way I don't know, Brazilians and Mexicans and Argentinians or whatever, Africans in general, think about God, because unfortunately we only came across American surveys.
If I may just reply to that question, I don't know of any survey of the kind in any other country. Elaine Eklund, as you know, is conducting surveys around the world on science and religion, but not many in Latin America. And my comment was just an anecdotal evidence that I experienced going to Brazil, going to Mexico. I've never been to India, but that sort of evidence, which is epistemically valid.
Bien, estamos en la hora, así que vamos a quedar aquí. Muchas gracias a Leandro y Jack. Ahora vamos a hacer un alto hasta las 3 de la tarde en que tendremos la presentación de Clemente Neus. God as a Theoretical Chapter. La presentación tiene el título God as a Theoretical Chapter.
Gracias. Inglés.
Sí, la presentación.
So this will be part of a wider investigation, and I think it's important to have this in mind. The first part of the investigation was made about natural theology in Thomas Aquinas. It's more an interpretative part, and that's what I presented in the last workshop. And I wanted to show how could this framework of Aquinas somehow be applied to contemporary discussion. So I would not talk about Aquinas at all here. I just wanted to say it because it might sound like what I'm saying sounds pretty far from the typical perspective of a religious believer. But actually, I think you can somehow ground it and see something like this or complement this with Aquinas' framework of how natural theology works. So, because what I'm going to say might be like a bit strange for some, because I'm going to make a comparison where God is something like a proton. So you could name it like, what do God and a proton have in common? And why should we think of God somehow as we think of something like protons? So in order to do this, I believe that the first thing we have to have in mind is that I believe that we should somehow change the framework of more contemporary or more recent religious epistemology. Because as Jack Warman was saying at the beginning of his presentation, normally religious epistemology nowadays focuses mainly on the justification of certain beliefs, or the warrant or lack of warrant of certain beliefs. So whether are we or not like fulfill certain epistemic duties when we do something or not. And I think we should address like a more elemental epistemological question, which is focused on meaning, which was, I believe, the first question that actually was at stake in analytic philosophy of religion, the meaningfulness of religious discourse. I think it's important because I will try to restate some of the classical problems with the meaningfulness of God talk and show how natural theology can help us to get through these difficulties. And this is what I will call the semantic and hermeneutic functions of natural theology. That is, looking at argument for God's existence as indicating a philosophical context within which we can reasonably speak about God and give meaning to I would talk about God and make sense of religious statements. This is different from the typical apologetic function that normally contemporary natural theology has. People normally think that we need natural theology because religious beliefs are not justified or they lack some sort of warrant. And somehow we need to overcome this weakness of religious beliefs by supporting them with rational evidence. So I don't have anything against apologetics, but I don't think that's the main function of natural theology. And maybe natural theology can have a moral mental function. And this is where I put somehow Aquinas. I believe that in Aquinas, it is maybe this hermeneutic and semantic function is more important than the strictly apologetic one. So what is the problem with the meaningfulness of religious propositions? And I would say the problem like in 3 stages. So the first version of the problem was stated in a very famous text by Anthony Flew. It's a discussion that's called Theology and Falsification. And it was posed by Flew like the problem of falsification, which is basically the idea that religious propositions are meaningless because there's no way to falsify them. So Flew illustrates this with a very famous example, which is the parable of the gardener by John Wisdom. In case somebody does not know the parable, I found a video here that explains it very briefly, so I think it's worth to...
British philosopher John Wisdom came up with a thought exercise that sounds a lot like a debate over an ontological argument. It's called The Parable of the Invisible Gardener, which brings us to this week's Flash Philosophy. Let's go to the thought bubble. Person A and Person B return to a garden after a long absence and notice that a few of its plants are still thriving. Person A says a gardener must have been tending the garden while they were gone. Person B doubts this is true, so they agree to wait and see if a gardener shows up. After some time passes, they see no one, so Person A says the gardener must be invisible. So they put up traps and bring in bloodhounds to catch it. When no one is found, Person A says the gardener must be intangible as well as unsmellable, to which B replies, what's the difference between an invisible, intangible, unsmellable, entirely undetectable gardener and no gardener at all? Thanks, Thought Bubble. Can you guess who A and B are really talking about?
Between this invisible, intangible, whatever gardener and no gardener at all. So Flew's point is like, religious believers start with a proposition that seems very meaningful, like there is a provident, omnipotent, omniscient God, etc. But then you start putting qualifications in order to overcome some difficulties. Flew is mainly thinking about the problem of evil, and that ends making God dead by 1,000 qualifications. That is, it makes religious propositions meaningless because there's no way to falsify them. And Flew is assuming that in order for a proposition to be meaningful, there has to be at least other propositions that are incompatible with it. So I'm not so convinced with this way of stating the problem. Maybe it was later on why this is not so convincing. But in any case, I think there's something respectable and respectable intuition on this idea that somehow if religious beliefs are completely apart from empirical evidence and our everyday experience, how can they be meaningful? And how can we meaningfully speak about something that's completely outside our experience? So there is this other difficulty, which I will call a version 2 of the problem of the meaningfulness of religious proposition, that is also posed by Flew, but it's also posed by other people like Kai Nielsen and Gaskin and Gavin, I believe, they are typical guys who posed this problem, which is what Flew calls the problem with God's individualization, and says we cannot meaningfully refer to a disembodied substance since we do not have tools to individualize this substance properly. No, so Flew is starting by the assumption that according to classical atheism, God is an incorporeal substance. It's not like Zeus or something like that who lived in the Mount Olympus with his friends, but he's actually not in any place at all. Nor is God a more impersonal abstraction like justice or a mathematical function. He's an individual. And say, okay, we cannot successfully individualize an individual in order to distinguish it from any other one, unless it is somehow accessible for us through experience. I think there's an important ambiguity in the way Flew states this problem. I grant that there are factual difficulties with individualizing a non-corporeal substance, but that is different from claiming the metaphysical impossibility of that substance. So it seems to me that here the real problem is epistemological and semantic, and not really a metaphysical problem with the idea of a non-corporeal being, but more like a problem with probably individualizing it so we can speak meaningfully about him. So then I will turn to the third version, which I think the best way to state this problem, which was very famously posed by William Alston, which is the problem with referring to God. So Kripke starts to begin with posing this as a semantic problem, not as a metaphysical one, okay? And it's associated to the main ideas of Kripke's semantics. So the first way to state this problem, the first premise of the argument, to say it like that Alston is making, is basically Kripke's semantics. A correct semantics of proper names would hold that words are associated with a referent by an initial baptismal act, followed by a chain of uses in which the entity named by that word remains always the same. So the idea is like, okay, it was very easy, like when you have a descriptivist semantics, to have God, because you put a description that only God will fulfill, and that will be a way to individualize God, and then you can try to demonstrate or something like that. But Kripke says that's not how real semantic works. At least most of people in theoretical language now prefer this other kind of way of addressing semantics. And we have this way of addressing semantics, God talk, becomes much more complicated. Why? Because the initial baptismal act requires an offensive act, or some way or another individualizing what we are referring to with this name. And God cannot be ostensibly individualized because he's incorporeal. So we cannot adequately individualize the reference for the word God. Therefore, we cannot speak meaningfully about God. Alston will try to address this problem by putting pressure on like the third premise and say that, okay, we cannot ostensibly individualize it because it's not physically present, but we have some way or another experience of God. And also we talk about religious experience, and somehow we talk about God by referring to this experience. So the reference for the word is first of all individualized by the speaker in his individual experience of God and his individual relationship with God, and then through acts of communal worship, this is shared, and people who grow in this community and have taken place in this somehow start to be able to name God. This has, of course, a strong commitments, first of all, to the idea that a lot of people have religious experience. Alston was also going to write a lot about religious experience and will be like very permissive in order to grant people some experience of God. And to me, it's very unintuitive. To me, most of the people who talk about God do not think they have any direct report with God and no experience of God at all as he himself. So I will try to think of a way out of this problem that do not commit us to believe that we have an experience of God as such, but is more committed like a view like Aquinas, where all our knowledge of God is indirect. That is, we only know God through creatures, and it is through creatures and through making sense of creatures that we start thinking and talking about God. So this leads me to the middle stage of my argument, which is the semantic of theoretical terms. I think that these difficulties that somebody like Flew had with talking about God are connected to more broad general difficulties that positivism, because theology and falsification in many senses, I believe, is like, breathing from the tradition of positivism. The problem that positivism has and logical positivism had when dealing with the semantic value of a lot of our talking. Because not only God can be dead by a false qualification, a lot of our scientific discourse also has this problem that we cannot like typically, somehow pick out a statement that will falsify it and empirically verify it. Not all our meaningful language is open to immediate empirical verification or falsification. And that's an important, thing good about more contemporary philosophy of science, that when you think of somebody like Laudan, Lakatos, and Kuhn, all of they are trying to show you that science is not just about collecting and mechanically organizing observational data. Science also involves creating theoretical frameworks, and so interpreting data through this framework. And this is why scientific language is full of what we can call theoretical terms. words we use to designate things that are beyond direct intervention, but somehow play an important role when we're trying to explain things through a certain theory, and when we're trying to make sense of those things that are more immediately in our experience. Carl Hempel had, for example, this paper where he talks about theoretical terms and tries to explain why did they pose an important challenge for the verification principle. I said, well, nor the entities designated with these special terms, nor the truth or falsity of some statements where these entities are involved can be susceptible, at least not always, to direct experimental falsification. And in this, Hempel shows it very well. It doesn't matter for this if you're having a falsification principle or a verification principle, the problem is going to show anyway. So let's think, for example, and there are such things as theoretical terms. I think this list is from Einstein to try to illustrate it. So say, okay, we say something like red, warm, soft, to the left of, longer than, volume, etc. So this kind of language for us is like trivially meaningful. And we would not see that these are theoretical terms. We are trying to describe things that we are much more directly acquainted with. But when we will talk about something like the electric field, an electron, nobody has ever seen an electron. Nor can you point out, oh, here's an atom, or that this is a molecule, this is a gene, this is a virus. It's more complicated than that when we're using this language. Now, the fact that you cannot really have the direct experience of this does not mean that this language is completely disconnected from empirical phenomena, because somehow the theory where this language is involved is trying to explain the phenomena. So you can think about this like imagining Mendel, so George Mendel was trying to postulate theory to show how did some traits pass from the fathers to the offspring, and he somehow shows certain patterns that this passing of the train always observed. And he postulated, okay, let's assume there's something like a factor, and these factors are in pairs. One belongs to the father, well, we see the other one for the mother, one is recessive, the other is dominant, etc. He makes his theory. At his point of scientific development, he was not really able to say what this factor was, what we now call a gene. Now we've come to have this old complex genetics, and we have the DNA, etc. And DNA somehow seems to be fulfilling the function that Mendel thought that the gene fulfilled. But at that point, Mendel did not really know what a gene was. He only knew that these were the patterns, and his theory allowed him to make these predictions about how the traits were going to pass to the offspring, and the predictions were not only fulfilled. And that seemed like a good reason to believe the theory to be true, and to believe there ought to be something like the gene. So it's difficult to distinguish theoretical terms from our ordinary language. And a big problem in the literature of theoretical terms is trying to give a criteria for distinguishing theoretical terms from non-theoretical terms. Actually, saying a paper shows how literature has tried to address this in two ways. Okay, and use two kinds of criteria. The first is the observability criteria. So the objects and properties designated by TTs, I'm going to talk about TTs, the theoretical terms, are not susceptible of empirical observation, and therefore their application to a particular case cannot be settled by direct observation under suitable circumstances, or only by a few observations. So one reason to leave a term in our language is a TT is that we cannot really observe directly what's involved in the term, the reference. And the other is the criteria of the conceptual organization. TTs has this important theoretical load or explanatory power, and you can only apprehend the real meaning of the term as long as you are thinking of the theory more as a whole, understanding what is the theory intending to describe and explain. Two things I think we have to have in mind. In any case, mainly about maybe the first criteria, distinguishing between theoretical terms and non-theoretical terms will mean somehow maybe engaged in some sort of empiricism, in the sense that I am saying that some things are more immediate to our experience than ours, and somehow our knowledge of these things that are more immediate in our experience is more certain. This need not be a strong empiricism, like it needs to be Hume. This can be like an Aristotelian empiricism, where our knowledge begins by sense data but it can also go beyond sense data. But it has to be somehow grounded on what the sense presents to us. Another thing that's very interesting, and it's also connected to the second criteria, the concept organization criteria, is the Kuhn's idea of paradigms. And I think this is also important because whether or not we believe a term to be theoretical will depend on what is the framework through which we are interpreting the data. And sometimes when a lot of theories are very, very extensive, very ubiquitous where we live and in our education, we came to see that way of interpreting the phenomena as the only reasonable or possible one. So we somehow don't realize that we're actually talking about a TT because we're so used to talk about this and interpret phenomena through this framework that somehow we believe it's obvious and it's real in our experience. So that's important because maybe that's going to help us to understand why some people at some point start believing that God did not be a theoretical term, that it can be something we could really have some experience of so directly, so immediately, not mediating all this wider framework. Now, Brayton points out exactly that the problem that Alston is ascribing for talking about God also happens with all theoretical terms. And he also shows how theoretical terms are problematic for a Kripkean theory of meaning. And he tries to develop a Kripkean theory of how should we fix the reference for a theoretical term. I have basically this model. Okay, so first we're investigating a set of phenomena, let's call it the phenomena F, and we arrive at the hypothesis that in order to explain that phenomena, on the explanation of the phenomena, some non-ostensible entity named X is involved. And then, as we unfold the explanation of F by X, we also acquire certain belief about X, how X should be in order for the theory to really work and to really make this more intelligible. So the interesting thing is that in this sense, the semantic of TTs is mixed. It has, like we can say, a Kripkean element, which is this capacity of ostension, and this is connected to the phenomena we're trying to explain. So the Kripkean element is what is the phenomena we're trying to explain? What is the question we're trying to answer with this term? And there's also this descriptivist element, because the explanation of this phenomena involves making a series of assumptions and interpretation about how the term should be like. And in this case, it might be true, and Bernd Eng's main point, I think this paper is precisely this, that our beliefs about X are also very important in order to determine whether or not some entity can be called X. So he believes that it's more important, this descriptive element. I disagree with Eng in this point. I would make more important, more fundamental, the ostensive element, the Kripkean element of the semantic. But I think it's true that you have to also realize that in this case, also a lot of description will be involved in the process of setting the reference for the word. Now, there's an obvious question. It is, okay, but what are the ontological commitments of subscribing a theory where TTs are involved? I will suppose to believe that those things named by the TTs are real entities. And of course, it will depend about how realist you are about science. So you might think that science is like really theoretical, good scientific theories are making a copy of reality, you know, piece by piece. But maybe that's too excessive. You know, surely a lot of the theory is using a lot of images and whatever. So we cannot always take the theory to be literally truth. But if it is our best theory, then I think we can assume that it's somehow truth what the theory states, or it will be reasonable to assume that what the theory states is somehow truth. And if it's truth, we can simply say, okay, for these statements, there has to be a truth maker. There has to be something in reality that makes a theory truth. So we need a truth maker for those same statements involving theoretical terms. Now, the good thing about this idea of truth makers is that it is categorically neutral, some people say. That means you're not really saying what kind of entity is that what makes the statement true. Whatever it is in reality that is making the statement true. But maybe it will not be literally as the theory at the beginning is suggesting. And sometimes, like in science, you will have this thing that you know that it cannot be literally as the theory is describing it. But this image is the best way we have to describe it, and we can talk about it. Broadly speaking, I would say that we should maybe distinguish between some cases in which those explanatory context postulates that the TT postulates an entity independent of the phenomenon explained. And I think we can associate this with kinds of explanation through formal and material causation, using more statistical language. And in other cases, maybe especially when you're talking about finite causes and efficient causes, you need the TT to be designating something different from the phenomenon explained. So sometimes you will have to have a wider ontology in order for the theory to make sense. So you will have to have a different entity making sense of the phenomena. So my idea is suppose that we can address the difficulties that we've been mentioning by supposing God works as a theoretical term. You could use other strategies, by the way, and typical strategies that I've seen so for literature are normally thinking, for example, the strategy of Wittgensteinianism that somehow isolates religious language from our different language and try to make it more something of certain way of existing or life commitment. Or maybe you can try to ask this by reformed epistemology that maybe is going to sympathize with Austin's idea about everybody having this God experience, or maybe all of us having some sense of divinitaries. But I'm not so convinced by that. Okay, you could also have like these other two, I think other people argue is like, okay, let's be descriptive in the case of God, which is I believe somehow what perfect being theology does. Let's assume that God is described like this, and we can individualize from this description, and then we can talk about that. All I'm going to say is for whomever is not so comfortable with those kinds of solutions, I think the best way to address this topic is thinking of God as a theoretical term. So what happens when you think of God as a theoretical term, and how can the difficulties we've been discussing be enlightened by this assumption? So regarding the first problem, the falsification problem, well, we can just say that it's not infrequent for the basic axiom of a scientific theory to be unavailable for the empirical verification of falsification. And this doesn't mean that the theory is disconnected from the empirical domain. So somehow I believe that Philosophy was assuming this Popperian idea that a crucial experiment can completely falsify the theory. But as a matter of fact, normally scientists will not just renounce the theory just because there's isolated evidence against it. They will introduce auxiliary hypotheses and somehow tangle with the idea. So basically, not only God, but a lot of TTs are exposed to dead body falsification qualifications. So I believe it would be more interested if you have idea like the epistemology of Kuhn or Lakatos, where you're thinking more in terms of research programs or of paradigms. And I think Lakatos had this very idea, it's very important. It's like, okay, it doesn't matter we have evidence against the theory. We're not renouncing to it unless we have a better explanation. Because it's the only explanation we got, we just have to stick to it. And it's unreasonable to believe that scientists are going to renounce an explanation just because there is evidence against it. That's of course talking against the explanation, and you will be more easy to make it, to somehow renounce it. So I'm not going to say that you can't have a rational abandonment of religious belief because there's evidence against them. But the process is much more complicated than just saying, okay, I found this specific evidence against the hypothesis, and then you should renounce it, because that's the way somehow you look like it seems to be in the typical debates about theism and atheism, that sometimes atheists are going to tell the believer, unless you can address all my objections, you should renounce your beliefs. Well, we can somehow move here from the problem of meaning to the problem of justification. And we can address this problem of justification in a traditional way by assuming the self-evidence of certain metaphysical claims, and then show it that once you grant these metaphysical claims, you can only explain our experience by appealing to God. If that is successful, you have a traditional demonstration of God's existence. That is somehow what I believe that might happen with somebody like Aquinas. Now, for purposes of the debate, you can also bracket this supposed evidence of some metaphysical claims and think about this in terms of rival explanations or rival research programs. So we can talk about like God dispensing ontologies and theistic ontologies as alternative proposal for interpretation of our world. An intellectual choice between one or the other one will depend on whether you see them as progressive or regressive. That is, whether or not you believe this is helping you to understand the world and make more sense of your experience or not. And that is, I believe, what somehow happens when people might have conversions or apostasies, that somehow they're trying to make sense of the world they experience it and how they live it. And at some point of your life, you realize that assuming there is something like God, all your experience will make much more sense. And maybe it will happen the other way around with some other people. So we might think it's a bit, maybe a little bit more like something like this. Now, regarding difficulty 3, I'm not going to have a specifically address difficulty 2 because I think difficulty 2 was a mistaken way to actually address in like difficulty 3. That's why I say there was this ambiguity in this objection about the problem with God's individualization. I don't think there's a metaphysical problem with God being an individual, but there is a problem with individualization, individualizing an immaterial individual. That's basically the problem of free. That is also a problem of referring to God. So we individualize the referent of a TT by setting out the explanatory function. It fulfills towards the observable phenomena. And this is what I call the semantic function of natural theology. Arguments to demonstrate God's existence somehow help us to fix the referent for the word God and have all our talk about God running, and start talking about this. In order for the argument to fulfill this function, you do not really need it to be a full demonstration or a strong demonstration, as I believe it's enough with the argument with being possible. This is a possible way of interpreting reality. And as long as it is possible to interpret reality in that way, then the argument makes sense. And then you can meaningfully talk about God because you could be assuming this explanatory framework. And there's this hermeneutic function because we start developing the theory. And as the theory is further deployed, we start having more strong beliefs about how God should be like in order to fulfill these explanatory problems. What kind of God is the one that really makes sense of the world we experience, on which God not? And this will be the typical discussion of God's divine attributes. So somehow natural theology also gives us a framework to think divine attributes. And I think this is very important also because I think there's a problem when theology somehow tries to separate the discussion of attributes from the discussion of God's existence. We actually have to first of all think, what are we talking about when we talk about God first? And that means, okay, let's go to the arguments for the existence of God. And having this in mind, this is the basis to start talking about how God should be like. Because otherwise, it's like discussing how should a proton be like without having in mind what are we trying to explain when we're talking about protons. And there might be also an apologetic function. And I don't think this is strictly necessary. This is just optional. But the thing is, if the semantic and hermeneutic functions are successfully deployed, normally the people who's following this path in order to make sense of this statement will start to realize that this way of interpreting the reality makes sense, and that somehow this is plausible, and it can help us to better understand the world. And as long as that is the case, you will be having evidence for God's existence or good reasons to embrace this hypothesis, not just understand what it means, but also embrace it and think it's true. So in this sense, natural theology can also have this other function of giving more support to religious belief. So my suggestion is using classical arguments to demonstrate God's existence as a path through which the very concept of God becomes more intelligible. And this is very interesting also to make a sense about the limits we have when talking about God. Because nothing of what we say about God can be taken as a literal attribution to him of the properties and features we see in creatures just as they are in them. And it also happens with TTs. the talk about it is always haunted by images, you know, and metaphors. And these limits on our discourse about God do not necessarily mean that we have to embrace some sort of skepticism. Because if we're having a realistic perspective about theories, then we say, okay, we don't know really how the truth maker is, but it has to be some truth maker. And in order for the theory to make sense, the truth makers will be something like this. So this is the best way I have to describe it. So maybe when we think about the traditional doctrine of analogy, I think it has to do a lot with this, what I'm kind of thinking about. We're talking about something we do not having the experience of, through that things of which we do have experience of. And all we know about God, we know about him because of creatures. So we're using the creature in order to understand the creator, and of course the creator will not be enough to have a proper and perfect concept of God. So there will be important limits in our language about God. So this makes very important God's explanatory role. And of course, regarding this is very related to what I call the hermeneutic function. It will depend how we address and how we sketch the argument for the existence of God, what belief we have about how God should be like. And it will depend what explanatory role we're assigning to God, what kind of God we should believe on. So this is also very important because as a matter of fact, at least from the very beginning, this natural theology could lead us maybe not to classical theism, but to other kind of doctrine about God if you're making sense of God through a different sort of question, from a different philosophical framework. But if you're using something like a typical cosmological argument, I do believe that the kind of God you're going to arrive at is pretty similar to the God of classical theism. So as a conclusion, I think it's important to make justice of natural theology. Do not simply isolate the argument for God's existence from the rest of the discourse about God. And maybe sometimes we see the argument not so much as demonstration, but more like an invitation, a way to open up the conversation and make the idea of God meaningful. I don't believe it's a coincidence, the fact that Aquinas put the argument for God's existence at the beginning of the Summa, and he addressed it very briefly and very shortly. And then he talks a lot about God's attributes and other stuff, because all what he's going to say later on about the attributes is somehow rooted on what he said before about God's existence. That's where he starts like his initial material to get the God's description running and think about divine attributes. So in this sense, I make this difference between a more apologetic approach to natural theology, which takes for granted what God means and wants to only provide evidence, and the semantic and hermeneutical functions of natural theology, while you first of all trying to make sense of religious language. And later on, you will see how this also can help to have religious belief more justified and making more sense of them and interpreting them more correctly. Also leads you to understand why some people believe this and why it might be reasonable to also believe this view. That will be mostly all. I insist that I don't want to take outside of apologetical function. It is still open with some modification that maybe I suggest there might be borne in mind. But in any case, we cannot reduce natural theology to this apologetical thing. And we also have in mind this other function that natural theology might have, is somehow making sense of this natural spontaneous reasoning by which a lot of people come from creatures to God. So thanks to you all.
Tenemos entonces espacio para preguntas. ¿Puedes dejarte compartir pantalla para ver el... Ahí está. Bien, preguntas.
Bueno, primero, gracias por la exposición. Lo primero que se me ocurría es que la propuesta en principio no me parece en absoluto descabellada. De hecho, hasta donde sé, el intento de los propios positivistas lógicos de desembarazarse de los términos teóricos vía definiciones, utilizando exclusivamente términos observacionales, viene de la sospecha de que no estaba tan claro qué diferencias puede haber entre un electrón y un ángel, o sea, entre términos teóricos y términos metafísicos, ¿no? Bueno, todo el tema de la teoricidad, eso lo podemos charlar en otro momento. Ahora, yo iba al tema de la inferencia que va de una teoría con éxito, de teoría exitosa, a la verdad, con la existencia de esos términos propuestos por estas teorías exitosas para dar cuenta de cierta parte del mundo. Y quería ver en esa analogía si se podría ver algo como, por ejemplo, el realista exige que haya, por ejemplo, ciertas predicciones sorprendentes para esas teorías, etcétera. ¿Hasta dónde podemos llevar esa analogía? Y como si no sería un tropiezo, pensaba en lo siguiente, ¿no? Que cuando uno, el admitir la existencia de estos términos teóricos, cuando uno habla de quarks, de, no sé, de spin, uno está hablando siempre de entidades naturales. Y ahora estaríamos abriendo la puerta, o sea, estaríamos exigiendo, pidiendo que se nos admita la existencia de entidades sobrenaturales. De un término teórico que habla de una entidad que no es natural. Y en ese sentido hay una diferencia, me parece, también entre...
Bueno, quizá aprendiendo por lo segundo, sí, y todo va a depender, yo creo, de hasta qué punto la respuesta a la pregunta que están planteando requiere eso, ¿no? Porque por de pronto, en un sentido, claro, cuando nos queremos contradistinguir de Dios, cualquier otro término que tú coloques va a ser natural, ¿no? Ahora, en muchos sentidos el electrón también se aparta en su manera de funcionar, y uno sabe que en la física cuántica, de hecho, hay una serie de cosas que son muy antiintuitivas sobre cómo funcionarían estas partículas elementales, que son totalmente distintas a cómo estamos acostumbrados a pensar la materia, digamos, a este nivel más macro, ¿no? Y sin embargo, como es la mejor manera de explicar el fenómeno, estamos dispuestos a aceptar a estas entidades que parecen tan raras, ¿no? Entonces, igualmente creo yo que puede pasar en el dominio metafísico. O sea, hay una pregunta muy recalcitrante a la que tú no puedes responder, sino apelando a algo que está más allá de todo el resto de nuestra naturaleza y que es radicalmente distinto de la naturaleza a la que tenemos experiencia. En la medida en que no puedas hacer sentido de esa pregunta de otra manera, parece ser que esa es una motivo razonable para apelar a Dios, ¿no? Y en ese sentido creo que todo va a depender mucho de cómo estás situando el problema, ¿no? Y cómo lo tratas de poner a nivel metafísico esa pregunta por Dios, ¿no? Porque claro, efectivamente uno dice, claro, la teoría, entre comillas, es exitosa en la medida que hace predicciones. Bueno, en el caso del teísmo es súper fuerte, porque la predicción básica que hace el teísmo es de que podríamos existir si existe algo así como Dios. Y como de hecho existimos, la teoría se está constantemente cumpliendo, digamos, ¿no? Y estamos tratando de explicar por qué, si no hubiera algo así como Dios, nada de aquello de lo que tienes experiencia podría realmente ser así como tienes experiencia de ello.
Pero, bueno, perdón.
No, eso básicamente. Y bueno, quizá después hay argumentos que te ayudan más, pero cuando estás pensando qué tipo de principio primero tienes que postular, claro, ahí te ayuda, por ejemplo, todo el tema de argumentos como argumentos del diseño, creo yo, ¿no? Porque si quisieras que el principio primero fuera no providente, no inteligente, no personal, etcétera, probablemente podría decir que habría esperar un mundo, una naturaleza muy distinta a la naturaleza de la que de hecho tenemos experiencia, en la cual hay orden, hay regularidad, hay finalidad, etcétera, ¿no? Un poco por ahí quizá lo tiraría, ¿no?
¿Querías tú agregar
No,
algo? Emilio.
Muchas gracias. Cuando tú hablas de la creencia religiosa como una explicación plausible de ciertos hechos, que podría dar sentido a la existencia o sentido a del universo, porque se me viene mucho a la mente, o sea, la pregunta que te quería hacer sobre esa base, ¿qué distingue a una creencia religiosa de una hipótesis científica? Porque, por ejemplo, Peirce, cuando él describe lo que él llama razonamiento abductivo,
claro,
lo que él llama abducción es, pero casi calcado de lo que tú describes. Te pongo un ejemplo, no sé, estoy caminando en una montaña, me encuentro con un fósil marino, entonces, frente a ese hecho sorprendente, yo formulo una protohipótesis y digo, bueno, acá seguramente alguna vez hubo mar.
Sí.
Entonces, claro, eso es una protohipótesis científica que tiene un truth maker, todavía no sé qué es lo que lo hace verdadero, lo tenemos que investigar. Entonces, para mí, lo que tú estabas describiendo es como casi equivalente a eso.
Ya, que creo que
¿En qué se diferencia como una hipótesis abductiva a la Peirce de lo que tú estás diciendo?
Creo que hay que hacer una distinción, y eso creo que es importante, y eso lo trajo parte del trabajo que estaba más con Tomás de Aquino, entre un conocimiento natural de Dios y un conocimiento sobrenatural de Dios. ¿Ya? Entonces quizás tú estás pensando aquí como creencia religiosa, más este segundo tipo de conocimiento. ¿Ya? Pero creo que hay que reconocer esas dos maneras de aproximarse a Dios y como complementarias, ¿no? Entonces, empezando a ver la perspectiva natural, conocimiento natural de Dios que tú puedes tener a partir de la teología natural, ¿no? Creo que a nivel natural nuestra experiencia de Dios de alguna manera tiene bastante de eso, como de hipótesis científica, solo que en este caso es una hipótesis metafísica. Y el Dios de Aristóteles creo que tiene mucho de eso, ¿no? Y probablemente creo que en muchas religiones, de alguna u otra manera, también a un nivel muy primitivo, la divinidad también tenía que ver con cómo hacemos sentido de los fenómenos y ver cómo se producen, etc. Creo que hay algo de esa pregunta. En cualquier caso, incluso de esa perspectiva puramente natural, tú te das cuenta de que la pregunta que estás planteando ya es muy radical, y es distinta de otras preguntas que están planteando al orden natural. Y de hecho, como veía venir Daniel, claro, como la pregunta es distinta, el tipo de entidad que vas a tener que plantear es totalmente distinto del tipo de entidad que plantearías para resolver otros problemas. Entonces ya en ese primer nivel, incluso como una pregunta natural, creo que tú te empiezas a dar cuenta de que aquí hay algo que es un poco más radical en juego, ¿no? Aquí estamos hablando del horizonte explicativo último, ¿no? Y el destino último de existencia y el fundamento último también de todo lo que existe. Eso, por una parte. Y luego, en la perspectiva de un conocimiento sobrenatural de Dios, está la idea, todavía más sorprendente, de que Dios pudiera revelarse, ¿no? Y dirigirse a nosotros y hablarlos. Entonces yo lo planteo a veces, así voy a poner una metáfora, que es, para mí el Dios de la teología natural es como un enorme abismo. Y tú te topas con el abismo en la naturaleza, digamos, y la verdad no tienes ni idea qué es lo que hay ahí adentro, pero sabes que el abismo está ahí, y hacer teología natural es como un poco tomar la medición al abismo como tú puedas, digamos, desde el borde, pero no sabes lo que hay adentro, ¿no? Y no sabes realmente qué es Dios en sí mismo en ese sentido, ¿no? Pero te ves arrojado, digamos, frente a ese borde de un abismo en el cual hay un misterio enorme que está en el fundamento de todo. La fe religiosa es como si escucharas una voz que brota desde ese abismo y dice tu nombre, y está pidiendo una respuesta, ¿no? Y entonces tu relación va a ser totalmente distinta en ese sentido, y vas a tener un conocimiento completamente diferente de aquello que podía haber allá adentro, porque ahora te está hablando y se ha dirigido a ti de un modo mucho más personal, y eso reclama una respuesta personal de confianza, ¿no? Y empiezas a creer cosas sobre lo que hay allá adentro, aunque no lo puedas ver solamente porque tomas el testimonio de lo que dice esa voz. Y sin embargo, ambas cosas creo que se pueden complementar y una no quita a la otra, ¿no? De alguna u otra manera, si uno hubiera visto primero el abismo, no hubiera tenido cómo interpretar que esa voz venía de ahí, y que es por el hecho que viene de ahí que merece toda mi confianza. Y quizá a veces, mientras más voy investigando y tomándole la medida a este misterio, eso me da también todo un marco para interpretar mejor y hacer más sentido de lo que espera de mí esta voz cuando me está hablando. No sé si esa metáfora te ayuda o ilumina a lo mejor un poco lo que está...
Sí, con lo segundo no dio tiempo, pero respecto al conocimiento natural, como que no, claro, no veo esa diferencia categorial, pero o sea, yo como alguien que viene a otra visión completamente distinta, como que me chocaría mucho llamar a eso un acto de fe. O sea,
no, yo no lo llamaría un acto de fe, yo digo que efectivamente el orden natural no es un acto de fe.
No, llamarlo religioso. Así como Dios es la mejor hipótesis disponible que tengo para explicar.
O sea, yo sí quizá lo llamaría
no veo nada
religioso,
religioso,
porque pensarlo también en un acto de fe, creo que estamos demasiado metidos en categorías occidentales y propias de las tradiciones judeo-cristianas, ¿no? Y eso creo que es importante, y creo que es un problema de marco que tenemos nosotros, que tendemos a pensar que toda religiosidad tiene que ser como la religiosidad de la tradición judeo-cristiana, que tiene en común esta idea de un Dios personal que se revela y sale a tu encuentro. Y es importante porque a veces cuando vas a otras experiencias religiosas de la historia de la humanidad ha sido distinta. Y creo que si tratas de este molde, aplicárselo al budismo, por ejemplo, o a las religiones ancestrales de China o de África, probablemente no tiene tanto sentido. Y no es así como esa persona se relaciona con el tema de Dios, ¿no? Y claro, el motivo por el cual en nuestra cultura está toda esa noción un poco más cargada de lo que es la fe religiosa, es porque está esa otra idea, de que este Dios del que la teología natural hablaba sin poder verlo, esto que San Pablo dice en el Areópago, eso que ustedes veneran sin conocer, ahora se ha dirigido a nosotros y se ha manifestado, y tenemos un conocimiento distinto de él, ¿no? Y a partir de ese conocimiento creemos cosas sobre Dios que no hubiéramos estado legitimados para que era una cuestión puramente filosófica. Y ahí sí interviene sobre la relación personal y la confianza, etcétera, ¿no? Entonces, claro, creo que yo solo llamaría fe religiosa en el sentido más estricto, en el cual la cultura occidental tiende a empezar la fe religiosa, a ese segundo tipo de conocimiento. Y lo otro no sería fe religiosa, sería sencillamente la constatación de que debe haber algo así como Dios.
Sebastián.
Sí, mi pregunta es muy básico, pero al comienzo de la exposición, de alguna manera, creo que era necesario recurrir a la semántica cristiana. ¿Por qué no?
Bueno, sí, ahí...
Particularmente, ¿por qué no, por ejemplo, una semántica descriptivista que apela a los efectos, a los efectos observacionales, si tú quieres, de Dios y llegue a él de manera indirecta? De hecho, me parece mucho más funcional tal vez a esta idea de que podría no existir el referente, digamos, de la palabra de Dios, y sin embargo nosotros tener todos los escritores.
O sea, me voy a la primera porque yo me siento mucho más convencido por una semántica de estilo cristiano que una semántica descriptivista, y porque creo que una semántica puramente descriptivista a veces te puede tener ese problema epistemológico tan curioso de estar hablando de cosas que están totalmente fuera del horizonte de lo que tú puedes conocer, ¿no? Y en ese sentido yo pienso aplicar una semántica puramente descriptivista en lo que realmente uno ve como la Perfect Theology, ¿no? Entonces yo postulo aquel ser más perfecto del cual nada puede pensarse y empezamos a hablar de los atributos divinos como si supiéramos realmente qué significan, ¿no? Y de qué estamos hablando, y me inclino a pensar que cuando pasa eso podemos fácilmente caer en muchos malentendidos y no estar anclando esto en el mundo de nuestra experiencia, ¿no? En todo caso, sí creo que efectivamente quizá, no sé en qué te refieres mucho cuando estás hablándome de una semántica descriptivista que tome los efectos en la creación, pero si de alguna u otra manera toda esa semántica se respeta esa idea básica de que no hay experiencia de Dios en sí, soy una experiencia de la creación, y es esta experiencia de la creación la que te remita a Dios indirectamente, ¿no? Para que puedas terminar de iluminarla y fundamentarla. Entonces sí, ese es más o menos el tipo de semántica en que estoy pensando. Y lo había pensado en semántica cristiana, como digo, y creo que es como lo piensa Alston, porque era en ese momento al menos la semántica que estaba como más en boga, ¿no? Y que parecía más plausible, ¿no? Digo que también por eso Bennett Enck también hace este artículo para explicar cómo puedes abordar los términos teóricos, supuesto una semántica de esta naturaleza, y supuesto que no queremos salirnos de este tipo de semántica en el cual el origen de las palabras está en estos actos de bautismo inicial que se transmiten a través de cadenas de uso.
Ahí también me entiendo porque en el fondo uno podría separar esos aspectos de la semántica cristiana, como el acto de bautismo, cómo es que una cosa pasa a tener el nombre que tiene, y otra cosa es cómo los términos refieren.
O sea, para complementar eso, la idea de fijar significados por rol teórico, que se aplicaba por los positivistas, qué sé yo. Claro, es descriptivista en su base, pero lo peculiar que tiene este autor que tú citas es que hace una confluencia entre los dos.
Claro.
O sea, que es un modelo en donde tú, por decirlo así, la referencia queda determinada por cierto rol teórico, pero es un modelo cristiano en algún sentido. Pero yo creo que... Hoy, bueno, estamos un poquito pasados, pero yo quería hacer una pregunta también. No, a ver... en veces anteriores que te he escuchado, yo siempre he quedado con el problema de si no estás ligando demasiado el significado del término Dios a el éxito que tengan ciertas formas de justificar la existencia de Dios o no. Entonces se hace difícil, por ejemplo, mostrar por qué razón una persona que acepta el argumento ontológico pero no el cosmológico cree lo mismo o acepta lo mismo que una persona que acepta el cosmológico. ¿No? Sí. Pero escuchándote ahora, y que creo que no estabas tratando tanto ese tema, me da la impresión de que tu posición más bien debería entenderse como la siguiente, como que Dios es una entidad que satisface un rol teórico porque hay cierto tipo de explicaciones que está entregando, y esas explicaciones son de tipo causal, está fundando ontológicamente ciertas cosas, es la base de dependencia de ciertos estados de cosas, bueno, de todo, o lo que sea, y eso es independiente de cuál sea nuestra vía epistemológica de acceso a esa entidad. Y no sé si tú estarías de acuerdo con una formulación de este estilo, digamos, o sea, el que un argumento funcione más o menos, el que el que tengamos que ocupar una vía abductiva, por ejemplo, como sugería Emilio, o más bien una vía que sea, en fin, no probabilística, sino demostrativa, o un argumento a priori tipo ontológico, eso es otra cosa distinta. Es decir, de qué manera accedemos nosotros a esa entidad no es una cosa que determina qué es lo que significa el término Dios, sino que más bien el hecho es que estamos justificando una entidad que va a satisfacer roles teóricos del tipo funda la validad completa, o es el principio causal universal, o algo por el estilo.
Sí, eso es importante. Yo me atendría más a lo que Almero, digamos, a pensar de que tú necesitas de alguna u otra manera asignarle un rol explicativo para que el concepto tenga sentido, precisamente por el tema de que de alguna u otra manera tenemos que ser capaces de conectarlo con nuestra experiencia en el mundo cotidiano. Para estos efectos, esto sí creo que es importante dejar muy claro, no hace falta que el argumento sea una demostración en el sentido más fuerte de la palabra. Te basta algún tipo de inferencia natural en el cual tú ves que algo de lo que es la experiencia del mundo natural requiere a Dios, o de alguna manera tiene su origen y fuente última en Dios. Y por eso muchas veces gente que no te acepta el argumento cosmológico, quizá yo creo que lo que va a pensar más bien es que el argumento no es estrictamente demostrativo, pero de todas maneras, en su ontología o en su manera de ver el mundo, sí le dan cierta función explicativa a Dios, y sí creen que necesitas a Dios para hacer sentido.
Es que estoy planteando una cosa distinta, es decir, cuando estás diciendo función explicativa, tiene que ver con qué es lo que Dios causa, si es que existe, qué es lo que Dios funda ontológicamente, o de qué, en fin, de qué es lo que es base de dependencia de Dios, si es que existe. Y esas son relaciones ontológicas, no epistémicas. Entonces la idea es separar lo epistémico de ese rol que es puramente, o sea, ontológico, metafísico. Ahora, ¿por qué creo que sería útil para ti? Porque evitas el problema de decir, a ver, si una persona accedió a Dios por un acto de fe, en fin, leyendo San Pablo, por ejemplo, esa persona entonces estaría aceptando la existencia de una entidad distinta que otro tipo que se convirtió leyendo las 5 vías, ¿cachai?
Sí.
O sea, es separar el tema del acceso epistémico respecto de el rol teórico que es determinante para la explicación del término.
Bueno, esa es quizá la parte que yo sé que está más débil en la investigación, y me gustaría darle un poco más a eso, que es justamente de qué manera se pueden o no estar condicionando mutuamente este conocimiento natural y un eventual conocimiento sobrenatural. Y si podría haber un conocimiento sobrenatural de Dios que va a pasar a esta vía natural de algún tipo de teología natural o inferencia espontánea que te lleve de las criaturas a Dios. ¿Qué es lo que debería pensar? Hipotéticamente sí sería posible, a lo mejor, que hubiera una visión directa de Dios por parte de una persona que jamás ha entendido un argumento cosmológico, y esa persona podría conocer a Dios fuera completamente del contexto de eso. No lo diría por principio como una posibilidad. Ahora bien, se te generan dos problemas. Primero, desde luego, que no creo que sea la experiencia.
Pero un poquitito. Suponte tú que un tipo, bien, está leyendo a, no sé, San Pablo, digamos lo que sea, y entonces, bien, el tipo se convierte y dice, ya, yo acepto la existencia de una entidad que es principio causal universal. Y yo no lo acepto no porque me haya persuadido un argumento cosmológico, no me ha persuadido ningún argumento cosmológico, yo tengo fe simplemente en lo que dice San Pablo. Pero la entidad que yo he llegado a aceptar es una entidad que satisface un cierto rol teórico porque es principio causal de todas las cosas.
Ah, no, eso sí lo aceptaría en ese sentido.
Y paso no necesita argumento cosmológico, eso es lo que me interesa.
No, necesitas, pero al menos de un modo muy, quizá no argumento cosmológico.
No es argumento cosmológico, porque no es lo que te lleva a pensar que esa entidad existe. La idea es, la forma en que yo llego a pensar que esa entidad existe, o me siento justificado, es independiente de la naturaleza de la entidad que estoy diciendo, y la naturaleza está determinada precisamente por ser principio causal de todo.
No, eso sí creo que San Tomás tiene texto lo que dice, porque a veces justamente se plantea cómo es esto de que a veces que hay gente que llega por Dios desde la fe y sin mediar el demostración racional, y dice que es la misma fe la que te mueve a aceptar los preámbulos fidei. Y eso sí puede pasar, creo, a veces. Una persona, normalmente, de hecho, yo creo que lo que va a mediar aquí es la educación, de hecho, ¿no? Y la manera en cual la fe transmitía a una persona de que se le enseña a interpretar el mundo de esa manera, y por consiguiente no es que crea que hay un argumento para demostrar que esa es la manera correcta de interpretar el mundo, pero interpreta su mundo de tal manera que Dios está cumpliendo esta función, y por eso luego cuando lee eso, como que le hace perfecto sentido creer en este Dios que es el mismo del que está hablando San Pablo. De ahí es el mismo don de la fe el que a ti te mueve a aceptar al menos implícitamente ese marco dentro del cual tiene sentido hablar de Dios.
Vamos a tener que dejar aquí.
Sí,
entonces, muchas gracias, Clemente. Tenemos ahora la presentación de Lucas Valega y de Gabriel Vidal, Luca Valera es profesor de este Instituto de Filosofía y Gabriel Vidal es alumno de doctorado también de esta misma universidad. Luca, ¿puedes compartir pantalla?
Perfecto, muchas gracias.
Déjame decir el título de tu presentación, Luca. Es Naess, Haeckel and the Panentheist Ecology, Getting Back to Spinoza.
Exacto. No me deja compartir ahora acá, no sé por qué. Espera, ¿no? Veamos, antes me dejaba compartir, ahora ya no. No sé por qué. No, no me deja compartir.
Creo que lo tengo que poner como Pontificia.
O sea, debería estar como, pero debería estar hace rato. Como no, no sales como...
Ahí sí, ¿se ve?
Sí, perfecto.
Ah, perfecto, ok. Cambió algo, no sé qué cambió. Muy bien, solo una palabra de introducción en español y después hablo en inglés. Nada, muchas gracias por la invitación, muchas gracias José Tomás por permitirnos estudiar este tema que ha sido fascinante para nosotros, para Gabriel y yo. Desafortunadamente no puedo estar ahí, estoy en España, nació mi tercer hijo, así que no podía abandonar acá a mi esposa. Y Gabriel está haciendo su pasantía vinculada a este proyecto en Dinamarca, Copenhague, así que eso. In this presentation, we talk about Naess, Haeckel, and the panentheist ecology, getting back to Spinoza. In the first part of this workshop, Gabriel already talked about the various interpretation of Spinoza as a possible cosmology for ecology and a panentheistic or pantheistic point of view. Now, in this presentation, I will try to deepen basically the relationship between the cosmological point of view of ecology and the pantheistic or panentheistic point of view. So when talking about this project, the project name was Teología Mereológica, la composición monista de Dios en el panteísmo y panenteísmo. Our main goals were to clarify whether the cosmology that underlies a particular form of philosophy of ecology, such as Naess ecosophy or deep ecology, there is a difference between these two terms. I will explain these two terms later, is pantheistic or panentheistic, and then to define if this cosmology is inspired by Baruch Spinoza as the same Naess claims. Very briefly, our aim is to clarify the cosmology of deep ecology while simultaneously solving a problem in Spinoza's scholarship with regards to the relationship between the parts and the whole. When talking about the products and results of our project, we have already submitted our paper, Pantheism, Panentheism, and the cause of getting back to Spinoza, to Zygon, which is one of the best journal in philosophy, religion, and science. And we have already resubmitted the paper after a review of the two referees. And then we'll make the final workshop online, which is a closed workshop on pantheism in April 26 and 27 with 10 people, which will be in Spanish. From this workshop, there emerged a final publication of an edited volume with Springer in the series Ecology and Ethics, with the paper of the workshop and other contributions. And then we made two research internship at the UAM, Universidad Autónoma de Madrid, and the University of Copenhagen, now with Gabriel. So talking about the contents of our research, the four main points that I want to deepen very briefly in my presentation are the recognized need in the philosophy of ecology, and more concretely in ecosophy, for a pantheistic or panentheistic cosmological foundation. Ecosophy was a term which basically emerged from Naess works. Naess is the father of deep ecology, and he talks about ecosophy, refusing later on the word deep ecology because he says that ecosophy, which is composed by oikos and Sophia, basically recalls a more general worldview and a total view. The second point are the reasons for the success of the Spinozian philosophy for such foundation. Then the explanation of the various belonging relationships that occur in the ecosystems. I will not deepen this point because Gabriel in the first workshop has already deepened this point. And then a tentative answer to the question, is the ecosophical worldview pantheistic or panentheistic? So just start with the first point, which talks about the relationship between environmental ethics, pantheism, and panentheism. So when talking about environmental ethics, there is a common point which is commonly acknowledged, that is the human being is a cancer on the planet. So environmental ethics emerged from the issue of the dangerousness and harmfulness of human beings with respect to non-human species, and more generally with respect to the environment. So if we take this image, which represent the deep ecology movement, we may note that on the left we have the wrong representation of the word, which says that the human being and the human male is more important than the other living being and the other species. And on the right, for the deep ecologists, is the right representation, that is in the ecosystem, all the living beings is the same value. So we have to refuse anthropocentrism and try to develop a philosophy which can offer a biocentric point of view or ecocentric point of view. The important passage here is that not only the human being is a cancer on the planet, but as Forrest says, when we human destroy the natural world, we are wounding God. So this is the starting point of our paper. That is there a relationship between God and the natural world? And if there is a relationship, what is the kind of coincidence between God and the natural world? That is it a symmetrical or an asymmetrical relationship between the two entities? And so should we talk about pantheism or panentheism? So very briefly, when we talk about pantheism, we are saying that God is partially distinct from the natural world. That is, there is an asymmetrical relationship between God and the finite modes, retaking Spinozian vocabulary. And while for pantheism, there is a perfect superposition between the two entities. That is, there are perfectly symmetrical relationships. So Grula describes pantheism in a very suggestive manner. He says, the definition of pantheism I use here is the doctrine that God is not a personally or transcendent supernatural being, but that all laws, forces, manifestation, and so forth of the self-existing natural universe constitute an all-inclusive divine unity. So this point of unity is really important for the ecological thinking and for the environmental ethical thinking, because it talks about the possibility of developing a consistent cosmological point of view. The unity between God and nature are the basis of ecology and environmental ethics. I talk about, and this is a suggestion made by one of the referees of Zygon, which was really suggesting, I talk about environmental ethics and ecology of two different fields, because environmental ethics is one of the different applied ethics field, while ecology may be considered as a discipline, as a science, as a political movement, as a worldview, etc., etc. But now I'm talking about the same issue more or less. Levine says that the belief in a divine unity and some kind of identification with that unity is seen as the basis for an ethical framework and way of life that extends beyond the human to non-human and non-living things. The divine unity is, after all inclusive. It is, I shall argue, not accidental that pantheism is often taken to be inherently sympathetic to ecological concern. That is, the idea that there is a divine unity in the cosmos is the basis of the ethical level, which is one of the main points of environmental ethics. That is, if we want to respect the intrinsic value of natural entities, or if you want to respect the rights of all the living beings, we have to, in a certain way, state the unity of God and the world. For example, the issue of intrinsic value of natural entities can be consistent only starting by this point of view. So there is such an implicit deductivism of the basic ethical norms of environmental ethics based on a pantheistic worldview. And for example, intrinsic value of natural entities, the anti-anthropocentrism, that is, if God is there is a coincidence between God and the natural world, the human being cannot have a primacy over the other living beings. So the anti-classism, the decentralization, etc., etc. So for environmental ethics or philosophy of ecology, and for Naess philosophy in particular, is really important the idea that there is such a cosmological point of view which is pantheistic or panentheistic. There is a sort of coincidence between God and the world. But a really important author in the ecosophical thinking, and the same Naess says states this point in different works, is Spinoza. The same Naess was fascinated by Spinoza when he was 17 and started reading the Etica Moral Geometrica Demonstrata and started talking about Spinoza. Was fascinated by Spinoza because Spinoza has, as he said, a total view and a complex cosmological point of view. So he said that no great philosopher has so much to offer in the way of clarification and articulation of basic ecological attitudes as Baruch Spinoza. And we may say more or less that Spinoza is the father of ecology, of the ecological thinking, because he has a very consistent cosmological point of view with that one of the ecology. That is, we can translate the Deus sive natura in the Deus sive ecosystem in a certain way. The same Naess talks about the Spinoza's panentheism. So we have here a first suggestion about the interpretation that Naess gives of Spinoza. He says the characterization of Spinoza as a pantheist is often interpreted in the direction that he identifies God with the universe or the world. Therefore, a better term for his view is panentheist, that is, God in all. And one of one of the critics of Naess says Spinoza's naturalistic pantheism, or better panentheism, is used in the context of the ecosophy, which is the ecosophy developed by Naess, to create a cosmic self that includes not only man, an individual human, but all humans, grizzly bears, water and forest ecosystems, mountains and rivers, the tiniest microbes in the soil, and so on. So the same Naess and the critics talks about the panentheism of Spinoza. So the last step is try to assess if Naess intuition about the Spinoza's panentheism is correct or not. So the question is pantheism or panentheism, the relationship between the parts and the whole. So what kind of relationship between the parts of what kind of relation between the substance and the modes there are? The formula Deus sive natura still indicates to us that the relationship between the substance and the modes is such that it can be thought as a conjunction, as two elements that come together and are interchangeable. So the same Naess says, natura naturans and natura naturata belong together and are not dissociable. But what kind, when deepening the kind of relationship between the substance and the modes, which is the basis of the distinction between pantheism and panentheism, because it talks about the symmetrical or asymmetrical relationship between God, that is the substance, and the living beings, which are the modes. When talking about this issue, we found 4 ways of conceiving the relationship between the substance and the modes in Spinoza. In this part is mainly developed, has been mainly developed by Gabriel, and talk about this issue in the first workshop. So there are 4 ways of conceiving this relationship that there are inherence, identity, material constitution, and composition. And we thought that composition is the best representative way of interpreting the relationship between substance and modes, starting from both Spinoza and Naess' point of view about the relationship between the substance and the modes. The composition, the relationship of composition says that the relationship between substance and modes is that of a part and the whole they compose, the substance being the whole and the modes the part. And when deepening these hypothesis, an interesting suggestion by one of the referees of Zygon helped us assessing the idea that it is panentheistic, and this is the hypothesis of Mary Jane Robinstein. She said, far from identifying the creator with creation, Spinoza provides us with a complete differentiation of them. In short, the statement, God is all things, as Naess said, if you remember, does not mean that the two are equivalent, but that God is the ground of all things as consequence. God exists independently of the finite modes, whereas the modes exist only by means of God. And she follows, God is all things does not mean that God is the compendium of all things, some massively aggregated all, nor again, does it not mean that God is every or any particular thing. Rather, it means that all things are expressions and modification of an essentially dynamic and therefore relationally inessential divinity. That all things both reflects and compose the God or nature that expresses, unfolds, and inhabits all things. So, getting back to Naess, we thought that this description is quite consistent with Naess' intuition of about Spinoza's panentheism, because Naess in his work doesn't give an explanation, a full explanation of this idea that Spinoza's cosmology is one of the most consistent cosmology for ecosophy and for environmental ethics, and that this cosmology is panentheistic and not pantheistic. So he only says that God is revealed in something, namely all being, with which is not conceptually identical. On the other hand, God is not apart from all being. So it is in this point that we may see that Naess' point of view when interpreting Spinoza is panentheistic, because God is in something, but is not conceptually identical as panentheism, say, quite different from pantheism. And on the other hand, God is not separated, is not apart from all being. So when Glasser, which is one of the most important critic of Naess, describing Naess' work, states that he believes in the ultimate unity and interdependence of all living beings while maintaining their individuality. To what forms of relationship between modes and substance is he referring? Surely to a relationship of composition, as we said, in which the relationship between substance and modes is that of a part and the whole they compose, the substance being the whole and the modes the part. On the other hand, Gigon's substantial monism also describes Naess' view with reference to cardinality. There is an asymmetry between part and whole, or better yet, between subsystems and system, and the parts of subsystems are ontologically prior with respect to the whole or system. So we have already answered to this question, that is the philosophical worldview pantheistic or panentheistic? That means questioning about the relationship of identity between whole and parts, or mutual belonging in the philosophical worldview. And this question is really important, not only at the cosmological level, but it has important ethical consequences and value, as it can guide our decision regarding the intrinsic value of natural being. So we can talk about the intrinsic value of all living beings only stating that all living beings in a certain way are reflecting the divinity of God. So in this sense, Hull says that the resacralization of the natural world, the recognition of love of trees and sky as God rather than as creation of an absent God, is seen as a key route to the respect and protection of those elements of nature. So trying to offer a brief summary of Naess' ideas, we should say that all the living beings determine their essence through the force, the conatus, retaking Spinoza, that moves them. That is, one of the most important principles in Naess philosophy is that of self-realization. All the living beings strive for their self-realization, strive for their self-perfection. No? They are determined by these conatus that move them. Living beings, moreover, strive for their own self-increase and self-perfection. There is an active participation, much more than Spinoza's perseverare in suo esse, as Naess say, in the substantiality of God. And finite modes are independent from the whole because they realize their essence independently from God. So the mutual belonging of God and the modes does not imply a perfect coincidence between the two. In this sense, we can talk about panentheism when addressing Naess and Spinoza in a certain way, cosmological point of view. And Naess the same Naess says that this is the essence of panentheism, which is compatible with Spinoza's substantial monism, as Gigon says. So, do we need the resacralization of nature? In this sense, it's quite important, quite interesting, a quotation by Chrysagis, who says that the process theology has in recent years revived the concept of panentheism, the notion that God includes or incorporates the world while not being exhausted in or effaced by the world. The inherent danger of panentheism is that God, being almost identified with creation, may cease to evoke adoration and wonder. And this is Naess' case, because the same Naess, which was an atheist, Naess' philosophy totally excludes any reference for, or rather worship of nature, since Deus sive natura is not an entity that can be loved. It also lacks a personal identity. The resacralization of nature does not require the existence of a God in the form of divinity or divinities of traditional religions. So, just talking 2 minutes about the conclusion. We have appreciated that Naess point of view, which is one of the most important ecosophical and ecological point of view, is quite inspired in Spinoza. And we said that his philosophy is panentheistic rather than pantheistic. So one question may be, is the whole philosophy of ecology or is the whole ecosophy panentheistic? And we have here one of the most important person for ecology, that is Ernst Haeckel, which in 1866 founded ecology. The Haeckel monism, which is basically pantheistic, as he says. The same Haeckel says Spinoza with Bruno and Goethe formulated the most perfect system of pantheism, since they perpetuate the ideas of cosmic oneness and of connection of spirit and matter, or of God. And or as we know in Haeckel natural theology, there is a perfect coincidence of spirit and matter, because he is an evolutionist biologist and philosopher. So Kleber talked about the Haeckelian monism, that is an evolutionary and pantheistic natural theology, which combine pantheism with Darwinism. So at the core of the monistic worldview was the unity of God and nature, talking about Haeckel, where God is understood as a general causal law recognizable by the means of science. As would say, Haeckel's pantheism must support the monist view of God and the world, and in this sense is quite compatible with pantheism rather than on panentheism. And the same Haeckel says that the extramundane God of dualism leads necessarily to theism, and the intramundane God of the monist leads to pantheism. And this is the choice of Haeckel, the same Haeckel, but we have no time to deepen Haeckel's point of view about monism and pantheism. Just try to conclude. So getting back to Spinoza, when talking about pantheism and panentheism, the answer is definitely yes. Even though there are two different ways of interpreting Spinoza's Deus sive natura, as we so that is Naess and Haeckel have two different interpretations of the cosmological point of view offered by Spinoza, and even both are inspired by the cosmology of the Dutch philosopher. The reconstruction of the relationship between God and modes can lead to both a pantheistic and a panentheistic worldview. In our opinion, Naess' idea is more consistent with the scholarship in Spinoza, and so the interpretation of Spinoza as a panentheistic is more interesting, is more consistent than Haeckel one. So just want to thank you for your attention.
Sebastián.
Can you hear me?
Sí, sí, escucho, sí. Sí, o sea, un poco lejos, pero sí.
Habla un poco más fuerte nomás. Es que aquí hay un micrófono ambiental. Micrófono ambiental.
No, es que en una lámina decías que los modos eran independientes del todo. Y eso me pareció extraño, por decirlo menos.
A mí también me pareció lo mismo.
No sé en qué sentido lo son, si es que lo son.
Me pareció, disculpa, clave, no.
No, que hay una lámina en que yo también tenía la misma pregunta, que dice que los modos finitos son dependientes del todo.
Sí.
Eso lo dice Naess, es la interpretación de Naess de Spinoza, pero es una de entrada extraña, digamos. Uno pensaría que más bien la situación es al revés, que hay una simetría en virtud de la cual los modos son dependientes de la sustancia, o están fundados en la sustancia, o algo así.
Sí, eso lo dice Naess interpretando a Spinoza, o sea, hay una dependencia y una independencia, ese es el punto, o sea, que es una respuesta y no respuesta, yo lo sé. Es decir, los modos son dependientes de la sustancia, evidentemente, y en este sentido, digamos, Naess no toma mucha distancia de Spinoza, pero de otra forma, la realización de los modos es totalmente independiente de, digamos, de la sustancia, ¿no? Es decir, cada modo lucha por cada ser vivo lucha por su autorrealización y está empujado por, bueno, Spinoza diría conatus, Naess dice autorrealización, no le gusta mucho la idea, sí le gusta la idea del conatus, no le gusta la idea de preservar la esencia, pero bueno, en fin, ese es otro debate. Pero dice, los modos tienen una cierta independencia parcial, de una cierta forma, evidentemente no es una independencia total, de Dios en cuanto a su autorrealización. Es decir, en cuanto a las posibilidades que tengan los modos mismos de realizar su naturaleza, siendo que cada modo tiene una propia naturaleza. Acá Naess mezcla, como hace siempre, porque Naess, digamos, no es un filósofo muy sistemático, sino que retoma de los distintos filósofos lo que le interesa, y en este caso retoma a Aristóteles diciendo que cada ser, digamos, tiene una cierta naturaleza catafysin y esa naturaleza le indica ya cómo tiene que realizarse. Bueno, pero volviendo, digamos, a la pregunta, la idea es que hay una dependencia efectivamente en la interpretación de Naess, de Spinoza, hay una dependencia de los modos de la sustancia, y esto es evidente, y también, bueno, esto se ve y se nota muy bien en el ámbito ecosistémico, ¿no? La ecología en este sentido, digamos, es un buen paradigma que sabe explicar bien las distintas relaciones de dependencia entre los subsistemas o las partes y el sistema o el todo. Es decir, hay una dependencia estructural que es innegable, ¿no? Por otro lado, pero hay una independencia a nivel individual de cada modo que, como dije, trata de desarrollar su esencia de la forma más original que puede, ¿no? Por eso, para Naess hay solo una norma ética, existe en su filosofía, que es una norma que él retoma de Spinoza, perseverar en su esse, pero, digamos, lo reinterpreta como autorrealización. Por eso, digamos, hay una coincidencia para Naess y no coincidencia del todo entre los modos y la sustancia. Es decir, hay una dependencia, pero una cierta forma de independencia. Claramente acá no entramos en el tema de la libertad, porque sería problemático más para Spinoza que para Naess, que, digamos, en un libro que escribe en el 77, retoma algunas ideas sobre la libertad en Spinoza, pero bueno, a partir de un poco de su interpretación. Gabriel hizo una tesis sobre esto, así que bueno.
No sé si todavía quisieras agregar algo.
Yo sí quiero agregar algo respecto al... Bueno, hay un problema que todavía, digamos, problema a quienes se dedican a estudiar Spinoza, y es precisamente respecto de la dependencia de los modos con la sustancia, y es que y tiene también que ver con esta distinción entre natura naturans y natura naturata, siendo la sustancia la natura naturans y los modos la natura naturata. El punto es que hay un flujo necesario desde la natura naturans, la naturaleza activa, hacia la natura naturata, que es la naturaleza creada. Y esto se basa en el hecho de que, si bien para Spinoza los modos son dependientes ontológicamente de la sustancia y son posteriores ontológicamente a la sustancia, es decir, los modos no pueden existir sin sustancia, también afirma que es parte de la naturaleza de la sustancia, y bueno, todo en la sustancia es necesario, que ésta produzca infinitos efectos e infinitos modos. De tal manera que si no existen los modos, la sustancia entra en contradicción con su propia naturaleza. Entonces, en ese sentido, también, de alguna manera, la sustancia necesita a los modos. Y a partir de esta observación, creo yo, es que Naess hace esta interpretación de que, y también es una interpretación común dentro del panteísmo y del panenteísmo, que la sustancia se expresa a través de los modos o algo así. Esto también es una interpretación de una ecofeminista muy importante hoy en día, que es que los modos son el cuerpo de Dios, por decirlo así. Entonces, eso me parecía interesante acotar respecto al estado actual del estudio de Spinoza en su relación con el panteísmo, el panenteísmo y la ecología.
A ver, más preguntas. Yo tengo otra pregunta más también, Luca y Gabriel. ¿Naess sostenía que la naturaleza no puede ser amada? O sea, yo entiendo que no es objeto de adoración como, en fin, un tipo de divinidad, pero no puede ser amada.
Sí, exactamente por lo que se estaba
diciendo. O sea,
diciendo.
él no tenía amor por la naturaleza. Naess no amaba la naturaleza.
No, es decir, no hay amor, es decir, adoración efectivamente a la naturaleza porque Dios no existe. Ese es el primer punto. Es decir, no se puede tener una cierta reverencia hacia la naturaleza porque la naturaleza, o sea, no es expresión de Dios en cuanto Dios no existe. Es decir, esa expresión sí, es un Deus sive natura, pero es el Deus sive natura de los filósofos, entonces el Deus sive natura de los filósofos no se ama. Él retoma también acá la idea del amor intelectual hacia Dios, ¿no? Spinoziano. Pero claro, o sea, dice, es un amor que no tiene reverencia. Es decir, es un amor que es totalmente distinto del amor que puede probar efectivamente un feligrese con respecto a su Dios, un creyente con respecto a su Dios. O sea, la hipótesis que él quería descartar es que efectivamente existiera un Dios personal, ¿no? Por eso dice, no necesitamos tener esta reverencia hacia la naturaleza. ¿Por qué? Porque tenemos otra forma para fundamentar, para dar fundamentación al valor intrínseco de la naturaleza, que es el modo de la filosofía. ¿Okay? Por eso puede existir efectivamente un amor intelectual hacia los modos finitos en que Dios se manifiesta, es decir, los seres vivos, ¿no? Y por eso, digamos, se retoma esta idea del valor intrínseco de la naturaleza, que se opone naturalmente a la idea del valor instrumental, que es más antropocéntrica, pero digamos sin Dios. Es como etsi Deus no daretur, esa es la idea de Naess, como la hipótesis fundamental, aunque todo el tiempo habla efectivamente del Dios de Spinoza, pero sabe que es el Dios de los filósofos y no el Dios de las religiones. Dentro de todo esto, el mismo Naess dice, bueno, lo importante pero al final son las consecuencias prácticas de nuestras teorías, es decir, si yo llego a respetar el valor intrínseco de la naturaleza a partir de mi ecosofía y a partir de mi visión filosófica del mundo, y otro, Gary Schneider, por ejemplo, que era contemporáneo a él, llega a partir del budismo, y otro llega a través del cristianismo, me da lo mismo. O sea, lo importante es que se respete los modos finitos de la naturaleza, digamos, de Dios, es decir, los seres vivos.
Gabriel, ¿querías agregar algo? No. Clemente.
Muchas gracias. Nada más me entraba la duda justamente cuando se quiere alcanzar esas consecuencias prácticas. Porque si ustedes no están tomando mal, si no estoy entendiendo mal, cuando uno asume un panenteísmo, en que las distintas entidades finitas son modos de Dios, uno de todas maneras podría establecer cierta jerarquía entre esos modos. Y decir que algunas partes de la divinidad son más importantes que otras o tienen preeminencia sobre otras, y restablecer en ese sentido el nuevo modelo en el cual el hombre está a la cabeza, teniendo necesidad de respetar a las otras partes, pero no negando tampoco que hubiera una jerarquía en el orden natural. No veo por qué sería excluyente de esta idea de la jerarquía la idea de un panenteísmo, y no podría haber un panenteísmo que soporte también una visión jerárquica en la que el hombre está a la cabeza, aunque deba respetarle más abajo por esta unidad que le involucra a todos y sin lo cual todos conocemos, digamos, pero que sigue pudiendo sentirse encima. No veo que se deduzca inmediatamente el panenteísmo esa visión como más horizontal en la que todo está al mismo nivel.
Gabriel, ¿quieres responder tú o yo?
Bueno, yo respondo quizás. O sea, yo creo que primero hay que tener en cuenta que si hay jerarquía o no de la, digamos, ontológica de las entidades, va a depender si uno asume un panteísmo o un panenteísmo. En el panteísmo, en su interpretación más clásica, en la que todo es Dios, o sea, el computador, la servilleta, la mesa, que era precisamente la razón por la que Hegel encontraba absurdo el panteísmo, no hay jerarquía. Todo es igual, es Dios en el mismo grado que todo lo demás. En el panenteísmo es un poco más complicado porque hay una diferenciación no todavía del todo precisa, y me parece a mí que la posición de Spinoza es más bien panenteísta, y precisamente voy a hablar de Spinoza, no de Naess por el momento. Me parece que en Spinoza sí hay una jerarquía, evidentemente, o sea, la sustancia es preeminente por sobre todo lo demás, y después están los atributos, pero para Spinoza la distinción entre los atributos y la sustancia es una distinción de razón, o sea, no son nada distintos. Y por otro lado, después viene lo que Spinoza llama los modos infinitos, que son modos que son modificaciones de la sustancia en todos sus atributos, son infinitos atributos, por eso se llaman modos infinitos, y después están los modos finitos, que son modificaciones de la sustancia, pero no todos los atributos. Entonces, a partir de esa observación uno podría, de hecho, establecer una jerarquía, o sea, mientras más atributos participe un modo, mayor va a ser su estatus ontológico. Ahora, incluso si uno asume esa posición, uno puede seguir afirmando una cuestión que sigue siendo, a partir de la cual sigue siendo posible sostener una especie de respeto por el valor intrínseco de todas las entidades, y es que aunque hayan entidades que participen de distinta manera de Dios, digamos, todas las entidades siguen siendo expresiones de Dios. Por lo tanto, todas las entidades, por mínimas que sean, son divinas. Y esta idea es una idea muy común dentro del activismo ecológico y la ecología, que es tratar de resacralizar la naturaleza a partir del panteísmo o el panenteísmo. Yo creo, Luca, que respecto de cómo ve la cuestión Naess, puedes más bien responder tú, pero yo diría que en Spinoza sí sería.
Sí, o sea, si puedo, creo que estamos ya en el tiempo, pero bueno, trato de responder. Ok. Sí, porque Naess y ese es un problema, digamos, en la filosofía de la ecología, la ecosofía, cuando retoma y cuando hace de Spinoza, digamos, su padre, ¿no? Porque sabemos también en la misma ética, el mismo Spinoza, digamos, expresa alguna idea sobre, por ejemplo, el uso de los animales, etcétera, etcétera, que no es muy eco-friendly, digamos, ¿no? Así que ahí Naess mismo, y bueno, yo diría la mayoría de los que se apoyan en Spinoza, en la filosofía de la ecología, toman una cierta distancia de Spinoza en este punto, es decir, de una posible jerarquización de los seres vivos dependiendo de la participación que estos seres tengan, de estos modos tengan con respecto a la sustancia. Ahora bien, ¿cómo Naess trata, digamos, de evitar la idea de una grande escala del ser, ¿no? que digamos, era un poco anterior a Spinoza, ¿no? ¿Cómo trata? A partir, digamos, de la afirmación que dije antes, es decir, que cada ser tiene una cierta naturaleza y esta naturaleza, digamos, está dada y cada ser lucha por mantener su naturaleza. Entonces, digamos, cada ser tiene que realizar su naturaleza y la manera en que participa, digamos, de Dios es la realización de su naturaleza. Esto, de una cierta forma, evita una jerarquización, sobre todo por parte del ser humano, porque es el ser humano que hace estas jerarquizaciones, no los otros seres vivos, por razones más que evidentes, yo diría, evita digamos, ese respeto de la naturaleza de cada ser, que tiene que ver justamente con la posibilidad de la realización de cada ser. Ahí después Naess, para poder, digamos, evitar justamente los problemas prácticos que se estaban evidenciando, destacando en las preguntas, agrega otros filósofos y otra idea, como por ejemplo de la no violencia, digamos, la primacía, digamos, de la cohabitación con respecto al dominio del uno por sobre el otro, etcétera, a partir, digamos, de la filosofía más bien orientales y Gandhi. Entonces mezcla un poco todo, pero bueno, el peligro que se estaba destacando efectivamente existe. Naess es consciente de este peligro. En algunas afirmaciones prácticas, él mismo, digamos, de una cierta forma muestra de que algunos seres vivos, algunos modos finitos, tienen una importancia más, o sea, tienen mayor importancia con respecto a otro. Pensemos a los virus, pensemos a la forma de vida más pequeñas, pero siendo consciente de esto, trata de encontrar una solución, es decir, remitimos a la naturaleza de cada ser, de la posibilidad de que cada ser se realice a través del conatus o del primer principio de la autorrealización, para que no se dé una lucha de todos contra todos, sino que una existencia. Es decir, la existencia de los distintos modos no tiene que ser excluyente, sino tiene que generar siempre más riqueza, más diversidad, etcétera, que uno de los principios primeros de la ecología profunda.
Estamos ya en el tiempo. Sebastián, última pregunta corta y respuesta breve también.
Sí, nada más que me queda la duda de si acaso este principio de autorrealización no entra eventualmente en conflicto con estos valores ecológicos. En el sentido que se puede ver que un modo, su autorrealización sea vivir intensa pero depredadoramente, por decirlo así, más que en equilibrio, en armonía con los modos que lo rodean. No me queda claro que esto, en el fondo, esta idea de autorrealización sea como totalmente funcional a este ecologismo.
Sí. Gabriel, respondo yo brevemente, quizá, ¿no? Después, no sé si quieres agregar. Sí, yo, bueno, yo lo había destacado en uno de los papers que escribí en Journal of Agriculture and Environmental Ethics. Naess parte de una visión muy positiva, tanto del ser humano como de los otros seres vivos, es decir, que es posible la convivencia y la coexistencia y que los distintos seres, digamos, interpretan su libertad como una posibilidad, digamos, de enriquecimiento común, ¿no? Y no que, diciéndola con Sartre, de que efectivamente tu libertad es un robo, ¿no? A mi libertad.
Perdona, Luca, ¿cómo hace un león, viejo? Si tiene que comer
Bueno,
algo, pobre. Algo come.
No, esos son los problemas prácticos, efectivamente, de la ecología. Y bueno, esas son las críticas que siempre pueden hacerse, efectivamente, o claro, con la forma de vida menor, o sea, con los virus, etcétera, etcétera, ¿no? Ese es un problema práctico muy grande, problema práctico que tiene también Peter Singer, el animismo, etcétera, etcétera. Entonces, bueno, más allá de ese problema práctico, el mismo Naess plantea, digamos, una visión como positiva, retomando Martin Buber, diciendo no o yo o tú, sino que tú y yo. Bueno, después, a nivel práctico sabemos que eso deja algunos problemas sin solución. Yo también traté de destacarlo en ese paper. No sé si Gabriel quiere...
Vamos a tener que quedar aquí, desgraciadamente. Estamos ya pasados de la hora. Muchísimas gracias, Luca y Gabriel. Vamos a dar un alto para un café hasta las 5, o sea, de 11 minutos más o menos. Gracias, Gabriel y Luca.
Gracias a ustedes.
As it is an argument based on the principle of sufficient reason. My claim then was that the principle of sufficient reason also carries with it a commitment to a form of radical monism. And insofar as it carries a commitment to radical monism, it undermines both the cosmological argument, which has a lot of relational and pluralistic presuppositions, and the principle of sufficient reason itself, since insofar as all explanation, I guess, is relational. I think I was wrong, and I want to rescue an idea that I raised in a previous paper then, and I think I have identified the mistake that I made. So the paper is about that. Okay, here's the kind of argument that I'm interested in. It's the kind of cosmological argument embraced by rationalists. Here's a typical example, the one that is given by Rowe. I just quoted here with a slightly modified premise, which is, I add premise 1 really. It says the following: there are dependent beings, which is the a posteriori premise of the cosmological argument, very standard. Premise 2 says every being that exists or ever did exist is either a dependent being or a self-existent being. 3, not every being can be a dependent being. 4, therefore there exists a self-existent being, where a dependent being is a being whose existence is explained by other being or beings, and a self-existent being is a being whose existence is explained by its own nature. Okay. Premise 2 is a version of the principle of sufficient reason. We could pick any one of these. Here I quote De la Roca, Fanning-Bagge, and Proust, but let's stay with Proust. It's just the following: everything that is the case must have a reason why it is the case. Necessarily, every true, or at least every contingent true proposition has an explanation. Okay, this is the main point. The PSR forces us to say that there are no beings whose existence is explained by nothing. So every being is either explained by itself or by other beings. Brute facts of existence or other brute facts are forbidden. Here now we can say in the second section how the principle of sufficient reason somehow it seems to commit us to a form of radical monism. This was a famous argument raised by Bradley against the reality or ultimate reality of terms and relations, and I have reconstructed from various places in this way, which is under premise 5 to 8. Premise 5 says the following: if there really is a relation, then there really is more than one term. And if there really is more than one term, then there really is a relation. 6, if relations are ultimately inexplicable, then relations do not really exist, which is a concretion of the principle of sufficient reason. 7, relations are ultimately inexplicable. 8, therefore, there really are no relations, and therefore there really are no terms. There really is just seamless being, the absolute, or the one, or you name it. Okay, this is what I call radical monism. It's being without distinctions. Okay, a non-relational being. And why? The question is, for Bradley, relations are ultimately inexplicable. He says that relations are, in a way, unintelligible or self-contradictory, whether we take them with or without the relata. So here we have our dilemma. We can face this dilemma from the side of the relations or from the side of the relata. I will take it from the side of the relation. So first horn of the dilemma, if we take a relation without its relata, is what Bradley called a free-floating relation. Yeah? And this relation is something that does not actually relate. It's a relation that does not generate a relational situation at all. He put it in this way, a relation like that, like this, is a phrase without meaning, a false abstraction, a thing that loudly contradicts itself. So the point here is that relations are not self-existent beings, or they cannot be self-existent beings. They must be somehow grounded, at least partially, or explained by other beings. Their terms in this way. This is where it comes the second point. A relation taken with its relata is a relation somehow grounded, at least partially, in its relata. It is something that at least partially exists in virtue of its relata. But this, says Bradley, is unintelligible too. Why so? Here comes famous Bradley triggers now. Because if it is something to them, then clearly we now shall require a new connecting relation. For the relation hardly can be the mere adjective of one or both of its terms. And being something itself, if it does not itself bear a relation to the terms, in what intelligible way will it succeed in being anything to them? But here again, we're hurried off into the eddy of hopeless process, since we are forced to go on finding new relations without end. This is like by the end of chapter 2 of Appearance and Reality. the point here is that if we try to answer the question in virtue of what a relation taken with its terms, such as the relational situation Rxy obtains, we say that, okay, it cannot be in virtue of Rx or Ry or Rx and Y or Ry and X or Rx and Ry. So, and certainly, Bradley would say it cannot be in virtue of Rxy itself. That would be like sort of trivial explanation. No? So what comes to the mind, obviously, a different relation, another relation, R1. No? But then we ask, but in virtue of what R1 relates Rxy, and so on and so on. So we have a sort of facing here, a sort of Agrippa's trilemma. No? We either stop this regress by a sort of dogmatism, McBride calls it invoking a virtus relativa, or De La Rocca says to have a John Wayne moment of explanation. A man's got to do what a man's got to do. Or we have an infinite regress of relations, or a circular regress of relations, or a combination. Okay. So Bradley says relations are unintelligible. No? Okay. And therefore there's only being, or seamless being. And notice the following. If radical monism is right, then the cosmological argument is a non-starter, because the cosmological argument is plagued with pluralistic and relational presuppositions, God and its creation, God and its properties, etc. Or the flowers, dogs, and whatever that we start from, those don't count here now. Second, a Bradley argument for radical monism seems to run even if one embraces a restricted version of the PSR. Okay, as Leibniz, Kant, or Dasgupta do. We only need to accept a PSR that includes relations among the domain of the explicable. Yeah. So all these unrestricted versions, Leibniz's, Kant's, and Dasgupta, accept relations within the domain of the application of the 10 versions of the PSR they embrace. We will see now for more on that. Now, if radical monism is right, it seems a pretty strong version of the PSR is true. So, therefore, the restricted versions of the PSR are somehow unstable. It seems better to either embrace the unrestricted version of the PSR, as Parmenides, Spinoza do, and Bradley, or reject it from the very start, as Hume and Russell did. Why? Why it happens this? Why three? Well, De La Rocca gives the following argument that somehow shows that a strong version of the PSR follows from radical monism. He modifies a Leibnizian argument that is quoted here. It says the following: definition one, a sufficient reason is that which is such that if it is posited, then the thing is. Definition two, a requisite is that which is such that if it is not posited, then the thing is not. Demonstration, what is has all its requisites, for if one of them is not posited, then the thing is not, by definition two. If X has requisites other than itself, and these requisites are all posited, then X exists. Therefore, all the requisites of X other than X itself are a sufficient reason, by definition one. Therefore, if X exists and has requisites other than itself, then X has a sufficient reason. Why would anyone assume radical monism as a point of departure of this argument? Okay, let's wait for that. I mean, Bradley is an argument for that, but let's stick with your argument and see its instrumental value. No? We can see now that the antecedents of premises 10 and 12 are conjunctions. So under radical monism, one conjunct of those conjunctions is false, because there is nothing that has requisites other than being itself. But then both premise 10 and premise 12 are true conditionals with false antecedents. Therefore, if radical monism is the case, then a pretty strong version of the PSR is true. There are no things that exist without a sufficient reason. That is, nothing jointly satisfies these three conditions: existing, having requisites other than itself, and lacking a sufficient reason. Here's the problem. Why would someone embrace radical monism as a point of departure? only if there is a very powerful argument for it. And such is the role that plays Bradley's argument. So in a way, Bradley's argument supports radical monism, and radical monism supports a strong version of the PSR. They come in a sort of package. So we apply the PSR to the case of relations, and we end up with radical monism. And if we end with radical monism, we end up endorsing a pretty strong version of the PSR. The point here is that even tame or restricted versions of the PSR give place to radical monism, which in turn gives place to a strong version of the PSR. So it seems that pluralism and relations rest somehow on the straight rejection, the brute rejection of the PSR. At least this is what De La Roca thinks. Here I want to take take my own path here. I want to reject this conclusion. I want to liberate reason from the unconditional or from the sort of foundationalist presuppositions that I see in these arguments, in Bradley's argument, in the cosmological argument, and in De La Roca's argument. So if we are rational, we cannot embrace both the PSR and radical monism. Moreover, I think if we are rational and we embrace both appearances, let's say flowers and dogs, all that stuff, and the PSR, we must better reject any commitment to the unconditional. To make this move, we need to first disentangle the PSR from the foundationalist presuppositions that are present in these three arguments, as I said. So let's see in each of these arguments how we do it. First, let's see Bradley's argument. As it's noticed there, premise 6, which says that if relations are ultimately inexplicable, then relations do not really exist, does not contain only the PSR. It contains, true, the PSR as applied to the case of relations, but it contains more than that. It contains the foundationalist presupposition that relations must ultimately be explicable. What leads Bradley to reject the reality of relations and terms is not their lack of explicability, but their lack of ultimate explicability. He openly, in fact, admits the apparent or relative existence of relations, that they are useful makeshifts in the realm of appearances. But what could possibly count as an ultimate explanation for this case? Well, for Bradley was the absolute. No? Relations and relational unity are intelligible only as abstractions from a more fundamental sort of unity. So the ultimate ground of terms and relations was this non-relational unit, the absolute, which he took as a presupposition of his entire metaphysical inquiry. So here are some quotes. No? Nothing to myself is real ultimately, but that super relational unity of the one and the many, which is at once the consummation and the precondition of all and everything. Of course, if there is no unity which is non-relational or super relational, then I agree there is no final unity of any kind and no monism. But what a monstrously false assumption. Oh, that one attempt that. No. Here's the point: that how could something, anything, the absolute or whatever, explain how relations relate without appealing to relations? After all, explain is to relate. When we explain, we unfold the nature of a thing. We say how it stands to its parts, to its interiors, or to other things and their parts and their properties and whatever. So positing the absolute doesn't explain why, moreover, explanations only make sense with terms and relations. And moreover, positing the absolute doesn't explain why apparent relations arise from it, nor how they are supposed to be transformed by it or dissolved within it. So never mind this explanatory gap. The truth is that if we don't presuppose an ultimate ground as such, the non-relational absolute, then there is no reason for explanatory regresses to stop. This might produce, of course, some kind of metaphysical vertigo, but embracing the groundlessness of things is not the same as embracing a contradictory reality. In contrast, presupposing that some non-relational absolute somehow grounds or coexist with, that is related with, relational appearances, not only doesn't give an ultimate explanations of relations, but it does lead to a self-contradictory reality. I mean, the very thing that Bradley was trying to avoid in the first place. So if the absolute, so he faces a sort of dilemma, no? If the absolute is the maximally comprehensive, consistent, non-contradictory, supra-relational unit, how do relations can have a place within it. I'm not talking about ultimate relations, I'm just talking about apparent relations. So the existence of such thing, it seems to be incompatible with even the merely apparent existence of relations, even with illusory relations. If it includes relations, it is no longer this non-relational unity, or at least will become a sort of self-contradictory unity. And if it excludes relations, it is no longer maximally comprehensive. No? It will be a sort of absolute, that is like the underlying reality surrounded by relational appearances, which is a result that also Bradley wants to avoid, and me too. So this is why an argument for radical monism, like Bradley's argument, is also a self-undermining move. Arguments contain terms and relations, so if we accept the argument for radical monism, we must reject radical monism. This is a paradoxical result. You cannot have radical monism through an argument for radical monism without self-refuting yourself in that very moment. You cannot say even one without self-refuting you by stating that doctrine. If radical monism is the case, then no variety should arise. Not even the word one. So De La Roca argues that we should take Bradley's argument against relations as something like Wittgenstein's ladder at the end of the tractate. So the ascent to seamless, undifferentiated, non-relational being would be through relational means that we should throw away if we want to see the world aright. Because all discursive thought is relational thought. It's somehow a necessary evil to get through undifferentiated. But I don't think this move works. I mean, if we attempt to accept both means and end, the ladder and the place beyond it, we face paradox. We must combine fully discursive, logical, relational thought with a fully non-discursive, mystical, non-relational result. Yet we cannot combine them. They are incompatible. As Blanchard puts it in a nice old article, it says, if you ask us to accept your conclusion because it has been reached on a series of solid wrongs, you cannot also expect us to accept it once you dismiss them as worm-eaten. So let's see now, we can see that, identify the foundational presuppositions in Bradley's argument. We can disentangle the PSR from those foundational presuppositions. Now let's see De La Roca's Leibnizian argument. If radical monism were the case, then maybe it would be compatible with some form of implicit PSR, sort of silent PSR. But questions and explanations and arguments would never get off the ground because radical monism is incompatible with complex wholes like those rational entities apparently are. So if radical monism were the case and some implicit form of the PSR were true, it would be impossible for appearances to arise. There would be no reason for them. Their arising would appear to be a brute, arbitrary fact, forbidden by the PSR. But since we do apparently formulate questions and explanations and arguments, radical monism is manifestly not the case. So we don't have that Leibnizian argument for the PSR. On the other hand, as we saw, accepting radical monism based on Bradley's argument is also irrational, since this latter argument contains foundational presuppositions that cannot make sense of appearances either when combined with the PSR. They lead us to embrace a sort of irrational reality, a self-contradictory reality. But neither the Leibnizian argument of De La Roca nor Bradley's argument for radical monism in themselves undermine the PSR. So we may remain rationalists for other reasons, distinct from the Leibnizian argument, which is grounded in Bradley's argument. So I notice that I'm not claiming here, which is a move that I hate. It's not that I'm claiming in favor of some sort of commonsensical intuition here. No, I'm not saying that. By accepting appearances as a datum, as a point of departure, we are accepting way less than what commonsensical intuitions demand from us. We are not giving anything like philosophical privilege to the commonsensical view here, which I also think is a sort of dogmatic or irrational view. So this is the core problem, I think. If we start from appearances and we accept to be guided by the PSR, regresses if whether infinite or circular, may be unsettling or perplexing. They produce some sort of metaphysical vertigo, but they do not give place to contradictions, not at least in appearances. Whereas radical monism, taken either as a point of departure, as in the Rock's argument, or as a result of our inquiry, as in Bradley's argument, do give place to contradictions, to a contradictory reality. Let's see now, let's disentangle the PSR from the foundationalist propositions of the cosmological argument. So the cosmological argument in premise 3 demands that something, implicitly at least, that something unconditioned must explain conditioned things. It forbids circular or infinite explanations. But this demand, recall that this neither follows from the PSR alone, nor is compatible with it. So I used to think that premise 3 of the cosmological argument was a particular manifestation or consequence of the PSR alone. The standard justification of that premises says that even if each member of the series of dependent beings is explained by other members of the series, we can always ask why the series itself rather than nothing. And the PSR, since the PSR excludes brute facts, and sorry, the PSR excludes this answer. First, it cannot be in virtue of nothing, the series itself, because there are no brute facts. And it cannot be in virtue of its own nature. The series is not evidently a self-existent thing. It's just a series of dependent beings. So to explain the series itself, says this line of argument, we must transcend the series. We must go beyond the series. But the thought goes, what is beyond the series cannot be a dependent being, since if it were so, it would be a member of the series. So there must be a self-existent being to explain the series of dependent beings. Here, in the premise 3, we can see that the PSR is mixed up with foundational presuppositions. We don't need to accept the package. We can embrace the PSR without those foundational presuppositions, and as I claim, it's more rational to do so. Since embracing the foundational presuppositions, it leads us to accept a reality that needs to somehow combine, radical monism and the PSR, relations and the non-reality of relations. So I think that this mode of reasoning is not essential to a commitment to the PSR. It only makes sense when we, apart from a commitment to the PSR, assume also a sort of foundational conception of explanation, presupposing that there must be some ultimate explanation, that there must be something unconditioned to explain the condition. In a way, the premise 3, along with the PSR, beg the question. I mean, this argument is supposed to prove the existence of the unconditioned being, but it's somehow presupposing that such an unconditioned being needs to exist, that some self-existent being must exist in order to explain the series of dependent beings. So this premise 3 presupposes rather than proves that there cannot be infinite or circular explanatory chains, and that explanations somehow bottom out. It presupposes rather than proves that there is such a thing as a maximal series of dependent beings, a maximal whole, or call it the series. Only then the question why the series itself rather than nothing makes sense. But notice that there is no contradiction in explaining a series by appealing to other beings and then to other beings and so on. As Cameron puts it in his article called Turtles All the Way Down. This move does not reject explicability itself, which is the main point of embracing the PSR. On the contrary, it fully embraces explicability. Everything is explicable. So nothing goes unexplained insofar as we appeal to more and more entities. What the move does reject is the idea that reality is well-founded, and the idea that there must be ultimate explanations of some sort, which are foundationalist presuppositions that go beyond the PSR, or that at least that are distinct from the PSR. And as I said, they introduce irrational results. They gave us, as a result, irrational pictures of reality. So notice that the joint acceptance of the PSR in premise 2 and the foundational presupposition of premise 3 lead to internal tensions if we are also to say appearances, as premise one commands to do so. I mean, we assume in premise one appearances, that there are such things as dogs, flowers, and so on. How is it that these two layers of reality, the conditioned and the conditioned, are related? Why the unconditioned should give place to the conditioned at all? Why the need of the unconditioned to abandon its self-explanatory nature? If it has no requisites other than itself, why it gives place to more things other than itself? So no reason, arbitrary facts. Okay. The most close philosophy that I have found to somehow frame this result is the philosophy of Nagarjuna. I mean, if we try to see how do things look if we accept appearances as a point of departure and embrace rationalism, that is, embrace explicability, embrace the PSR, disentangle it from foundational presuppositions, things look empty. Empty in the precise technical sense of Nagarjuna, in which Nagarjuna thought things were empty, or sunya. One of his verses of the middle way of Nagarjuna says the following: whatever is, these key verses, 18 and 19, say the following: whatever is dependently co-arising, that is explained to be emptiness. That, being a dependent designation, is itself the middle way. Something that is not dependently arising, such a thing does not exist. Therefore, a non-empty thing does not exist. So when Nagarjuna says that all things are empty, or sunya, he's saying that all things lack independent existence or own existence, svabhava. That is, nothing enjoys independent existence or own existence. Everything is a dependent thing. All things are dependent upon causes and conditions. In a slogan, to be is to be empty. To be, we could say also, is to be explicable. Here, Nagarjuna sees a strict connection, I think it's a sort of identity, between what is empty, what is dependent, what is conventional, and what exists. All things that exist arise from causes or conditions. To arise from causes or conditions is to be dependent. To be dependent is to be empty of own existence. And to be dependent, to be empty of own existence, is to be what Nagarjuna calls conventionally real or conventionally true. What he calls conventional reality is what typically falls under the head of appearances when we use the appearances reality distinction. It includes, of course, the empirical world and what is ordinary or common according to common sense and reached by the sciences. It includes facts or truth which are somehow relative to social agreements or linguistic conventionals too. It includes everything that is relative. In sum, it includes everything which is not regarded as final, ultimate, absolute, and conditional. And it includes nothing that transcends appearances, nothing non-apparent that is somehow ontologically, explanatory, semantically, epistemically, somehow responsible, distinct, let alone responsible for those appearances. So it's like if you were taking the distinction of appearances as reality, put everything on the side of appearances and then cancel the distinction. And then cancel it, okay? And the collapse of the distinction. So it is what is usually taken to conceal the final truth, the ultimate reality, the absolute, the unconditional. You remove this allegedly hidden layer of reality, and stick with appearances. What you get then is emptiness, sunyata. The ultimate reality of all things is that they are empty. Look, emptiness rejects the unconditioned. Emptiness embraces the groundlessness of all things, which means that the thesis, if we can call it like that, of emptiness is itself empty. Notice that emptiness is not a form of nihilism. It doesn't say that things don't exist or that apparent things like dogs and chairs don't exist. It says that everything that exists is dependent. That is the meaning of emptiness. Emptiness is not a form of Kantianism, which splits somehow reality into layers. So emptiness takes the conventional and the real to be somehow identical. It's very reluctant to accept this kind of distinction between appearance and reality, the phenomenal and nominal reality, whatever. An emptiness cannot be, is not, and it cannot be a form of atomism, nor a form of holism. So there are neither atoms of beings, there are no minimal units of being, nor maximal or all-embracing whole. So it avoids both minimal and maximal layers of reality. Everything is somehow ontologically respectable. It's an egalitarian picture of reality. And emptiness, finally, is neither a form of via negativa, nor a form of mysticism. It's not trying to grasp something hidden through negative sentence, and it's not committed to a form of mysticism. On the contrary, it's somehow loyal to reason, more loyal to reason than the alternatives that we have revised now, and to appearances. So for emptiness, somehow nothing is hidden. So this is what I want to put as a sort of provisional conclusion of this is, I think that reason, we want to be rational, if we want to embrace the PSR up to its ultimate consequences, and if we want to remain loyal to appearances, this picture leads us to something on the line of emptiness. So neither the PSR and our loyalty to appearances combined do not lead us to the unconditioned unless we embrace foundationalist presuppositions too. But foundationalist presuppositions combined with pure reason and appearances give us an incoherent, irrational reality, which should be rejected insofar as we are rational. So this, I think, may explain why the rationalist theology that underlies the cosmological argument is somehow unstable. I linked this with an discussion done by Brasi of the German illustration, when Jacobi was criticizing those committed to reason because they were not fully committed to reason, and they would try to somehow make a point of equilibrium within common sense and a status quo and the strong demands of reason. He says, look, if you are really, really committed to reason, you end up with a sort of atheism. You don't get God from that. To get God from that, you need somehow to do a leap, an irrational leap. He does a move which is very similar to Kierkegaard's move. Right? If you want to somehow if you want to deal at the same time with the demands of reason and the demands of faith, you cannot do it. No? To accept the call of faith, you somehow need to turn an irrational being. You need to take a leap. No? Otherwise, you end up with this bad combination that he criticized. When you attempt to deal, to combine both the demands of reason and the demands of faith, you end up serving to two distinct masters. You end up somehow having a bad combination, as Brasi said, of sloppy philosophy and soulless religion. So faith, I think, if you want to respect it, demands somehow an irrational leap, a breakup with pure reason.
Muchas gracias, Sebastián. Si hay preguntas, aquí veo a Ignacio de atrás.
Gracias. Luego sí que en algunas partes perdí. Está buenísimo. Bien. Aquí hacia el final estabas diciendo emptiness is not a fruit of nihilism. Me gustaría si me pudieras discernir entre emptiness y nothingness.
Okay.
¿Sí?
Sí.
O sea, ¿dónde está la distinción para decir no es
Mira, primero una explicación tal vez histórica. Aquí Nagarjuna se está oponiendo a otra escuela budista, ¿no? Es monje budista. Y diría yo que es como de la filosofía budista más teóricamente rica. Y aquí él está poniéndose a Abhidharma, ¿no? Que esa escuela lo que postulaba era de alguna manera que había entidades fundamentales, ¿no? Algo así como los sense data. Y eso eran los ladrillos fundamentales del universo, y que el resto, ¿no?, era dependiente sobre eso. Y en algún sentido era ontológicamente unas entidades degradadas, ¿no? Entonces las apariencias no existían en un sentido último, como sí existían estas entidades fundamentales, que eran muy parecidos a los sense data. Él está rechazando esa dualidad, ¿no? Está diciendo, mira, no hay tal cosa como ladrillos fundamentales en sense data, y eso no significa, ¿no?, que las cosas no existan. Él dice que esta persona comete el mismo error. O sea, alguien puede cometer el error de creer que que las cosas siempre existen absolutamente, ¿no? Y el absolutista comete ese error. Dice, en el fondo, si algo existe, existe absolutamente. Y el nihilista está cometiendo lo mismo. Si algo no existe absolutamente, entonces no existe. Está diciendo, no, todo existe, pero todo existe relativamente, todo existe dependiente. Él no está negando la existencia de nada, por decirlo así. Está simplemente diciendo que existir conlleva ser dependiente, o es ser dependiente. Y el nihilista, en cambio, típicamente niega la existencia de alguna capa de la realidad. Cuando nosotros hablamos, el nihilista composicional dice, no, no hay mesas, lo que hay son átomos dispuestos en forma de mesa, ¿cierto? Bueno, el nihilista está adoptando una visión contraria a esta. De partida está jerarquizando la realidad, ¿no?, en esta capa más o menos aparente, degradada, una capa secundaria, a la cual subyace aquello que realmente existe, lo absolutamente existente, estos átomos, sense data, lo que sea, ¿no? Uno puede elegir el ladrillo fundamental que quiera. Pero supone esa idea de ladrillo fundamental como algo que tenga que ser como el piso firme sobre el cual el resto de las cosas existen, ¿no? Porque todo finalmente existe en forma dependiente, nada es más fundamental que otra cosa, ¿no? Se borra esa distinción. No sé si quedan...
Tengo que aprender. No sé. Pero no, gracias.
Tenía la mano levantada también José Tomás.
Muy interesante, como siempre. Oye, la vida entonces sería postular estructuras de fundación, pero sin estos presupuestos fundacionalistas, jerárquicos y que exigen que la población esté bien fundada o que tenga una cuota inferior. O sea, en principio yo puedo ver que eso se puede hacer de dos maneras distintas, ¿no? O unas aceptando alguna forma de coherentismo metafísico, así como pueden haber estructuras circulares de justificación, y además eso se puede hacer también de varias maneras. Puedes tener el coherentismo, por ejemplo, aceptando la transitividad de las relaciones de fundación, pero rechazando la irreflexividad. O hay otra forma distinta, que tú lo que bloqueas, por ejemplo, es la reflexividad y por otra parte, otra manera también en que puedes evitar esa imagen fundacionalista es admitiendo cadenas infinitas de fundación. Entonces mi pregunta es, ¿cuál de ellas? ¿O todas?
No,
o
yo
alguna,
creo que necesariamente
o sea,
aquí puede haber, o sea, no puede haber esto es lo que no puede haber. Claro, estamos rechazando la tentativa fundacionista, ¿no?
Claro.
Entonces nos quedan estas grandes familias, las cadenas infinitas de fundación o cadenas circulares de fundación. En cualquier caso no puede ser un coherentismo como el que típicamente a veces es abrazado por algunos panlogicistas, digamos, hegelianos, que de alguna manera dicen hay algo así como un absoluto relacional, ¿no? Como una especie de todo coherente en el cual todo finalmente tiene su lugar. Entonces tú me fijas ese gran grafo y yo te doy el lugar de cada uno de los nodos de ese grafo. No puede ser eso. Entonces tienes que combinar, puede haber circularidad, pero esa circularidad entonces va a estar fundada tal vez en otro círculo, pero siempre vamos a tener que estar comprometidos con alguna sorte de infinitud.
Para partir el tema central es que tiene que haber cadenas infinitas que
Sí, o sea, no hay ser sin explicación acá, porque todo ser es dependiente. Entonces tú dame un ser y yo te doy otro ser que lo explica. Puedes recurrir a otros seres.
Ya, pero yo creo que ahí sería que tú tienes en la mente, y que lo que podemos decir, que no hay algo así como la serie.
Claro, claro, no hay todos maximales.
Pero claro, pero también, a ver, tú puedes admitir perfectamente series infinitas. Claro. Pero tienes una totalidad infinita.
Sí, sí.
Entonces, la idea tuya es que no hay totalidades.
Claro. O sea, efectivamente, la serie, cuando hablan de la serie, esa serie de seres dependientes se supone que es compatible con la infinita cardinalidad, ¿no? Y cuando hablan de esa serie que requiere explicación, quienes de alguna manera postulan el argumento cosmológico, ¿no? Yo creo que puede ser infinita, solamente que yo voy a tener siempre un número para cada uno de esos.
Es un tema de que puede ser infinita en este sentido o debe ser infinita. Porque si tú colocas una serie finita, en algún punto tú te vas a encontrar con cosas que son explicadas por otra y por otra. O sea, más bien la imagen que tú colocas, o si esta es la manera de interpretar a Ana Carjuna, estamos colocando palabras a su boca, sería algo así como, mira, la vaguedad es vaciedad, pero es una vaciedad, digámoslo así, ontológicamente fecunda, porque está permanentemente generando que está fundando a... Es una no totalidad inestable, claro, y permanentemente creciente.
Claro, yo diría que tiene que ser como o sea...
Y a mí una vaciedad fecunda en este sentido es como, no es tan vaciedad, ¿no? Porque...
No, pero es que el preciso sentido de vacuidad acá, en este caso, no es justamente que la realidad esté vacía, ¿no? Al revés, la realidad es múltiple y abundante.
Pero
el punto es que toma esto.
Pero es que no solamente que sea múltiple, sino que además, como digo, exige estar permanentemente en expansión.
Sí.
Para que se dé esta estructura, en donde no hay una totalidad, en donde
no hay tope,
cosa está fundada en otra, que está fundada en otra, y eso siempre remite a una...
Sí.
¿No sería mejor ser coherentista?
Es que es que coherentista es otra forma de absolutismo también, de dogmatismo, de hecho, diría yo. Exige, a ver, claro, puede ser...
También, si tú te das cuenta, esto de aquí también tiene, por decirlo así, cuando tienes esa forma de coherentismo, tú estás suponiendo que hay ciertas restricciones que satisfacen la evaluación de fundación, que qué sé yo.
Sí.
Pero cuando tú dices que las evaluaciones de fundación satisfacen el principio de, por decirlo así, incompletitud, lo que sea, también están imponiendo restricciones teóricas sobre el principio de la fundación. ¿Sí? Solamente que son distintas. O sea, algo tienes que decir sobre la fundación, algo satisface la noción de fundación. No sirve la fundacionalista, pero hay otra cosa que va a funcionar. Tampoco te sirve la coherentista, pero entonces, bueno, va a ser una secuencia infinita que nunca acaba.
Sí.
Ok, entonces la operación de fundación satisface las restricciones teóricas para que...
Ahora que pensarlo más ahí, Pérez.
Sí, mira, la verdad que yo creo que lo que hay acá también es en un mundo que es como, en meteorología se dice como Yankee y Yankee, ¿no? Tiene cuotas superiores e inferiores. Supuestamente tú le das la bienvenida a todo, ¿no? Y todo de alguna manera queda en un pie de igualdad, un pie molecular. Pero lo que me pasa a mí es que yo creo que hay también algo como indeterminación óntica aquí. ¿Es esto? ¿Sí o no? Depende. Depende de qué, de esto otro. Es como que pareciera ser que nunca tú puedes tener la existencia fija que puede tener, por ejemplo, un nodo en un todo coherentista.
Sí, no, si yo me doy cuenta que eso aquí, tú dices, esto va a ser meter una...
No puedes. Y esto tiene que ver más bien con el estatus de las cosas aparentes, que son no solo dependientes, sino que de esa dependencia parece ser cosas que tienen existencia transitoria. Son fugaces. En cambio, el nodo, el grafo coherentista tiende a, y racionalista, digamos, tiende a ser más bien como fijo, ¿no? Y eso no puede ser. La realidad también tiene que estar, hacer justicia a la apariencia en ese sentido. Y cuando Nagarjuna habla de causación y de origen dependiente, está pensando también en eso, en la impermanencia de las cosas. De hecho, eso también tiene connotaciones religiosas. Solo porque las cosas son así, que de alguna manera abrazar esta realidad permite que nosotros transitemos hacia, digamos, a un mejor estado. Si estuviera todo ya dado, ¿no? No hay brecha posible por cubrir en las fases, por decirlo así, de superación.
Bueno, estamos, yo creo, en la hora. Así que podríamos a lo mejor dar espacio para alguna pregunta más, pero no sé si hay alguna mano levantada. Si se permite pasar un poco la hora, solo podría ser yo, quizá una consulta. Que algo que ya te había preguntado, pero ahora que esta nueva movida, este argumento, me surge de nuevo. ¿Y por qué no considerar la posibilidad de un principio de razón suficiente que no considere que las explicaciones suficientes son necesitantes? Y que admita que algo esté explicando una cosa sin imprimir necesidad en ello para que lo explique.
Un principio de razón suficiente probabilístico.
La verdad, tengo ciertas aprensiones contra esas variantes del principio de razón suficiente que le restan suficiencia.
No, o sea, es suficiente,
no sé.
No es necesitante, pero es suficiente para que pueda darse ese efecto.
¿En qué sentido es suficiente?
En el sentido que no necesitas añadir algo adicional. Es
pero
una
es que eso te
causa
da
que
un
podría,
resultado. Por ejemplo, dame una razón suficiente que sea suficiente en ese sentido y que entonces puede tener como resultado A o B. Eso, ¿por qué sale B? ¿Y por qué sale A? O sea, alguna de esas dos va a ser algo así como un hecho bruto, ¿no? Entonces no me da la suficiencia, ¿no? Es lo que pasa, por ejemplo, con Leibniz en su concepción de Dios. Si el mundo no se sigue necesariamente de Dios, entonces, como en el caso de Spinoza, digamos, que es más consecuente en ese sentido, tú quedas en el fondo con un gap ahí explicatorio. ¿Por qué el mundo? Bueno, tiene que ser algo como el libre albedrío o algo así.
Claro.
¿No? Tiene que revelar algún hecho que
En el mejor de los mundos posibles.
en el caso de Leibniz.
Pero no estaba forzado a ser el mejor de los mundos posibles.
Bueno, lo que él dice.
No hay necesitación. Podría haber hecho el peor del mundo posible. No hay algo así como... Sí, no sé. Tengo que pensarlo, la verdad. Mira, la verdad, yo como no tengo ningún argumento como consolidado contra esas presiones de suficientes, siento que tengo particular atracción, digamos, por el principio suficiente en términos más parmenianos, radicales.
Ya.
O sea, me parece como más que
pero estas cosas que hacen sentido, cuando tú te fijas
sí.
en esas formulaciones de sentido, Leibniz y Hegel y todas estas tradiciones.
Sí, yo creo
sí, claro, le damos un segundito a John que está levantando la mano.
Lo mío es simplemente para entender el interés por la línea de la idea de vacío, digamos, perdón, todos miramos desde lo que
sí,
conocemos. Entonces
esto también para mí es una incursión, yo no vengo de Oriente.
A mí, una de las cosas en la metafísica galicena que le recrimina a muchos es que él tiende a ver en el ente finito la tendencia a ser y no ser. Y esa presencia del ser y no ser interno en el ente finito nunca desaparece. Es una condición que por más que exista. Pero él afirma de alguna manera que la naturaleza del ser, o sea, no la del no ser, ¿no? Sino digo, el ser posible es arrancado del no ser. Y si hay el flujo de la causa, desaparece por tendencia propia. Pero es como que hace el camino inverso, creo, a lo que o sea, a ti me parece que te interesa mantener como esa tendencia, ese contingentismo absoluto, por no sé, es lo que entiendo, ¿no? De esta conversación, ¿no? Pero ¿qué pasa con, como Avicena habla como de la vehemencia del ser? Es decir, de alguna manera el ser se imprime de una manera, o sea, digo, la experiencia del ser nos habla de una presencia que es incompatible con la experiencia de lo contingente. O sea, es decir, que quizás es lo que nos lleva al deseo de permanencia.
Ser sin más, digamos.
Claro.
Claro.
No yo, Francisco, que voy a morir y que nací y pude no haber existido y todo eso, pero hay una que sería lo que Parménides descubre, ¿no?
Es que yo te diría así justamente.
Entonces es como que esa es lo que yo veo como esa tensión
Ajá.
en la cual uno se queda como insatisfecho. Y dice, bueno, lo resuelvo retóricamente, si querés. Pero me quedo siempre insatisfecho porque soy consciente de la contingencia interna de mi existencia, pero hay una vehemencia del ser, digo esta frase literal a veces, que me resulta radical.
Sí.
Y, no sé, digo, perdón, es lo que me provocó, es un comentario
Sí.
de lo que me provocó lo que comentaste, me parece súper...
Es que tiene que ver mucho con Parménides, ¿no? O sea, yo creo que Parménides es el más consistente en ese sentido, diría yo. O sea, si es que hay algo como ser en el sentido de Parménides, algo que es.
O sea, dijo, ¿es Orestes o Parménides?
Claro, entonces, porque, ¿qué es lo que, exactamente, tú tienes ese extremo, ¿no? Tienes Parménides, ¿ya? Y tienes ser. Y por lo tanto, ese ser que ya no, por supuesto, no da lugar a más seres. ¿Por qué razón daría lugar a más seres? ¿No? ¿Por qué razón se dividiría? ¿Por qué razón va a moverse? ¿No? Y tienes por este lado la figura de la vacuidad, ¿no? En que los seres son transitorios, dependientes, como que parecieran multiplicarse, como dice Tomás.
Igual esa es la vida media, ¿no?
Claro,
Y del otro lado está en la nada.
La nada misma, ¿no? Y en este segmento tenemos un amplio espectro de filósofos en que todavía tratan de conciliar el mundo de Parménides con el mundo de las apariencias, ¿no? Fugaces, móviles, dependientes. Y yo creo que yo no veo cómo puedas conjugarla, digamos, racionalmente. O sea, yo estoy diciendo que dentro de un marco racional, que es la idea de metafísica, que sí, entender, digamos, lo condicionado con las fuentes. Claro. Guiados por ese principio, todo esto que hay en el espectro entre Parménides y Nagarjuna me parece como que introduce puras tensiones, como las que vimos en esos tres argumentos, que tratan de combinar una realidad parmenidiana en algún sentido con unas apariencias que le hacen justicia a la apariencia. Y yo creo que no cuaja, digamos. No cuaja, ¿eh? ¿Cómo?
Por tal que sirva son suficientes.
Sí, pero me parece como una... ¿Qué es lo que filosofía basada en intuiciones?
Oye, sáquete más que te espera.
Sí.
Está a las 6 de la tarde. Ahora.
Bueno.
Mañana empezamos a las 10 y pone primero Ignacio, ¿no?
Ignacio, sí.
Ignacio.
Sí.
Muchas gracias.